Chapter 201, The Killer Comes Knocking. Fong Ming asked the clone to search everywhere in Xiarizi. The copy has all of his abilities. For example, the mental wave, which is very convenient for finding spiritual objects. Only one copy can exist at a time. If a second copy is summoned during the duration, the first copy will disappear immediately, or else it will disappear 1 hour after it is summoned. And what about the consumption of the Yata no Kagami? It is negligible. This is proof of the high level of the Yata no Kagami. It's easy to duplicate a level 4 psychic. Fong Ming was very satisfied. This was equivalent to creating a clone for him, which was convenient for him to do many things. Even if some places were too dangerous, he could let the clone go in, and he could share the clone's vision and not miss any details. Fong Ming is already invincible, so the practicality of the Yata mirror is incomparable to that of the Yata mirror. It's really easy to use. This artifact is quite useful, even though I haven't done anything good lately. He took Fujita Nicole and Princess Rili back with him. When Princess Rili discovered that there were only women in the camp and no men, she naturally scolded Fong Ming again. This damn invader. Do they want to wipe out the Xiaowu people? No, I must bear the humiliation. I am the royal bloodline, and the child I give birth to will naturally be the prince of the Xia people. He will surely be able to lead his people and restore the glory of the Xia people. Fong Ming looked at her, who was full of inner drama, and just laughed. You want to have my child when you're already living a good life? Dream on. An hour later, Fong Ming found that the connection with the clone was suddenly interrupted. Time's up, it disappeared on its own. One more. A new clone appeared and flew off again. Fong Ming spent another 3 days in his little world. He enjoyed the good fortune, with both Fujita Nicole and Asahina Aya doing their best to serve him, and a bunch of other beauties whose names he didn't even bother to ask. What about Princess Rili? Although she wanted to kill Fong Ming, the more times she was slapped, the deeper the influence of the Kama Sutra on her, and her obsession with Fong Ming clearly exceeded her hatred. So, even if she is now stronger than Fong Ming, can she still kill him? She also realized this, so when she was being favored by Fong Ming, she was both eager and extremely resistant, and she would even cry out in pain, giving Fong Ming a sense of accomplishment as a possessor and aggressor. He doesn't have this perverted feeling for other women, it's purely for Xiaori. Because the last artifact was in his hands, Fong Ming indulged himself for 3 days, but it was almost over. Fong Ming left some supplies behind. He had no intention of taking Feng Tian and Aiku and the others back to China. This is his palace, so come and play whenever you want. Then, he returned to the mainland with his sword. He returned the flying sword to Zhao Yenyun and then asked for the Tiansanjian sword back. Zhao Yenyun actually didn't want to return it. I got it by my own ability, why should I return it? Therefore, the two had a friendly sparring session. In the end, Zhao Yenyun had to return the sword to Fong Ming in order to avoid being spanked. Fong Ming discovered that this woman was not only arrogant and queenly, but also had a thick skin. Otherwise, how could she have done something so immoral as to use a magic weapon? After only 1 day at home, Fong Ming suddenly received a call from Wu Yaozhong. Boss Fong, Li Dongyang wants to challenge you. Wu Yaozhong said, sounding very urgent. Fong Ming was a little puzzled. Who? It's Li Dongyang, who is ranked 4th on the list. Wu Yaozhong added that he had just come to my place, asked about your whereabouts, killed a lot of people, and I had no choice but to tell you your address. Oh, a weather vane. Fong Ming was not surprised by Wu Yaozhong's wavering. He probably realized that after seeing Li Dongyang's strength, he had already been scared into kneeling and licking, but he was afraid that in the end Fong Ming would win and he would have to settle the score with him, so he called Fong Ming again to inform him. He can continue to make a profit no matter which side wins. Now, this is basically the kind of slippery person. Honest people don't live long in the end times. Let Sad June take over this position? Well, that's fine. Just think of it as going to work. It's all in the same city anyway. With Shejuan's speed, he'll be in and out in no time, and the time he spends on the road won't exceed 20 minutes. Just as I was thinking about it, a voice roared. Fong Ming, I'm here, come out and see me. It should be Li Dongyang who has arrived. Wu Yaozhong really deserves to die. How long did it take to notify him? Fong Ming shook his head. This guy has followed too many different people as a servant, so he's become a grass that bends with the wind to such an extent? Xia Jun had already rushed up to meet him. Boom! 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 The sound of battle rang out. Meng Jining and the other women all ran over, but they looked relaxed. Fang Ming is now the #1 master in all of China, so there must be too many people who want to step on him to get ahead. As long as they defeat Fang Ming, they can become #1, and the temptation is too great. But what do they have to worry about? Although the ranking people put Fang Ming in first place, do they really understand Fang Ming's strength? No, they don't. Suspected level 3 superpower user? Sorry, their husbands are level 4. And there are a lot of magical artifacts. Zhao Yenyun also arrived, teasing Fang Ming. How many days of anger and resentment have you done? This should be the 7th person to challenge you. Yes, Li Dongyang was not the first to challenge, but Xia Jun directly settled it without Fang Ming having to intervene. It's true that fame can make people afraid. Fang Ming shook his head. This is why he doesn't want to be on the list. It's too much trouble. In the future, he should keep a low profile and try to stay abroad as much as possible, so that no one will know how powerful he is. Fang Ming and the others stood at the restaurant, where the view was very good and they could clearly see the battle below. Xia Jun is very fierce. He has just broken through to level 3. A level 3 power user, aside from those who have been promoted using a device, he is one of the best in the world. A forceful type of psychic, his punches are domineering and his kicks are fierce. In theory, with such a barrage of attacks, 99% of psychics would be taken out in one wave. But his opponent was equally strong. Li Dongyang is also a forceful type, and he and Xia Jun are evenly matched. Every blow is hard and unyielding, and neither is in the slightest bit of a disadvantage. He is also a level 3 psychic. Fang Ming couldn't help but nod. It seems that the top group of superpowered people are all stepping into level 3. He is the exception. Oh, Zhao Yenyun is also an exception. Fang Ming couldn't help but take a look at this arrogant queen. What was her secret to improving so quickly? I didn't slap you, so where did you get the night grass? Zhao Yenyun couldn't help but feel a deep sense of malice, and glared at Fang Ming. Only this guy would dare to have an eye on her. Fang Ming is very innocent. I really didn't want to do anything to you. I was just curious. Chapter 202, Fire Dragon, Ice Phoenix. Xia Jun fought Li Dongyang fiercely. Xia Jun is very strong, but Li Dongyang is not weak either. The two are evenly matched, and they are both good players, making the battle difficult to resolve. Fang Ming was full of admiration. Where did this Li Dongyang come from? He's so strong. I've never heard of him in my past life. So, he was in seclusion before? Tu Cheng? Except for exotic beauties, grapes, cantaloupes, and a very famous flaming mountain, there shouldn't be anything else special about Tucheng. That's strange. After a few more rounds, Li Dongyang suddenly grunted, "You are indeed very strong, I need to get serious." Xia Jun, you are very good, I can give you a chance to be my subordinate. Xia Jun glanced at him with an idiot's expression, and his answer was a heavy punch. You don't know what's good for you. Li Dongyang was furious, and boom, he swung his fist as well, but amazingly, his fist actually caught fire. Objects can indeed burn up when they collide with the atmosphere at high speed, because the temperature generated by this friction is so high that even rocks and iron can be melted. This is also why few meteorites can cause harm to the Earth. Meteorites are too large to burn up completely. So, was Li Dongyang's fist so fast that it generated heat from friction with the air, and was it directly burning up? No. Xia Jun's eyes narrowed. He sensed that the flames on this punch were not generated by high-speed friction, but by something else. A fire-type power user? In addition to Fang Ming, there are actually other superpowered people who can have two attributes at the same time? Thinking this, Xia Jun quickly retreated. Without knowing the power of this fire fist, he didn't want to take any risks. This is the quality of a qualified superpower user. Ha! Fang Ming was also a little surprised, and let out a slight exclamation. Dual attributes? He looked at Zhao Yenyun and said, "What do you think of this person? What's going on?" Zhao Yenyun asked in return. Fang Ming smiled and said, "We all have only one attribute, either physical strength, which strengthens the body, or supernatural powers, which include fire, water, thunder, and so on, or mental control."
But this Li Dongyang can obviously fight against Xie Jun, who has physical strength, and now he can control fire.
Don't you think it's strange? Zhao Yenyun laughed. Before asking this, don't you first look at yourself? How many superpowers do you have? The current buzzword is, don't you have any special skills? But that's too vulgar. Zhao Yenyun is so noble and elegant, how could she possibly say that? I'll give you a look, and you can figure it out for yourself. Fang Ming smiled lightly. I'm different, we can't be compared. Zhao Yenyun was speechless. You have a thick skin. But she was also very interested in Li Dongyang, and said, he should have awakened the bloodline of the witch doctor, and his physical strength is very strong. However, his bloodline is not pure, so he can practice martial arts and use martial arts instead of his bloodline to gain other abilities. She suddenly brightened up, and her pretty face also showed signs of excitement. No, he didn't practice the fire attribute, but he has the bloodline of the fire dragon clan. I want this person, she said in a domineering tone. Fang Ming couldn't help but look at her with suspicion. You don't want to turn him into your favorite, do you? Zhao Yenyun was so angry that she slapped Fang Ming sideways, sending a cold chill through him that almost froze him into a block of ice. What do you want him for? Fang Ming was still curious. Who told you to speak so indistinctly? Zhao Yenyun ignored him and jumped out directly. She landed lightly at the hotel entrance, like a celestial maiden. When they saw someone coming, Xie Jun and Li Dongyang stopped at the same time and looked over at her. They were both afraid of being ambushed. But Xie Jun immediately relaxed. This was a hotel guest. Well, sooner or later she'll be Fang Ming's woman. Li Dongyang, on the other hand, was seeing Zhao Yenyun for the first time and couldn't help but show a look of intense surprise. This woman is too beautiful. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has an indescribable air of nobility, as if she were a female emperor, making him want to worship her. But he immediately found a strong desire in his body to eat this woman. Literally eat, not sleep. It was as if, by eating her, he would be able to achieve a great improvement. You can leave now. Zhao Yenyun first said to Xie Jun, and then looked at Li Dongyang. You also felt it, right? Because you are a fire dragon, and I am an ice phoenix, everyone wants to devour each other. Li Dongyang seemed to understand, but what is a fire dragon and ice phoenix? Are you writing a fantasy novel here? But he was filled with the urge and desire to eat this woman. It would be a shame to eat her straight away. I have to play with her first. Well, I'll eat her after I'm tired of playing with her, he thought to himself. Zhao Yenyun immediately raised her eyebrows and her pretty face turned cold as ice. She sensed a strong sense of malice from Li Dongyang. It was 100 or 1,000 times stronger than Fang Ming's. In that case, Fang Ming was probably just fantasizing about her. Damn it! She jumped up and rushed towards Li Dongyang. Li Dongyang's face changed drastically. Zhao Yenyun's first move showed him that the opponent's strength was far superior to his own. A level 4 psychic? No! He quickly activated his second ability with all his might. Boom, his whole body burst into flames, and his suit was immediately reduced to ashes. However, he was not exposed to the world, his body was actually covered with a layer of scales, very much like the legendary dragon scales. Zhao Yenyun snorted, Fire dragon and ice phoenix, life and death are not allowed. A loud, noble cry of a phoenix came from her body, and a huge white phoenix appeared from her body. No, not a white phoenix, but an ice phoenix. The ice phoenix flapped its wings and flew towards Li Dongyang to kill him. Level 4 against level 3, isn't this like a father beating his son? Li Dongyang screamed as he was pinned to the ground by the ice phoenix, with its huge talons pressing down on his head. This is too humiliating. He came here to seize the throne of the world's greatest martial artist, but Fang Ming has not even seen him yet and has already been defeated by a woman in one move. Fang Ming also jumped down and asked curiously, what do you want to do with him? Why are you acting like a curious baby? Zhao Yenyun ignored him and looked at the ice phoenix, as if communicating with it. The ice phoenix pecked at Li Dongyang, and a small bug was taken out by the ice phoenix. It's not a bug. Fang Ming looked closely and saw that the bug clearly had 2 horns, for legs, and was burning with flames. A dragon. The legendary dragon. But compared to the ice phoenix, this fire dragon was too small. The ice phoenix swallowed the fire dragon in one gulp,
then flew towards Zhao Yanyun, and poof, it didn't enter her body.
Chapter 203, The Holy See. Li Dongyang was clearly not injured in any way, but he was writhing around in pain, his face contorted, and the veins on his forehead and neck were throbbing. This was definitely not a fake.
Fong Ming couldn't help but look at Zhao Yanyun. You got a little fire dragon out of him, but why is this guy in such pain? Zhao Yanyun frowned, showing a hint of dissatisfaction. His bloodline is really weak, and the improvement to me is too small. She shook her head.
Fong Ming was surprised and said, You deprived him of his bloodline? Damn, can it be like this? You're awesome.
Zhao Yanyun shook her head, because I am an ice phoenix and he is a fire dragon, they are naturally incompatible.
I can use my ice phoenix to devour his fire dragon, and vice versa. If he is stronger than me, he can also devour my ice phoenix.
In short, they are mortal enemies.
I'll fight you.
Li Dongyang crawled up from the ground with great pain, and suddenly jumped at Fong Ming.
Finally, I've seen the main character. Kill. Fong Ming was speechless. It wasn't me who devoured your fire dragon. Are you messing with me? Boom.
He kicked out a foot, and Li Dongyang flew into the sky, turning into a small black dot and eventually disappearing.
Can Li Dongyang come back? No, he was killed by a kick. Shit.
Wu Yaozhong had just arrived and happened to see this scene. He immediately rushed out, and halfway there, it seemed that he tripped over a stone and immediately fell to his knees and rushed toward Fong Ming. Boss Fong is so powerful. He thought that Li Dongyang had achieved a level 3 psychic power, and at least he could compete with Fong Ming, so he bet on both sides.
As a result, Li Dongyang was kicked into the air by Fong Ming. How much weaker was his strength?
Therefore, he must be 100 times more respectful than before.
Fong Ming looked at him with a smile.
Wu Yao felt a sense of emptiness in his heart, but his mind seemed to be out of control, allowing him to speak his true thoughts. Boss Fong, I thought that Li Dongyang might defeat you, so I deliberately tried to please him. I never thought he would be so weak, and I regret it to death. As soon as the words came out, he couldn't help covering his mouth.
How did I let my true feelings out? Fong Ming shook his head and walked over to give him a kick. Bang!
Wu Yaozhong flew into the sky and disappeared into a small black dot.
He would never be able to come back. Brother Jun. Fong Ming looked at Xie Jun. Xie Jun promised. From now on, you can go to the Oriental settlement to work. Be their boss. Go in early and leave late.
Just pretend that you were the boss there before the disaster.
Fong Ming smiled. No problem. Xie Jun agreed immediately.
The hotel is now so powerful that there will soon be a bunch of level 3 supernormal individuals, so is it still necessary for him to guard the hotel every day?
Lin Niaomyo is safe here.
He owes Fong Ming a great debt of gratitude.
How can he repay him? Now is the opportunity.
Wu Yaozhong is a grass that can't be the first barrier of the hotel, so he must stand up and take his place. After all, it is very convenient to come and go in a city.
Fong Ming laughed again. However, Jungo must be determined, there are too many temptations over there.
At the hotel, all the women are after Fong Ming, so Xie Jun naturally won't face any temptation. But at the Oriental settlement, a man like Xie Jun will naturally be targeted by countless women, who will try every means to seduce him.
Xie Jun smiled, looking very confident. How could he possibly like other women? When everyone returned to the hotel, Li Dongyang was just a minor incident that didn't cause any waves. Another few days passed in a flash. Fong Ming would send a clone out to search for the spirit object almost every hour.
He set his sights on Mount Kunlun. This is the king of all mountains, the source of Chinese mythology, where the strongest immortals live.
If myths are the scraps of ancient history, then how many treasures have been left behind in the Kunlun Mountains? The strongest magical artifacts must be there. Of course, in addition to Kunlun Mountain, Fong Ming also planned to visit the Vatican. He believed that the so-called god might also be an ancient superhuman, and the strongest superhuman in the West. Therefore, the Vatican might have artifacts left behind by God. He would take a two-step approach. The clone will go to Kunlun Mountain, and he will go to the Vatican. Kunlun Mountain is a harsh environment, and there may be unknown threats, so the clone must go there.
Fong Ming is afraid that there may be a terrifying existence like the Bodhi tree in Shaolin Temple, so he doesn't care if the clone dies. After a few days of being a good boy at home, Helping the women improve, Fong Ming was on the road again. He just can't sit still. This time, he went straight to the country of pasta. The Holy See is the country of the pasta nation, occupying a pitifully small area, probably not even as big as a small town in the country. However, in the West, it is a sacred place. The center of faith. Fong Ming came to the Vatican and was very surprised to find that there were actually living people everywhere. It was weird. However, after he approached some of them, he was immediately enlightened by the spiritual feedback. The entire Vatican was shrouded in a mysterious power. Is it a powerful being? A magical artifact? Or a powerful creature like a Bodhi tree? Fong Ming did not dare to act rashly. Among humans, he is definitely the best, and there is no need to be modest about it, but when compared to some ancient beings, it is hard to say. The Bodhi tree in Shaolin Temple is. If he could transplant this old man, then he wouldn't be afraid. Unfortunately, the Bodhi tree only gave him a leaf. From above, the entire Vatican was full of people, very crowded, and there was not a single zombie. However, just outside the Vatican, a large number of zombies were wandering, but they did not dare to step into the Vatican. It is probably the mysterious power of the Vatican that suppresses the zombie transformation, so there are no zombies here. But the small church has no supplies, so how can it support so many people? Unless there are strong people who can kill their way out and bring back food constantly. Ha! Just as he was talking about looking for supplies, Fong Ming saw a group of people heading towards the Holy See. It really is people and horses. The horses were pulling wagons, and the wagons were full of supplies, including vegetables just harvested from the fields, as well as flour and water from the supermarket. There were a total of 20 wagons, and they were all moving in a grand procession. There were also many people guarding the caravan. Fong Ming estimated that there were more than 500 people just by taking a quick look. At the front, a knight was sitting on a white horse wearing very strange armor. Why is it called weird? Because this armor is very revealing. The arms, thighs, and even hands and feet are all tightly wrapped, but the torso is shamefully bare, with only a bra on top and iron shorts on the bottom, very much like the legendary chastity pants. The helmet also covered the knight's face completely, except for a lock of blonde hair that peeked out from behind the helmet. The knight has no weapons, there is obviously no place to hang them, but the white horse is carrying a golden spear. Chapter 204, Level 3 Undead Tide. This is a female knight. Her face is not visible, but her figure is. Judging by her height, she must be 175 centimeters. Her skin is snow white, her breasts are large, her waist is thin, her buttocks are round, and her thighs are long. She is very typical of the European and American style. I just don't know what she looks like. Fong Ming had a sudden thought, and used the Yada mirror to copy himself, then walked towards the convoy. A living person. Judging from his appearance, he seems to be an Oriental. The convoy didn't find anything strange when they saw Fong Ming. Nowadays, the world is becoming more and more integrated, and transportation is so convenient that people from all over the world can be found in any place. The Holy See is a popular tourist destination and a holy place for people of all faiths around the world. So, what is so strange about an Oriental person appearing here? But get out of here. Orientals have no right to enter our Holy See. Someone immediately shouted. This resonated with many people, and they all clamored. The female knight reached out and pressed a button, and everyone immediately fell silent. The Lord said, "He who believes in me shall have eternal life." She said aloud. Amen. The crowd responded. The female knight said again, "As long as you believe in the Lord, anyone can become a believer in the Lord." Amen. The crowd responded. Then the female knight looked at Fong Ming's clone and said, "Do you believe in the Lord?" The clone and Fong Ming were in tune with each other, which was equivalent to Fong Ming controlling the clone remotely. He smiled and said, "I believe." That's good. Follow these people into the Holy See and take a look. As one of the Lord's servants on earth, I, Scarlet Saint von der Cell, declare you a follower of the Lord. The female knight drew her spear and tapped Fong Ming's head. Well, it's a very simple ceremony. Right, what time is it now? Can we still prepare a set of complicated formalities? Fong Ming naturally didn't care. This was just a copy, so it didn't matter how much trouble he caused. The convoy continued to move forward.
But after only a few minutes, a large wave of zombies suddenly emerged and launched a fierce attack on the convoy.
The convoy's escorts were obviously well trained, calmly taking out their weapons, but not firearms, but cold weapons such as swords and spears, and then forming a human great wall.
Fong Ming naturally would not fight. He planned to disguise himself as an ordinary person.
So he jumped onto the carriage and stayed with the other non-combatants. The female knight jumped off her horse and charged out with her golden spear. She swung her long spear, which was about 3 meters long, in a wide arc, and at least 7 or 8 zombies were swept up and exploded.
Very powerful. Fong Ming raised his eyebrows.
This female knight should be a level 3 psychic, but the spear in her hand is definitely a magic weapon, pushing her strength to a new level.
Level 4.
Therefore, the level of this artifact should be above the 3 artifacts of Zyorizi. The 3 artifacts can only allow the user to reach the current level of full-state combat power, and cannot be used to surpass levels.
Is this a holy relic of the church? Which artifact is said to be in the form of a spear?
Fong Ming thought for a moment, but had no answer.
He knew very little about Western mythology. No hurry, take your time. The female knight was rampaging, invincible, and the other warriors were also sweeping everything in their path. Suddenly,
someone let out a scream, and was torn apart by a huge zombie. This zombie was 5 meters tall and had only one eye, but it wasn't blind, it was just born with one eye, in the middle of its brow. It opened its huge mouth and ate the mutant in 2 bites, then set its sights on a new target.
Lady Scarlet, this is a level 3 zombie.
Everyone cried out in shock. Scarlet was the only level 3 psychic in the entire caravan, and the others were at most level 2. The one who had just been torn apart and eaten was a level 2 psychic, so this zombie must be level 3.
Scarlet was shocked. A level 3 zombie appeared?
A level 3 zombie was naturally not something she took lightly, but its appearance meant that the zombies had evolved to a new level. In the future, there will be a large number of level 3 zombies. Suddenly, she felt the pressure. Before, a few level 2 power users could work together to break through a nest of zombies.
She must lead the team. It's difficult.
She immediately killed her way back and attacked the one-eyed zombie. She was already a level 3 or higher psychic, and with the help of her magic weapon, her strength was on par with someone who had just broken through to level 4, so she immediately gained the upper hand and pressed the one-eyed zombie.
The one-eyed zombie was completely suppressed, but suddenly, its one eye twitched, and it spewed out a blood arrow. The blood arrow was incredibly fast.
Seeing that the blood arrow was about to hit Scarlet, a golden light shield appeared out of nowhere to block it.
Fong Ming said, "This light shield is activated by the spear. It can even protect its master?"
Scarlet thrusts out a spear, like a blade cutting through bamboo.
Pop. What about a level 3 zombie? It was killed by a headshot.
Scarlet killed her way back and pushed the corpse tied sideways. With her level 4 combat power, she was naturally invincible. The others joined her in killing the zombies, and even though this was a level 3 zombie wave, it was easily crushed.
However, after the battle was over, everyone was exhausted. "Let's hurry back to the Vatican," Scarlet said.
She was afraid that if there was another wave of zombies, everyone would be exhausted and there would be heavy casualties. The group was also afraid and hurriedly urged the carriage to move forward.
Fong Ming couldn't help but look at the time.
It had been 51 minutes since the clone was summoned, and it would disappear in 9 minutes. If he had known that there would be a level 3 undead outbreak, he should have sent the clone directly to the Vatican.
A miscalculation.
At this time, the satellite phone rang.
Fong Ming answered the call.
It was Lu Yushi, saying that a level 3 zombie outbreak had occurred in Shanchang. However, even if there was no Zhao Yenyun in the hotel, Meng Jining and Xie Jun were both level 3, and there were also a bunch of level 2s who were almost full. It's just that the level 3 zombie tide suddenly broke out. After humans finally managed to stand on their feet, they were about to be hit by a huge impact.
There is nothing we can do about it. As long as the zombies are not completely wiped out, there will be stronger waves of zombies every once in a while. It's inevitable. Fong Ming thought about it and decided to go back. Anyway, the first clone's time is almost up. Even if he makes another clone, it will still be suspicious if it suddenly appears outside the Vatican. Zizizi, lightning flashed across his body.
After breaking through level 4, his wind and thunder abilities had evolved into a new ability, lightning speed. Of course, it is an exaggeration to say that it is lightning, but it allows him to run 5 times faster than normal. But you have to know that he already has the attribute of strength and agility, so he is not only fast, but also has great stamina. To increase his speed by another 5 times, that's just ridiculous. Chapter 205, Entering the Holy See Again. Fang Ming returned to the mountain city quickly, like a gust of wind. He threw the demon-subduing staff to Meng Jining, the Tian Song Cloud sword to Lu Yuqi, and the 8-foot jade dagger to Dami Dami, instantly giving the 3 women wings and a huge boost in strength, allowing them to kill zombies like cutting vegetables. Especially Meng Jining, the demon-subduing staff can make her strength increase by 1 level when facing the zombies, and she is already a level 3 superhuman, so what about another level? Level 4. So, don't say this is just a level 3 zombie tide, and that there are occasionally 1 or 2 level 3 zombies. Even if all the zombies are level 3, she is not afraid at all. Of course, Lu Yuxi and Zhoumi can't be so tough. From morning to night, everyone was exhausted, but the zombies also fell in droves, contributing a lot of level 3 zombie pearls to everyone. This is a good thing that can accelerate evolution. Unfortunately, it was ineffective on the other side. He already wanted level 4 zombie pearls. Evolving too quickly and leaving everyone behind is not necessarily a good thing. And nature seems to have a catch-up mechanism. If you evolve too quickly, the resources that can help you continue to evolve will decrease, allowing those behind you to quickly catch up with you and not be left too far behind. Of course, Fang Ming has the Jinwu Liangyi divine art and the bonus of the Kama Sutra, so his evolution speed is still faster than using corpse pearls alone, but compared to Meng Jining and the others, he is obviously a little slower. What puzzled Fang Ming was how Zhao Yenyun had improved. This is a real monster. Fang Ming was amazed, but Zhao Yenyun was too proud and smart, so it was very difficult to get the secret out of her mouth, unless one day she could become his woman. She was so arrogant, so it was probably still difficult. By then, she might think she was supporting Fang Ming. A male pet? Fang Ming thought of a word and couldn't help but laugh. In the hotel, the logistics staff were preparing dinner, and soon, Xia Jun also rushed over. When he talked about this wave of corpses, even this tough guy frowned a little, because there are too few level 3 supernormal users now, and it will naturally be difficult to deal with a level 3 wave of corpses. Fortunately, there are only 1 to 2 level 3 zombies in a wave, which can still be eliminated. However, more forces are only level 2, and even small settlements are only level 1, which will definitely be destroyed in such a wave of corpses. Therefore, every outbreak of a large wave of zombies will cause the demise of small forces, while large forces will take the opportunity to expand. Fang Ming was naturally not idle. Not only did he kill zombies himself, he also used the Yateo mirror to copy himself and kill together. He was a level 4 superpower, so his killing efficiency was naturally much higher. The situation in the mountain city stabilized, and Fang Ming was able to do more work. He ran a lap around the major cities in the country and killed a large number of level 3 zombies. As a result, the major forces would encounter the corpse tide much more easily. When a large number of supernaturals reach level 3, it will naturally return to the past, level 3 against level 3, and humans will not lose. But this is only China. How many Fang Mings are there in the world? Only 1. Therefore, Fang Ming will naturally only help China. As for other countries? I'm sorry, I really don't have the time to help them. You'll have to fend for yourselves. 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The situation in China has stabilized. Fang Ming decided to go to the Vatican again. He left as soon as he could. He burst out like lightning, and in less than half an hour, he had already arrived at the Vatican. After a few days, the Holy See was still there. The wave of corpses did not have any impact on this ancient city. Fang Ming knew that it was the powerful force in the city that was protecting it. It was like the Bodhi tree in the Shaolin temple. No zombie dared to invade. I wonder what level it is. Fang Ming was very curious. What is the end of evolution? Level 9, level 10? Or even 99? 999? So, is the difference between him and the being in the Vatican just 1 digit of evolutionary level, or 2 or even 3? If it is 3 digits, Fang Ming couldn't help but grin. It would probably take 100 years to catch up. Zhao Yenyun should know, but she just won't say. My teeth are itching. I really want to hold her down and spank her. Fang Ming's imagination ran wild, but he couldn't see Zhao Yan's face at the moment, but he could imagine that she must have felt malicious and glared at him.
He couldn't help but laugh.
Then, his face became serious. It was time to find out what this church was all about.
When he looked into the Yada mirror, another version of himself appeared and immediately headed for the Vatican.
When he reached the door, he was stopped by 4 soldiers in full armor.
Stop.
The 4 of them were speaking Italian, but Fong Ming was already able to capture the fluctuations of consciousness and understand their thoughts in the first instance.
He said calmly, "Survivors, come and join us."
He was speaking Chinese, but it was directly projected into the minds of the 4 soldiers, becoming a language they could understand. None of the 4 soldiers reacted in any way, as if Fong Ming was speaking standard Italian. "The Lord loves the world." They said it first, but then hesitated.
Oriental people? That's a barbarian.
Although the glory of the Lord is everywhere, does an Oriental barbarian deserve the Lord's love?
Let's ask for instructions.
One of the 4 left, and soon returned, saying, "You can enter the holy city, but you must obey the rules here, or you will be killed."
Fong Ming naturally agreed.
The 4 men let Fong Ming into the city, took a picture of him, made a temporary ID card and hung it around his neck. At the same time, they asked Fong Ming if he had any supernatural abilities.
Yes. Fong Ming nodded, wanting to find out useful information.
It should be difficult to do so as an ordinary person. Therefore, he must have some value. Nowadays, apart from beautiful women, the only other thing that is valuable is people with supernormal abilities.
So, Fong Ming was taken to the city hall.
Here, he was asked to demonstrate his supernormal ability, which was evaluated by a specialist, and he was finally given a rating of A for a fire attribute supernormal ability.
Here, the highest rating is S level, then A, B, C, D, E.
There is no such thing as a few levels of supernormal ability, so this is a floating evaluation. The strongest person now should be level 3, so as long as you reach level 3, you will get a S level rating, level 2 is A level, level 1 is B level, and level 1 is not yet full, but having supernormal ability is C level.
As for the 2 levels of DE, Fong Ming doesn't know what they are for.
Maybe it's for later, because there will definitely be level 4 and 5 supernaturals, but even level E won't be enough by then.
Should we bring out level F and G? Is it troublesome?
Fong Ming thought to himself, but he also completed the lengthy registration. Looking at the time, there were
only 20 minutes left. I'm going. Chapter 206, Found Out. Fortunately, Fong Ming was also asking for information when he was registering. It seemed unintentional, but in fact, he was deliberately doing it. He even used his psychic powers to exert influence.
But he didn't dare to go too far, because there was an unknown and powerful being here.
Why haven't the zombies invaded here? He asked.
The other party said, because we are covered by the holy light of the Lord.
Shit, that's not saying anything. Fong Ming tried to get around the issue, but he didn't get a useful answer. Is this person too tight-lipped, or does he actually not know?
I'm going to reinforce my armor.
Fong Ming had already obtained the pass, so he left the city under the pretext of going out. His A-level status still gave him a lot of authority.
Then, Fong Ming made another copy of himself, put on the pass, and re-entered the Vatican. He searched everywhere. The terrifying spiritual power permeated everywhere, and he could go in and out of any place, and no one stopped him, taking it for granted.
Fong Ming quickly circled several places. There was heavy guarding there.
One was the Pope's residence.
The second is the sacristy. The third is the field of honor. Fong Ming decided to go to the sacristy first. Could the so-called sacred vessels all be magical weapons? He was suddenly excited.
When he arrived at the Hall of Sacred Vessels, he saw 4 teams of people in silver armor patrolling outside, moving back and forth and weaving in and out to ensure that there were no blind spots, and that even a mosquito flying by would not escape their attention.
It seems that I have to influence all these people. Fong Ming walked out. Lord Scarlet.
The first team of people immediately stopped and bowed when they saw Fong Ming, their expressions respectful and fanatical.
In their eyes, Fong Ming became the blonde with big breasts who was wearing revealing clothes. Damn it, I feel like I'm playing in shame. Fong Ming resisted the urge to kill these people, and just nodded slightly, continuing to walk toward the hall. Lady Scarlet. Lady Scarlet.
The other three teams also bowed, looking at him with the same fervent, respectful gaze, and in the depths of their eyes, there was a hint of fire and desire.
Damn it, you dare to fantasize about me. Fong Ming walked into the main hall.
It was extremely spacious.
Religious buildings are usually built very tall, so that when ordinary people enter, they feel small.
At this time, if a sacred and solemn piece of music is played, the soul is immediately cleansed and filled with respect for the gods.
This place is no exception.
Each pillar is nearly 15 meters high, which means that the roof is more than 15 meters high, which is equivalent to a 5-story building.
So, when people walk in such a building, how can they not feel their own weakness and helplessness? And what about the gods? The image suddenly becomes tall.
Fong Ming naturally did not have any awe for the gods. In his view, the gods were just ancient supermen, and time was the most powerful force of all.
Which god could possibly have survived to the present day?
Spiritual waves radiated continuously, and he was looking everywhere for possible magical artifacts.
But he didn't find any magic weapons.
There were only stone statues of all kinds.
It's true that Europeans like to carve things. Hey, he's found something. Fong Ming raised an eyebrow.
Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside, followed by footsteps approaching. The 4 teams that were patrolling outside all rushed in, along with one other person.
Blonde hair, big breasts. Scarlet.
She was holding a golden spear, and her slender figure was taller than most men.
The spear of Longinus.
Fong Ming said to himself. After returning home, he looked it up in the information.
This is the most famous spear in the West.
According to legend, this spear pierced Jesus, and the sacred blood that it touched made it an artifact, a weapon that could kill a god. In Fong Ming's opinion, this should be a powerful magical weapon. If it were outside the city, Fong Ming would have absolute confidence in being able to seize the artifact, but in the city, he didn't know if the unknown existence would attack him, or how powerful it was.
Hey, it's you.
Scarlet held the holy spear, which made her immune to Fong Ming's illusions formed with his spiritual power, and pointed directly at his true identity. However, the spear of Longinus was not a magical weapon that focused on spiritual power, so it was unable to allow Scarlet to see through the phenomenon to the essence and discover that Fong Ming was not his true self, but an energy copy.
Fong Ming smiled. Are you surprised?
Scarlet looked puzzled. A few days ago, you suddenly disappeared from the city, and now you've reappeared as a psychic.
What are you up to? Fong Ming even used illusions to control other people and enter the restricted area.
If she hadn't come along on a whim, she would have been unable to discover Fong Ming's actions, and he would have succeeded.
The key point is that no one knows who the thief is after the fact. Fong Ming sighed. Once he was discovered, he couldn't act quietly anymore. Then let's fight.
He also wanted to know how powerful the mysterious being in the city was.
He laughed loudly and rushed out. Fight Scarlet? It's pointless.
He already knows how powerful this woman is. It was not her that the clone wanted to test.
Still trying to run?
Scarlet snorted and chased after him with her spear.
Fong Ming went straight for the Pope's residence. He decided to assassinate the old man and see if the ancient being would intervene. How dare you!
Seeing that Fong Ming was not running out of the city, but rushing towards the Pope's residence, Scarlet was naturally furious. She brandished the spear of Longinus in her hand and pointed it at Fong Ming.
Whoosh!
A beam of holy light shot out, directly at Fong Ming's back.
How can you dodge the light?
Fong Ming was immediately hit, but he had already opened his gravity field, so even if the light shot in, it was affected and deflected, and it shot past Fong Ming's body.
Ha! Can the lance of Longinus be used in this way?
Fong Ming only thought that it could enhance the user's combat power, allowing a level 3 user to reach the combat power of a level 4 user.
But now that I know, it's easy. Whoosh, another ray of light shot over.
Fong Ming did not use the gravity field, but instead created several layers of ice behind him.
Ice and glass are similar in some ways. When light is shot into it, it immediately deflects.
After passing through several layers of ice, it was actually reflected directly, hitting Scarlet.
How fast is light? Fong Ming couldn't dodge it, and Scarlet naturally couldn't either. However, magic weapons are different from humans.
When the light hit, the spear of Longinus suddenly emitted a golden light, forming a shield that protected her. The beam of light and the shield collided and both shattered. Scarlet was shocked. Fang Ming was able to deflect the attack of the Spear of Longinus.
It's not difficult. It's just the simplest principle of optical refraction. But in such a short time, and without preparation, how could anyone else do it? But what kind of superpower does Fang Ming have? Chapter 207, Sacred Tree. Fang Ming laughed heartily. He was already close to the Pope's location. What a bullshit Pope! Fang Ming snorted, and activated his gravity power to the fullest. Boom! 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 Buildings crumbled and collapsed. However, one building remained standing. Could it be the Pope? Interesting, he actually blocked his gravity power. Fang Ming rushed over and smashed him with his fist. Madman! Scarlet rushed forward with her spear, and finally caught up with Fang Ming, thrusting her spear. Boom! The attack was so powerful that it seemed to split the sky and earth. Fang Ming simply ignored her and blasted the building that was still intact. The Lord says that blasphemers must die. An old and authoritative voice rang out, and an old man walked out of the building. He wore a crown of thorns, a holy robe, and a silver cross in his hand. He pointed the cross at Fang Ming, and suddenly, a wave of overwhelming pressure came. Level 4. Fang Ming smiled faintly. The cross was obviously a magic weapon, and its rank should be far higher than level 4. However, no matter how powerful a magic weapon was, it depended on who was using it. Is this old man the Pope? He's only a level 3 supernormal, and he barely reached level 4 with the help of his magic weapon. With such an opponent, it is not an exaggeration to say that Fang Ming can beat 10 of them. If the masters in the city are at this level, then I'm sorry, I'm going to sweep them away. He punched angrily, and the invisible pressure was immediately shattered. S-class. This scene was witnessed by too many people, and they all exclaimed in unison. In the Holy See, only 2 people have reached the S level, namely the Pope and Scarlet. Now, an Oriental has also become an S-class strongman. How is that possible? The 2 of them are the only ones blessed by the God of the Lord, so how could there be a third person? He is a heretic. A disciple of Satan. He has received the devil's help and become an S-class. The zombies are the devil's doing. Kill him. Kill the heretic. The crowd below cried out. The power of religious brainwashing is very strong. Everyone immediately glared at Fang Ming, without a doubt believing him to be a disciple of Satan. Fang Ming laughed and said, "Let me, a disciple of Satan, kill you all. How dare you?" Scarlet came at him with a gun, sweeping it across in a very domineering manner. However, the armor she was wearing was too cool and eye-catching. Was she trying to seduce me and then kill me? Fang Ming thought, why else would she dress like this? Fang Ming was fighting the Pope and Scarlet, 2 level 4 fighters, alone. However, these 2 were only forced to reach level 4 by their magic weapons, and Fang Ming, a super strong fighter with over 35% of his level 4 experience bar gone, was still far superior. Boom! He kicked the Pope into the air with 1 foot and punched Scarlet in the chest. However, the armor, which looked revealing and could only attract the attention of men, actually exploded with amazing power, blocking Fang Ming's punch. Although Scarlet was knocked back several dozen meters, she was unharmed. However, being attacked in public, even if it didn't actually touch her, still made her feel embarrassed and angry, and her blue eyes were about to burst into flames. Demon, die! She roared, and the armor on her body actually glowed with a golden light, interwoven into a piece. Now she seemed to have transformed into a female warrior goddess. Huh, Athena? Fang Ming suddenly thought of an animated film he had watched as a child. Could this be the sacred armor? No, Athena is a character in Greek mythology. This is Christianity. The gods are God and the angels, and at most, Satan. Where did Athena come from? If Athena appeared here, then who would be the boss, Zeus or God? They would have to fight first. Scarlet has made a comeback, and her combat power has actually increased by another notch. Not her attack power, but her defense. Fang Ming's fist easily shattered her battle armor, so she could focus on attacking without having to defend, which naturally increased her combat effectiveness. 2 magic weapons. Fang Ming was slightly surprised, but at the same time, he nodded. No wonder Scarlet still wore the armor despite its revealing nature. This special effect is not just to make men's eyes go straight, but it can greatly enhance defense. It really does look a bit like the Saint Seiya armor. But, so I can't do anything to you? Fong Ming rushed over, using all kinds of special abilities, but he still easily suppressed Scarlet, even if the Pope made a comeback. The Pope had a lot of magical artifacts on him. The cross, the holy robe, and even the crown of thorns on his head. However, the two of them are only level 3 supernaturals, and the artifacts can only increase their combat power to level 4, which is already very powerful. However, they are only at the beginning of level 4, and the experience bar will not exceed 10%. So, even if the two of them teamed up, they still couldn't beat Fong Ming. This scene left everyone speechless. How could the followers of the devil be so powerful? Then why do we still believe in God? We might as well believe in the devil. After all, the world is too chaotic these days, and survival is the most important thing. At that moment, a black shadow shot toward Fong Ming. It was so fast. Fong Ming realized in the first instance that it was actually a branch. A branch? Bang! The branch had already struck Fong Ming, and even Fong Ming could not dodge such a blow, being smashed to pieces. Ha! Everyone is stunned. The devil's spokesperson has actually been killed? After a moment of shock, they let out a cheer. What devil's spokesperson? In the face of the Lord, he is nothing. At this moment, they strengthened their faith. The Pope and Scarlet also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Holy Tree had intervened, otherwise if they had been defeated by Fong Ming, the Lord's faith would have collapsed overnight. Outside the city, Fong Ming was surprised. It's the tree again. Why is it a tree again? Is it because trees have a long lifespan that they have survived from ancient times to the present? That's really old-fashioned. If they live long enough, even pigs can become immortals. The Bodhi tree in Shaolin Temple is a Bodhi tree, but what kind of tree is this? But it doesn't matter what kind of tree it is. This tree can just use a single branch to rip its own clone to shreds. It's terrifyingly powerful. But, he was killed in one blow, and he was unable to determine the rank of the tree. One more time? Fong Ming looked at himself and another clone appeared. The clone Fong Ming burst into high speed and immediately came to the outskirts of the city. This time he was not polite, and went straight for the impact. He spread his wings and appeared above everyone again. What? Seeing Fong Ming reappear in one piece, everyone was dumbfounded. How is that possible? They clearly saw him killed. He is definitely a demon. Otherwise, how could a normal person die and then come back to life in an instant? Chapter 208, Waiting in Ambush. The Pope and Scarlet also looked at Fong Ming with shocked eyes. This scene was really unexpected. Fong Ming laughed heartily. I'm back. Swish. A branch came flying at him. It was as fast as lightning. Hold on. Even though Fong Ming was prepared this time, he still couldn't avoid it and was hit by a blow. What was the result of being hit? Instant death on the spot. Outside the city, Fong Ming was depressed. Even if the Pope and Scarlet joined forces, he was not afraid at all, and he was 100% sure that he would win. However, in the face of that mysterious plant, he died without even seeing its true form. Anyway, it should have been a tree. Fong Ming tried to recall, the branches should belong to a tree, not a vine or anything else. But it didn't matter. Does it matter? He still can't beat it. It's like the Bodhi tree in Shaolin Temple. Does he know what kind of tree it is and does it make a difference? Fong Ming pondered. In fact, what if he gave up the Holy See? It's just a tiny place with a population of no more than 10,000. What waves could it possibly make? But when he entered the Vatican just now, he used his spiritual energy to scan for something. It was in the building where the Pope was, but it wasn't the Pope's study or bedroom, it was a secret room. This is definitely not a treasure of the West. Chinese. What is it? The Imperial Seal. Fong Ming had reason to believe that it was the Imperial Jade Seal of the Han Dynasty. It is very likely. According to historical records, the Imperial Jade Seal was taken away by the Yuan people at the end of the Yuan Dynasty, and its whereabouts have been unknown ever since. Xu Yuanzhang sent Sudo on several northern expeditions to recapture the Imperial Jade Seal, but to no avail. Who would have thought that this treasure would end up in the hands of the Vatican?
If it were any other treasure, Fong Ming wouldn't have cared. But the Imperial Seal is too important. The key point is that Fong Ming also sensed a strong aura fluctuation from the Jade Seal. In fact, it was even more powerful than the demon subduing staff and the 8-foot Jade Scepter. This is the most advanced magical weapon Fong Ming has ever encountered. If that is really the Imperial Seal, then it is very understandable. How much of the fortunes of dynasties and the luck of the country has it carried? Looking at the world, besides China, which other country has such a long history? Which treasure is qualified to bear the luck of a country, and such a vast land? Only China. Only the Imperial Seal. The Imperial Seal represents the spirit, will and heritage of the Chinese nation, and is also a powerful magical artifact. How can it be allowed to wander around? The question is, how can he get this treasure back? With the powerful plant in the Vatican, he can't get in. The question is, will the plant come out again? I don't think so. So, even if you lure the tiger away from the mountain, it won't work. This is a dead end. Use psychic powers to control someone else and have them retrieve it? At first glance, it seems like a good idea, but the Pope lives in a heavily guarded place, and only a handful of people are qualified to enter there. Unless he could enchant the Pope or Scarlet. The Pope is always holed up in the Vatican, so he probably won't come out. Then it's Scarlet. She will lead the team out to search for supplies, and the Holy See has about 10,000 mouths to feed, so the consumption of food is enormous. Scarlet must go out every 3 or 4 days. Well, that's her. The best way is to take her down, bang her, and with the help of the Kama Sutra, even if she is stubborn, she will eventually surrender. However, she is also a person with a high level of equipment. In addition to a spear of Longinus, she also has a suit of armor that gives her a defense level of 4. Fong Ming is not invincible, but it is more troublesome to capture her alive. Besides, if he kidnaps Scarlet for a few days, when she returns, will she not be suspected? By then, she'll want to make a sudden attack and grab the Imperial Jade Seal and run? That would be difficult. Moreover, the magic weapons are all recovering one by one, and the people of the Holy See have not yet discovered the abnormality of the Imperial Seal. But who knows if they will take another look at it after a while. Can the secret of the Imperial Seal be kept? Such a precious item must not fall into the hands of foreigners. Then there is only one other way. Fong Ming called his family and said he was going to be away for a while. He stayed out for 4 days. Fong Ming finally saw Scarlet come out with a group of people. He followed them without making a sound. When the group had gone far away, Fong Ming appeared. Satan's disciple. Scarlet immediately shouted angrily, and was on guard. Fong Ming smiled. This time, he was using his true self. The 8-foot jade dagger. He cast a powerful image in Scarlet's mind, intending to directly destroy the will of this foreign girl, but it seems that high-level magical artifacts have defenses against mental control. The spear of Longinus immediately bloomed with golden light, and Scarlet immediately came to her senses. It is indeed a heretic representing darkness, Scarlet said disdainfully. Fong Ming didn't care. This was Zyarizi's magic weapon, so what did it matter to him? Since the 8-foot jade hook is useless, then I'll use another one. This time, he took out the Yata no Kagami. However, he didn't copy himself, but Scarlet. Taking Scarlet would require brainwashing, which would take a long time, so it was quicker to use the clone to steal things. When Scarlet saw another version of herself appear next to Fong Ming, she was completely stunned, with her mouth wide open and a look of disbelief on her face. The clone Scarlet immediately headed for the Vatican. Scarlet was stunned at first, but then she immediately reacted. Fong Ming is going to use this fake self to do bad things. No way! She shouted, and attacked Fong Ming. Fong Ming drew out the Tiankanjian sword and attacked Scarlet. Ding! With just one sword, Scarlet was cut and sent flying. Using the same magic weapon, Scarlet has a maximum of 4th level 10% combat power, but Fong Ming? Level 4 full. This is absolute crushing. Scarlet was shocked. She never expected Fong Ming's combat power to suddenly increase so much. Previously, she and the Pope had joined forces, but they barely managed to hold off Fong Ming. But now? Even if the Pope came with them, the two of them would only be swept away with ease. Why is the gap so big? Does believing in the devil really make one stronger? Return to the Vatican and report the news of the impostor. But she immediately strengthened her faith and shouted loudly. Suddenly, everyone in the caravan ran toward the Vatican. Fong Ming sighed. Originally, I just wanted to take one thing, and there was no need to kill, but you had to stop me, so I had to kill. But they are all foreigners, so if they die, they die.
You don't have anything good anyway.
When I saw that our country was about to rise, I couldn't let them make money lying down, so I tried every means to suppress our high-tech industry, banning this and banning that.
Damn it, I'm going to kill you all today. Chapter 209, Exchange.
Fong Ming had an absolute advantage, and he could fight whenever he wanted and leave whenever he wanted. He flashed his body and was already heading towards the others in the convoy.
How dare you!
Scarlet shouted, and charged at Fong Ming with her spear.
But can she catch Fong Ming? The gravity field is activated. Fong Ming
snorted, and within 40 meters of him, all the foreigners died with their heads blown off.
The strongest of them was only level 2, so how could they compete with Fong Ming, who was level 4? It's only natural that he would kill them in seconds. Fong Ming's figure was as elusive as a ghost, and no one could resist him for even a moment.
The people in the convoy were like leeks being chopped, falling down in waves.
Stop!
Scarlet roared, but was her loud voice enough to help? She could only tell herself, don't go back to the Vatican, scatter and run for your lives. They were at least 20 kilometers away from the Vatican now, and that was a long enough distance for Fong Ming to catch up with everyone and kill them a dozen times.
Why did Fong Ming wait until now to strike? Isn't it to make it impossible for them to escape back?
Therefore, it is foolish to run blindly towards the Holy See. Hearing Scarlet's words, the remaining people immediately scattered.
Now, how do you chase them? Fong Ming smiled and sped off at lightning speed.
His speed increased fivefold. His speed was already overwhelming, and with the lightning-fast boost, he was like a ghost, constantly harvesting heads with ease.
In less than 5 minutes, everyone except Scarlet was dead. Scarlet's eyes were bloodshot.
These people here are all the elite of the Holy See, and at least a third of the best fighters have been killed by Fong Ming.
Demon! Demon! She shouted. Fong Ming snorted. When your ancestors invaded China, they didn't burn, kill, and plunder, and commit all kinds of evil? Why don't you call them demons? Scarlet was stunned, but immediately said, that was in the past, why should it be counted against us? Fong Ming laughed in anger. You really are a bandit. Fine, I'll turn you all into slaves.
In the future, when my descendants face questions from your descendants, they will also say that it was their ancestors who did it, and that it has nothing to do with them.
You'd better just be good slaves.
Fong Ming's eyes were cold. I will bear the blame for the rest of my life, for the benefit of future generations.
Scarlet shuddered involuntarily. Fong Ming was more powerful than she had imagined, so he could really cause another yellow peril and enslave all the Europeans. This devil must be eliminated.
She exploded, launching a frantic attack on Fong Ming.
However, in the face of absolute strength, what can be done even if you fight to the death and explode?
Fong Ming's sword cut through, and Scarlet was knocked back several kilometers, unable to pose any kind of threat.
Suddenly, Fong Ming froze.
Although he had been fighting Scarlet, he had been paying most of his attention to the clone. The clone had previously entered the Vatican smoothly and ran to the Pope, who then asked her to use the Spear of Longinus to prove her identity. Apparently, after the impersonation incident, they now had an additional identity verification. The Yada mirror can only simulate, and it is impossible to really conjure up a magical weapon.
How can the copy prove itself? There was no other way, so Fong Ming told the copy to force its way in, and a fight broke out.
As soon as the battle began, the mysterious plant's attack arrived, and it immediately shattered the clone.
Damn! Fong Ming was in a daze.
Scarlet thought she had found an opportunity and charged forward with her spear. A burst of golden light erupted from her, and she unleashed all of her power.
However,
Fong Ming's sword struck, and the overwhelming power directly shattered the Spear of Longinus, and even the shield formed by the battle armor was cut open, exposing her flesh to Fong Ming. Fong Ming reached out and grabbed her. Although she blocked, without the Spear of Longinus, she was only a level 3 power user.
How could she block? Fong Ming's large gesture was like breaking bamboo, and he grabbed Scarlet's neck.
Scarlet tried to use her battle armor to protect her body, but Fong Ming punched her in the face, causing her to spin around and almost faint on the spot.
However, this battlesuit is really a bit of a problem. Fang Ming did not hesitate and pulled the battlesuit off her and took it away.
Scarlet was naturally mortified. Because of the special nature of the battlesuit, she couldn't wear underwear, so once the suit was removed, she was naked in front of Fang Ming.
That's the devil.
She couldn't help but put her arms around her chest, but if she took care of the top, she would lose the bottom. She had to put one hand down, but she couldn't take care of both sides at the same time, which made her blush. Fang Ming, however, let go of her and casually threw a sheet at her. Scarlet quickly wrapped the sheet around her body, and only then did she feel a little bit safer.
Fang Ming calmly picked up the Spear of Longinus and didn't rush to study it. His goal was the Imperial Seal. "Let's go to the Vatican," he said. Scarlet was stunned. "You're going to the Vatican? To die? Great." She walked obediently in front, Fang Ming lazily followed behind.
At their pace, the 20-odd kilometers were quickly covered.
Scarlet was about to rush into the Holy See.
Once she entered the Holy See, she would be under the protection of the Holy Tree, which would naturally destroy all heretics. However, as soon as she moved, a large hand pressed down on her shoulder, immobilizing her.
Fang Ming smiled and released a wave of consciousness with his psychic power. "Scarlet is in my hands.
I will exchange her for all the treasures in the Pope's secret chamber."
"Why not name the Imperial Seal?" "That won't do. Wouldn't that be telling the foreigners that it is a treasure?"
"Maybe the foreigners won't care about Scarlet and will instead guard the Imperial Jade Seal. After all, Fang Ming can't break through the Vatican's defenses, and coming in is a death sentence."
"It's different when the scope is expanded. It won't arouse suspicion."
With the help of his psychic powers, Fang Ming's thoughts spread out like ripples, quickly spreading throughout the entire Vatican.
"It's just a small town, a tiny place." Everyone was shocked. Scarlet was actually captured by that cultist? No, the cultist is still alive? How could that be? He was beaten to death twice. Even the Holy Spirit in the Vatican couldn't kill this cultist? Ha!
The Pope was naturally alarmed, and he led the crowd to the city wall, while Fang Ming also escorted Scarlet over. However, Fang Ming still took precautions. He sent out his own clone, but Scarlet didn't even notice.
Sure enough,
everyone on the city wall could see clearly that Scarlet had indeed fallen into Fang Ming's hands.
What should be done? Many people immediately advised the Pope.
"Your Excellency, Scarlet is the descendant of God.
We must save her." Chapter 210, The Imperial Seal.
The Pope was very hesitant.
"There are many treasures in the secret room."
"There are treasures from Europe, from the Crusades, and from the looting of China. This is a 1,000-year accumulation. In fact, the real treasures of the Holy See are all there. The treasure hall is just a facade."
He really can't bear to part with it.
However, Scarlet is also extremely important. She has the blood of the divine flowing through her veins. The Pope's heart stirred.
Wouldn't it be better to just take something to fool this Chinese guy?
Does he know the treasures in the secret
room? How many are there, and what are they exactly? Can you find out? He nodded and said to his assistant, "Go, open the door to the secret room and take out all the treasures inside." He gave a subtle wink. The assistant understood and quickly said, "Yes, Your Holiness." He turned and left, and after a while, he saw him pushing a cart. He was a physically strong psychic, so pushing a horse-drawn cart was a breeze. The cart was piled high with things that looked like antiques. "Here are the things. Let's exchange them," the Pope said in a low voice. Why would China produce such a strong man? It's unbelievable. How could he be so strong? I really can't accept it. Fang Ming took a few steps forward. As long as he was not within the confines of the Holy See, he naturally had nothing to fear. Even if it was a copy made with the Yatagarasu, he was not afraid. He swept with his spiritual wave, but did not detect the spiritual object he had sensed before. Scarlet immediately let out a painful groan, and Fang Ming's grasp shattered her shoulder bones. "You dare to fool me?" he said grimly. "Quickly bring everything in the secret room over here, otherwise, next time I will open her clams in front of you." Foreigners have a lack of language, so how can there be so many ways of saying the same thing? It's just a matter of saying fuck and getting by, but Fang Ming was communicating his thoughts mentally,
so these people actually understood.
It turns out that that kind of thing can be described in such a way? What talent! Then, they all became furious. Scarlet is sacred. Who is she?
She is the descendant of a saint, and has the blood of a god flowing in her veins.
How dare you say you want to defile her? Are you not afraid that God will be angered and send down a divine punishment to destroy you?
The Pope's face darkened, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, "Take out all the treasures in the secret room." He then nodded to his assistant.
Meaning, don't play any tricks. The assistant left again to carry out the order.
Soon after, another horse-drawn carriage was pulled over.
Fong Ming swept it with his mental energy and finally revealed a smile. I've got it. Fong Ming let go of Scarlet directly. No matter how beautiful this woman is she more important than the Imperial Jade Seal? If that is really the Imperial Seal.
He lifted the entire carriage, and it soared into the sky and left.
The foreigners all looked up, watching Fong Ming rapidly turn into a small black dot, and finally disappear. What could they do? Chasing after him to fight? Not to mention that they couldn't catch up with him in the first place, and even if they did, could they beat him?
They can survive only because they have the Holy See behind them, and the Holy See has a very strange and holy person in charge.
Scarlet was ashamed and angry. She was a descendant of a saint.
But she was stripped bare by Fong Ming, who first took her battle armor and then traded her for many things. You see, her status in the church is on par with the Pope, and even more important than the Pope.
Because the Pope can be replaced, but she? It is not something that can be exchanged. What a shame. Chinese, I will find you and kill you.
She cursed, her blonde hair fluttering in the wind, her murderous intent burning bright. The clone Fong Ming came to the main body. Fong Ming immediately found a square object in the carriage and had no interest in anything else. He directly put it into the different space.
An antique? He wasn't interested. Fong Ming began to study the square object.
This is the thing he sensed, with obscure, but extremely powerful spiritual fluctuations. From the outside, it looked like a square piece of jade with some simple carvings on it. However, with his keen eyesight, Fong Ming still found the joints of the jade. It was very subtle and cleverly blended into the pattern, so it looked like a large piece of jade, but in fact, it was made up of 6 flat pieces of jade glued together. He smiled and lightly tapped it with his knuckles. Pop, a piece of jade fell off.
Suddenly,
a mighty force rushed out, like the Emperor himself, like the Emperor suppressing the people. The 8-foot jade hook immediately protected Fong Ming, creating a huge shadow of a Japanese person in front of him to block the power, but the shadow of the Japanese person was immediately crushed by the power as soon as it appeared.
It was too weak to withstand the blow. Boom!
This force rushed into Fong Ming's brain. In an instant, Fong Ming saw the people, the common people, the chaos, and the unspeakable prosperity. One by one, new dynasties were born, all using a piece of jade to issue orders and seal their commands.
It is the Imperial Seal. Fong Ming was shocked and came to his senses. He looked at the time and realized that half a day had passed. He was shocked to see how weak he was in the face of the Imperial Seal, which had immobilized him for half a day. However, during this half day, he also saw the rise and fall of countless dynasties, and at the same time, he also established a certain connection with the Imperial Seal. He can now use the Imperial Seal. But what exactly is the seal of the nation for? Fong Ming repeatedly snapped his fingers, knocking the jade from the other 5 sides of the seal, revealing the true appearance of the seal of the nation. It was also square, but much smaller. Only one side has characters. When he turned it over, he saw 8 characters engraved on it: "By the mandate of heaven, the empire shall endure forever." Can I issue the imperial decree now? Fong Ming laughed. He had made contact with the Imperial Jade Seal, and could use this possibly most valuable object in Chinese history, but how? He had no idea. But since the Imperial Seal is used to stamp, why not try stamping something? Fong Ming took out a piece of paper and wrote with a ballpoint pen, "People of the Holy See, come out and kneel to greet your grandfather Fong." After writing, he picked up the seal of state and, with a snap, stamped it. It worked. Fong Ming laughed and used the Yada mirror to create a copy, which he handed to the other party. The copy took it and, with a whoosh, headed toward the Holy See. It arrived in an instant. The copy of Fong Ming didn't say a word and just barged in.
However, the plant's branches snapped over at the first opportunity.
Fong Ming quickly raised the imperial decree.
A golden light burst forth, and a mighty force swept through the entire Vatican. Everyone sensed a divine and awe-inspiring power moving in their minds, causing them to kneel down involuntarily. At the same time, an irresistible thought rose in their hearts.
Kneel before the Chinese. Chapter 211, The Eagle Museum. The branches pulled out.
Bang! Fong Ming was smashed to pieces along with the imperial edict.
In the distance, Fong Ming couldn't help but frown.
It seems that the imperial jade seal is not used like this.
Because it didn't work at all.
The plant in the Vatican still had to be pulled, and it didn't spare him because he was holding the imperial decree in his hand, let alone bowing to him.
So, how exactly is the imperial jade seal supposed to be used? Asked Zhao Yenyun. No.
Fong Ming felt that if he asked her, she might trick him into giving her the jade seal.
What if I just ask her? Well, that should be fine. Forget it, I'm not wasting time here. Fong Ming looked further west. He was going to a place. The Eagle Kingdom.
When the Eagle Kingdom was the world's overlord, it plundered countless treasures from China, and now they are on display in the Eagle Kingdom Museum.
It's a bandit, but it still advertises itself as democratic. Bah, what a thing.
Today, I'm going to take all the treasures in the museum home. Besides, there might be magic weapons among the relics.
Let's go.
Boom, he soared into the sky, heading towards the eagle's luck straight. After he had gone for a long time, a large group of people ran over, bowed to the spot where Fong Ming had once stood, and then they looked at each other in a daze.
Why am I here? Have I gone mad?
In the distance, the Pope looked on in horror. He almost ran over, but the magical device on his body glowed, and he came to his senses.
He did not join the group, but what was going on?
They must have been affected by some kind of magic, but why didn't the sacred tree stop them?
Or is it that even the sacred tree is powerless to stop it? Unfortunately, Fong Ming did not know what happened next.
He put the jade seal into the alternate space, but he didn't notice that the passage in the alternate space was actually trembling violently. Before long, Fong Ming had crossed the Eagle Griffin Strait and arrived in the land of the eagle. He took out a map, studied it, determined the direction, and came to the foggy city. After some searching, he finally found the Eagle Museum.
However, it had become a settlement. Fong Ming was speechless. How could this be a settlement? Did you come here because there was no food or because there were no mattresses or other necessities? That's not right.
Fong Ming discovered that although there were a large number of zombies in the fog, there was not a single one in the museum.
Oh, no. Could there be a similar old monster here like the Bodhi tree?
Fong Ming was not careless, and created a copy of himself and walked into the museum area.
An Oriental?
There are a lot of black people here, and they all look at Fong Ming with a hint of surprise and a strong sense of disdain.
Fong Ming was also stunned. Isn't the United States a white country? Why are there so many black people here?
Yes, when modern weapons are no longer used by humans, the fighting power of black people is indeed very strong. In Africa, there are still a large number of indigenous people chasing wild beasts with hunting rifles and bows and arrows. They are definitely the kings of cold weapons.
There is no way around it.
They are too backward, but now that everyone is retreating to a primitive society, they are used to the backwardness of the black brothers and are the strongest. Therefore, after the catastrophe, the white people with eagles were completely outmatched by the blacks, and such a perfect sanctuary was also occupied by the blacks.
Fong Ming smiled lightly. What's wrong with the Orientals?
I like the delicate skin and flesh of the Orientals. A skinny black man said, twisting his hips while looking at Fong Ming with lustful eyes.
Because Fong Ming was directly capturing the idea, he could more deeply feel the black man's strong malice. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the black man.
The black man immediately screamed, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and then stopped moving. Suddenly, the blacks were shocked and angry, and they all took up their weapons.
All cold weapons.
Machetes, samurai swords, and spears and swords used in ancient European warfare. Many of them were antiques, but they were used as weapons.
Unfortunately, none of them were magic weapons. The blacks rushed over. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The blacks rushed forward, but in an instant, they were all crushed, turning into a bloody rain, and the weapons fell to the ground one by one.
Fong Ming walked into the museum with his hands behind his back. This is a completely black kingdom.
After a few steps, he saw another group of blacks. He thought France had been occupied by the blacks, but he didn't expect the situation with the eagles to be any better. These blacks were very fierce, and they killed without saying a word.
Fong Ming was not going to be polite to them. As soon as he looked at them, they exploded. He never discriminated against anyone.
He killed white people and black people alike, without exception and without prejudice. After walking for a while, he saw a scene that made him sick. In a courtyard, bamboo poles and ropes had been used to make a large number of racks for drying things, and the ropes were hung with dense clusters of meat. At first glance, it seemed normal, but if you looked a little more closely, you would find that they were actually human body parts.
These blacks are eating human flesh. Judging from their skin color, their menu included white people, yellow people, and occasionally even some black people. Well, they even eat their own people when they get desperate.
Fong Ming stood still, but flames flowed out of his body, roaring and burning all the meat, which soon turned to ashes. He continued to walk inside with a gloomy look on his face. Every time he advanced, he could see a large number of blacks. Seeing that he was an Oriental, they rushed over with their weapons without saying a word, fierce and barbaric, with no intention of communicating with you.
Fong Ming naturally began to kill. Move one more square. Fong Ming's eyebrows furrowed again.
The ground here was covered with women, all of them naked, all of them white and yellow, all of them with blank expressions on their faces. You can tell what they'd been through just by looking at them.
Damn it!
Fong Ming had seen many settlements, and indeed there were some that were chaotic and dark, but such settlements could not exist for long, and would soon be overthrown. Therefore, in order to retain people in a large settlement, at least a minimum of fairness must be maintained and the safety of the settlers must be protected.
There is no morality, but there must be order.
There are many women in the settlements who work in the sex trade, but you can't just have sex with them for free, and you definitely can't kill them and eat them after you're done. But here, as long as you're not black, it seems that you're destined to be humiliated, killed, and eaten.
Fong Ming shook his head and continued walking inside. Is this really a museum?
The display cases were all smashed, and the artifacts inside were taken out. Some were worn on the body, some were used to hold food and water, but most were smashed.
Fong Ming didn't care.
He was just looking for the source of the zombies in the museum that could be suppressed.
Chapter 212, The Wheel of Fortune Turns.
After a long time, Fong Ming finally found the source.
It was actually a branch.
It should have been a dead branch, but when it touched the soil, it suddenly came back to life. From the traces at the scene, Fong Ming could roughly deduce it. The dead branch was originally in a jade vase, but the old black men wreaked havoc in the museum and the vase was taken out, but it was not treated well at all and was smashed directly on the ground outside. The dead tree inside fell out and, when it came into contact with the soil, it sprouted new buds. If you look around the withered branch, you can see that there are many porcelain
shards. This is a willow tree? Fong Ming looked at it carefully. It really looked like a willow leaf.
It looked ordinary, but if you used your spiritual power to sweep over it, you would discover the extraordinary nature of this willow branch, a kind of indescribable divine power. It was this divine power that scared the zombies outside, making them afraid to enter. But it seems that because it is just a branch, or because it has just sprouted, the willow branch does not yet know how to hide itself, allowing Fong Ming to easily discover its extraordinary nature. Otherwise, like the Bodhi tree in Shaolin Temple, Fong Ming would not have discovered anything even if he had looked at it for a long time.
Old willow, I'll take you home.
Fong Ming said to the willow branch, you're in a jade vase, so you must be from China.
So, I'll take you home, but don't try to attack me.
He dug up the branch and returned home directly.
Transplanted back.
The Bodhi tree and the mysterious plant in the Vatican were obviously both spirits, and they were not available to him. However, this willow branch was different. It was obviously just developing.
If he guarded it every day and brainwashed it, would it listen to him?
He had to try.
Once the willow branch was gone, the zombie suppression of the area immediately disappeared.
Suddenly, the zombies around him were restless, and some of them had already come over.
Fong Ming's true body also entered the museum. He also wanted to see if there were any magical artifacts here.
Unfortunately, after searching for a while, he didn't find anything.
After all, where in the world are there so many magical artifacts?
Fong Ming came out again, and by then, a large number of zombies had gathered. He hadn't even made a move yet, and already several heavy trucks were driving recklessly through the crowd. Through the glass, it was clear that the drivers were all black.
Fong Ming was a little surprised. After the disaster, all electronic equipment had broken down, but how could Lahey still fix cars?
Oh, many black people are in the business of stealing and modifying black cars, so it's absolutely fine to simply repair the car. Unlike electric cars, which have too many electronic components to repair after a natural disaster, it is much easier to repair an oil car. One by one, heavy trucks drove up to the museum entrance, and a group of black people jumped out. Some began to carry supplies down, but on one of the trucks, many women got out. They were mostly white, with blonde hair and blue eyes. The blacks yelled at these white women, and whoever moved a little slower would immediately get a kick or even a whip. This made Fong Ming think of 200 years ago, when the white people sold black people by the boatload to all over the world, and the white slave owners treated the black slaves in the same way.
Now, it's the other way around. It's just the law of the jungle. Hey, there's a pig. A black man spotted Fong Ming. Suddenly, many blacks surrounded him.
They were all supernaturals.
This is not surprising at all. If you don't have superpowers, you can't defend your home.
There are no zombies here, so if you have superpowers, you can go out and collect supplies.
You can't eat human flesh every day, right? Besides, even if you want to eat human flesh every day, you have to go out and find it. It won't come to you.
At this time, a tall black man jumped out of the car, and the other blacks all showed respect.
This black man must be the leader. He was dressed in an African style.
He was shirtless, and his lower body was simply wrapped in a strip of cloth. He was not at all burly, but like a black panther, full of explosive power. He wore a hat woven from feathers on his head and a string of beads around his neck. They were white, like stones, but also like bones.
"What are you waiting for? Kill the pig,"
he said in the native language of Africa. Suddenly, the group of blacks attacked Fong Ming.
Fong Ming waved his hand, and an endless coldness was released.
Suddenly, the blacks were all frozen. The black chief's eyes narrowed, and he strode over, looking sloppy. He reached out and his men immediately handed him a spear.
Ha! Fong Ming was stunned.
He sensed a faint spiritual energy fluctuation from the spear.
This is a magical weapon.
No, to be precise, it was only the spearhead. Fong Ming could see clearly that the spear was not complete, but that it was an iron rod with a spearhead welded on.
It was this spearhead that emitted the faint aura. Is it a magic weapon? Fong Ming took out the Tiankanjian sword and slashed it directly.
The golden sword light flashed. Although this thing is not as good as the Spear of Longinus, it is still a second-class magic weapon. The black leader roared and swung his spear to meet it. He thrust his spear at the sword light. But this sword was cut by Fong Ming, with a power of 4th level perfection. The black leader immediately changed his expression, and the spear flew out of his hands cracked and blood spilled.
This black leader is not weak.
He is a level 3 superpower, and he can be ranked in the top 10 in the world. However, in front of Fong Ming, who is a level 4 superpower, he is weak and unworthy of mention. At most, the spear could amplify his power to the level of a level 3 perfect, which is a full level lower than his own.
Damn you, Eastern pig, how can you be so strong?
The black leader cursed. He felt incredible, because in the past 6 months, he had met many Easterners, but none of them were weak. The men are slaughtered like pigs, and the women are played with first, and then killed and eaten after they are broken.
Which one would be as powerful as Fong Ming? Fong Ming's eyes were cold and fierce. From the name Oriental Meat Pig, it was clear that these blacks had not killed or eaten any less of the Orientals. He walked over and chopped off the black chief's limbs with 4 swift slashes. Treating the Orientals like meat pigs? Fine, I'll give them back to you.
He chopped off the limbs of the remaining blacks, letting them scream, while the zombies were already sniffing the smell of blood and coming over. Suddenly, a feast of gluttony began.
Fong Ming watched all this coldly.
He had no sympathy for the victims. He even went so far as to rescue the white women who had been captured. What if they were beautiful?
Not interested. He turned and headed back to the mainland. Chapter 213,
the king of vessels. This trip to Europe can be said to be quite successful. He had obtained the imperial jade seal and also obtained a mysterious willow branch that could grow into a tall tree again.
Fang Ming returned to China and went to check on the willow branch as soon as possible.
The clone had already disappeared, but the willow branch had been transplanted.
Fang Ming walked over and tried to resonate with the willow tree with his spiritual power to communicate with it.
But it was too young and didn't respond to his spiritual power.
Okay, you can guard the house for me for now. Fang Ming was about to leave when Zhao Yenyun appeared.
She didn't even look at Fang Ming, her eyes locked on the willow branch, and her expression began to become agitated.
Hey! Hey! Fang Ming waved at the woman. I find you a bit arrogant. Huh, what are you looking at? Zhao Yenyun still didn't look at Fang Ming, and directly confronted him. Fang Ming was unhappy. You are good looking, but why can't you speak nicely? Is a man good looking or not? It's about how well it works. Those who have used it say it's good. If you don't believe me, ask Lu Yushi and the others. Zhao Yenyun suddenly shivered, and then finally looked at Fang Ming. What are you thinking about again? She could always feel ill will from Fang Ming. Fang Ming spread his hands and pointed at the willow branch and asked, Do you know what this is? Zhao Yenyun did not answer but asked, Where did you get it? The Eagle Museum. Ha!
Zhao Yenyun was puzzled and looked at Fang Ming with her beady eyes full of doubt.
Are you talking about something in the sky?
Daying, a country, was founded by pirates and entered the Qing dynasty by force, robbing us of many treasures. Fang Ming said, I just went to Daying to bring back some cultural relics and antiques from the past. I didn't expect to find any antiques, but I found this willow branch, which had already withered, but I didn't expect it to sprout new buds.
Zhao Yenyun was a little excited. What was it in before? Fang Ming laughed. I'll ask you first.
Zhao Yenyun glared at him with her beautiful eyes, as if she was competing with him. After a while, she said, I suspect that this is related to an ancient god. However, without more information, I can't make a further judgment. Fang Ming thought for a moment and said, When I saw this willow, it had already sprouted in the soil. However, I found broken pieces of porcelain around it, so I speculate that it should have been in a piece of jade porcelain.
Zhao Yenyun's eyes lit up and she became even more excited. This willow tree is mine, she said in a domineering tone. Fang Ming laughed and said, Are you a bandit too?
Zhao Yenyun decisively took out the flying sword and threw it to Fang Ming. Use this to trade with you.
Fang Ming was surprised.
It seems that the importance of this willow branch is far beyond imagination. Because Zhao Yenyun treasures this flying sword very much, Fang Ming had previously used the Tiankanjian sword as collateral, but Zhao Yenyun did not try to keep it and did not return it, but instead exchanged it back. Therefore, the value of the flying sword is at least equal to that of the Tiangong cloud sword.
And now,
this means that the importance of the willow branch far exceeds that of the sword.
No exchange. Fang Ming refused in a very decisive manner.
Zhao Yenyun took a deep breath and said, I never ask for favors, but this time I'm asking you for one.
Fang Ming also took a deep breath. I never ask for favors either. This time, I'll ask you for one. Can I have a kiss?
Zhao Yenyun rolled her eyes, and with a wave of her hand, the flying sword fell into her hands, and it was likely to be chopped down in the next second. Fang Ming took out the Spear of Longinus. This is a magical weapon that can increase his combat power by 1 level.
Are you really going to turn your back on me? Come on, I'll take you as my wife. A Western magic weapon. Zhao Yenyun blurted out. Huh, you know a lot of magic weapons. Fang Ming was even more surprised.
Zhao Yenyun was obviously tempted, saying, It seems that I have to go to the Western world to take a look.
You've actually picked up so many treasures. Fang Ming laughed and said, There is a spiritual plant in the Vatican.
My clone has been killed by it many times.
If you're not afraid of death, go ahead. Zhao Yenyun was stunned and said slowly, Fang Ming, I appoint you as the general of the Western expedition.
Fang Ming rolled his eyes at her.
Do you really think you are a princess or even an empress? Speaking of the empress. Fang Ming suddenly became interested and said, Do you know the imperial seal of the state? Bang!
Zhao Yenyun's flying sword actually fell from her hand, making a crisp sound, but she didn't seem to notice. She looked stunned, as if she had remembered something from the past, and her expression was indescribably complex.
What's going on?
The four words Imperial Seal have such a powerful effect that this arrogant woman reacts so strongly.
Hey! Hey! Fang Ming waved his hand in front of Zhao Yenyun. Pop! Zhao Yenyun slapped his hand away and frowned, saying, "Why did you mention the imperial seal of the state of Chu? Why did you suddenly change your expression when you heard the words Imperial Jade Seal?" Fang Ming was very curious. "None of your business." Zhao Yenyun snorted and remained haughty. "What is the use of the imperial seal of transmission other than stamping?" Fang Ming still asked. Zhao Yenyun glared at him. "Are you annoying?" Fang Ming said calmly, "You agreed to it. You live here, I provide you with food and drink, and you are responsible for answering my questions." Zhao Yenyun glared at him for a while before saying, "The Imperial Seal, in addition to its ordinary meaning, is a national treasure that can suppress other magical artifacts. Although it was only refined in later generations, it can be called the king of all artifacts." "Suppress all magical artifacts?" Fang Ming asked, his heart pounding. Zhao Yenyun nodded slowly. "However, this is only speculation.
The original Imperial Seal was just an ordinary piece of jade, and it only grew step by carrying the luck of countless dynasties for countless years. However, by that time, there would be no soil for cultivators to grow in the world, and the magic weapons would also be covered in dust. Therefore, the role of the Imperial Seal is only speculation by some people, but it may not necessarily be the case."
Fang Ming smiled. "It's fine. He can test it now. The willow tree is planted here, so don't even think about it, or I'll turn my back on you, no kidding," he warned, because he couldn't possibly watch over it all the time. "Pish, am I that kind of person?" Zhao Yenyun said proudly. "Okay, I'll keep that in mind." Fang Ming smiled and turned away. He went to the wasteland outside the city, which was far enough away that Zhao Yenyun should not be able to follow him. He first took out the Sword of the Heavenly Clouds, and then the Imperial Jade Seal, activating both artifacts at the same time. The sword is not affected." Fang Ming frowned. Could it be that Zyarizi's Tiangong Cloud Sword didn't understand the Chinese language of the Imperial Seal? Oh, just kidding. What if the two magic weapons hit each other? Chapter 214 Zhao Chuanbing. Fang Ming thought for a moment and decided to use a simpler and safer method. He took out the Yada mirror, copied himself, then used his real body to hold the Imperial Seal and suppressed the copy. Pop! The copy immediately shattered and disappeared like a bubble. Holy shit! Fang Ming was shocked. The Imperial Seal is awesome. Since the copy was created by the Yada mirror, since the Imperial Seal can suppress all things, isn't it normal for the copy to disappear in its place? Solve the problem at its root. Like the Yada no Kagami and the Longinus spear, they are very similar to Western medicine, which is a piecemeal approach to a problem. Therefore, facing the Yada no Kagami is actually a disadvantage, because I can continuously release copies to consume you, and eventually consume your superpowers and kill you easily. Fang Ming was so strong at the beginning, but he was still made to fight himself by the Yada mirror, unable to win. This shows the power of this magical weapon. However, if he had the Imperial Seal, he could just stamp it down. With the Imperial Seal, all beings are equal, and no one can use magic in front of me. Only real strength can be used to fight. Fang Ming was very pleased and turned around and went back. This trip to Europe has been a real windfall. Willow branches and the Imperial Seal, which are both great treasures. Fang Ming remained calm and continued to eat, drink, and play. He planned to take a break for a while. In the following days, he would work hard to help the women improve their strength, and he would also visit the willow branch every day to chat with it. Whether it understands or not, it's just to get to know it. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yenyun also had the same idea, but the two of them didn't come at the same time. It just so happened that Fang Ming was chatting for a long time, and Zhao Yenyun happened to come by. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, and instantly understood each other's intentions. "You actually have designs on my little Lu?" Fang Ming said unhappily. "Who did he invite back? You're supposed to help me solve my problems, not steal my treasure." Zhao Yenyun immediately calmed down and remained proud. "As a guest, can't I walk around? Besides, the willow tree is magical, so it's only natural that I want to come and see it. You only said that it couldn't be transplanted, but you didn't say that it couldn't be seen. That sounds reasonable. Fong Ming glared at her, and Zhao Yenyun naturally did not back down, staring back at Fong Ming. However, after staring at each other for a few seconds, Zhao Yenyun was defeated. This person has fused with evil things from India. I can't look him in the eye, or else I'll be unconsciously bewitched by him. Seeing Zhao Yenyun bow her head, Fong Ming couldn't help but feel a little smug. It's rare to be able to overwhelm this arrogant woman in terms of momentum. Honey, phone call. Mu Qingcheng ran over, her chest pounding with excitement. Phew, it's a good thing there's no other man, or I'd be jealous. Fong Ming took the satellite phone. Hello. Fong Ming, right? A strange voice came from the other end of the line. Fong Ming frowned, and he knew from the tone of the voice that the caller was not a friend. But who would dare to be his enemy now? Although he hasn't been active in China recently, but has been looking for magical artifacts abroad, but the reputation he built up in the past has been forgotten so quickly? I am Fong Ming. Who are you? He asked in return. My name is Zhao Chuanbing. The other person said in an arrogant tone. I heard that you are the one who makes decisions in the whole of China now. Ha, I don't agree. What are your merits that you can sit on the throne of the 5 emperors? You are accusing me of something I didn't do. When did I ever want to be an emperor? Well, this woman in front of me always wants to be an empress. In ancient times, she would definitely be a traitor. Zhao Yenyun glared at him. What do you mean by looking at me like that? I only look at you because you look good. Fong Ming blurted out. Fong Ming. Zhao Chuanbing roared, his voice full of anger. When I'm talking to you, how dare you flirt with other women? Do you want to die? Fong Ming had not yet spoken when Zhao Yenyun exploded, saying into the phone, how dare you talk nonsense? Hurry up and come over here so I can chop off your head. Then, she cut the satellite phone with a sword. Then, a flash of lightning, a few sparks, and a wisp of black smoke. Fong Ming was stunned and looked at Zhao Yenyun. This is my phone. What do you mean by taking it out on my phone? Has your brain fried? Fortunately, we use telephones to communicate nowadays. If we were in ancient times, would we use messengers to pass on messages? Wouldn't that be a terrible job as a messenger, having to be stabbed every other day? Zhao Yenyun was still arrogant. I'll have Zhao Chuanbing pay for a new one. Fong Ming was a bit curious. What was the background of this Zhao Chuanbing? Either he is a fool, or he is really quite capable. But it doesn't matter either way. Fong Ming stretched and ignored him. A certain city. Zhao Chuanbing stared at the phone in disbelief, unable to believe that Fong Ming had hung up. And when he tried to call him back, he couldn't get through. He was furious. Fong Ming, you really want to die. You had a chance, but you didn't cherish it, so you're going to die. He said grimly. All around him, there were people kneeling in a dense crowd. This is a settlement, but it was just taken down by Zhao Chuanbing, who killed the leader with one sword. Naturally, the rest of the people only had to kneel and beg for mercy. Zhao Chuanbing waved his hand impatiently and said, "Get out of here." The crowd hurriedly left, but when Zhao Chuanbing saw the figure of a woman, he couldn't help but point his finger at her. You stay. The woman hurriedly stopped, then came over in small steps. The others left, and even closed the door. Zhao Chuanbing looked at the woman, who was under 30 years old, not only beautiful, but also mature and plump. Especially the 4 ounces of meat on her chest, wow, it was round and straight. He patted the chair next to him, indicating that the other person should sit down, and asked, "What's your name?" Lin Xinran. The woman replied, sweetly and charmingly. Zhao Chuanbing couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart, so he grabbed the woman's hand and said, "Why did the flood happen? And what about those walking dead?" Lin Xinran looked at Zhao Chuanbing blankly, thinking that he might be from another planet. Otherwise, how could you not know that the seawater had risen rapidly for a month? The flood was followed by a wave of corpses, which led to the death of most of humanity. Isn't that common knowledge? However, although this man is terrifyingly strong, he seems to be inexperienced and gullible. He seems to be holding my hand of his own accord, but he is slightly trembling, obviously very excited. So he's still a greenhorn? Hey, then you'd better drink my foot bathwater. She spoke softly and explained to Zhao Chuanbing. Zhao Chuanbing was first surprised and then happy, and suddenly burst into laughter. This world is his. Chapter 215 Penglai. One day passed. Fang Ming was talking to Lu Ji, but suddenly heard a shout, "Fang Ming, come out and see me." The voice was booming, like thunder on a clear day. Judging from the source of the voice, it came from the sky. Fang Ming walked out. He saw two people standing above the hotel. They weren't standing on top of the hotel building, but were floating in the sky on a sword. Flying swords. Fang Ming couldn't help but be surprised. A second flying sword appeared so quickly? Are you Fang Ming? The flying swords were each manned by a man and a woman. The man was in his early 20s and was dressed in ancient Chinese clothing, very much like Zhao Yenyun, but the material was far inferior. The woman was almost 30, beautiful as a peach, and incredibly voluptuous. She was obviously overexcited, with flushed cheeks. Fang Ming's heart leapt. "Zhao Chuanbing?" "Yes, I am Zhao Chuanbing." Zhao Chuanbing rode down on his sword, looking very dashing. He looked at Fang Ming proudly, expecting to see the look of shock on his face that would make his eyes pop out. However, Fang Ming was too calm, showing no surprise. "You can really fake it. Have you never seen someone fly on a sword?" he said proudly. "There is no need to pretend, I allow you to express your shock." Fang Ming laughed. Is this guy out of his mind? He shook his head. "Go ahead, what are you here for?" Zhao Chuanbing had a look of annoyance, as if he was trying to show off his charm to a blind person. "You're blind. I'm flying on a sword, aren't you curious? You're so full of it. I heard that you are the person behind the National Alliance, so I came here today to ask you to step down and let someone else take your place." Zhao Chuanbing said proudly, "You only have two ways to go. First, you can surrender to me, and you can live. Second, I kill you." He smiled lightly. Anyone who isn't stupid should know how to choose. Whoosh! A figure floated in, elegant and refined, incredibly handsome. Beautiful. Zhao Yenyun. She looked at Zhao Chuanbing, who was still standing on the flying sword, and sneered, "Is this person stupid? He is wasting his spiritual power by standing on the flying sword?" Fang Ming shrugged his shoulders and pointed at his head, meaning that this person must be mentally ill. "I'm fucking." Zhao Chuanbing was furious. As soon as Zhao Yenyun spoke, he recognized her voice. This was the woman who had spoken to Fang Ming on the phone. However, when he saw Zhao Yenyun's appearance, he couldn't help but show a look of amazement. There is such a beautiful person in the world. Compared to her, the woman next to him was absolutely ugly. Moreover, although Zhao Yenyun was wearing a loose-fitting long skirt, she still managed to make it look like she had a curvaceous figure, showing how impressive her figure was. You don't know a good thing until you compare it to something else. In an instant, all his anger disappeared, and all that remained was admiration. This is the woman who is worthy of him. If he were king, this woman would be his queen. Pop! Zhao Chuanbing pushed the woman off the flying sword. Fortunately, the flying sword was not very high off the ground, and the woman was also a superhuman, so the height was not enough to kill her, but it did make her fall in a very awkward position. This made the woman angry and furious, but she dared not complain to Zhao Chuanbing, and could only suppress her resentment in her heart. "You are qualified to be my queen." Zhao Chuanbing pointed at Zhao Yenyun and said. Zhao Yenyun was furious. "How dare you insult me?" She slashed Zhao Chuanbing with a sword. The sword's aura was dazzling. Zhao Chuanbing was shocked and quickly dodged with his sword. The sword energy missed. Zhao Chuanbing was shocked and said, "How can you be so strong?" Zhao Yenyun didn't want to talk to him at all, and just said coldly, "A frog in a well." Strange, can practicing with corpse pearls really increase one's strength so quickly? Zhao Chuanbing stared at Zhao Yenyun, his expression gradually becoming excited. "This world is destined to become my possession." Ha ha ha. He seemed to have gone crazy and burst into laughter. Fang Ming shook his head and activated his spiritual power, which spread towards Zhao Chuanbing. What, a psychic attack! I didn't expect Zhao Chuanbing to have noticed it and let out a cry of terror. Fang Ming also felt that his spiritual power had encountered resistance, but it was insignificant. He easily broke through the defense, and then Zhao Chuanbing's consciousness was at his mercy. Zhao Chuanbing's eyes became blank, as if he had been under some kind of hallucinogenic spell. "Where did you come from?" Fang Ming asked. Penglai Island.
Zhao Chuanbing said.
What?
Fang Ming was taken aback, and then looked at Zhao Yenyun. He saw that the woman also shuddered and her eyes were burning.
Penglai Island?
According to legend, the first emperor sent Su Fu to seek the elixir of life overseas in order to achieve immortality, but Su Fu never returned. Later generations said that Su Fu did not find Penglai Island, but came to Zyarizi instead. The so-called elixir of life that Su Fu was looking for was actually a trick to fool the first emperor. He dared not go back, so he stayed in Zyarizi with 500 boys and girls, and incidentally improved the genes of Zyarizi. But now, Zhao Chuanbing claims to be from Penglai Island.
Is it true? Are there really immortals on Penglai Island? Fang Ming asked.
Zhao Chuanbing shook his head. Penglai is only inhabited by monks, like me, my senior and junior brothers and sisters, and my master and his ancestors. They were all brought here from China by their masters. I was taken to Penglai by my master when I was 5 years old. I would go home every year around the time of the new year, but when I flew to the city of demons this time, I found that my home had been flooded. It's true that the disaster happened only 220 days ago, so Zhao Chuanbing was still fine when he came home last time, but this time it's interesting to come back.
Where is home? Why is it all flooded? How many monks are there in Penglai? Zhao Yenwen asked. Zhao Chuanbing always answered, 87 in total. Only this many? Fang Ming asked again, what levels are they? What level?
Zhao Chuanbing asked with a face full of question marks.
Zhao Yenyun added, what is the highest level of cultivation? The realm of the sun. Zhao Chuanbing understood. Zhao Yenyun was surprised and even slightly frowning. What's wrong? Fang Ming asked.
Zhao Yenyun explained, the red sun realm is a level 5 psychic. Fang Ming couldn't help but look at him with a stern expression and said, they don't even know that the world has changed so much, so how could there be a level 5 superpower on this Penglai Island?
Zhao Yenyun smiled lightly. First, there is a method of cultivation, and second, there should be spiritual plants.
After the tide of spiritual energy has passed, even magical artifacts can only be used in the dark, waiting for the next recovery of spiritual energy. Therefore, those people in Penglai can never rely on magical artifacts to practice, but instead they cultivate spiritual plants, taking them every day and refining the spiritual energy within them to improve their cultivation.
Fang Ming didn't understand, and said, I haven't never seen spiritual fruit, but those only appeared after the so-called recovery of spiritual energy. Zhao Yenyun glanced at him and said disdainfully, that's because you're ignorant. Are you itchy again? Chapter 216, Interrogation. Fang Ming was talking to Zhao Yenyun, naturally ignoring the mental control over Zhao Chuanbing, so the man shook his head and recovered from his daze. It seems like my brain just short-circuited a moment ago. Where was I? No, a psychic attack.
He suddenly changed his expression and immediately took a defensive stance. You evil man, you actually know how to mesmerize people. I have 6 righteous spirits, and I won't be mesmerized by you. Fang Ming stared at him for a second, and suddenly, Zhao Chuanbing was under control again.
Who founded Penglai? Fang Ming asked. Zhao Chuanbing looked blank and expressionless, and said, the true founder is unknown.
Penglai was already a desolate place, but it was Master Su Fu who found the mountain and obtained the legacy of the ancient immortals, allowing Penglai to regain its glory.
Fang Ming was stunned. Did Su Fu really find the fairy mountain? If so, why didn't Su Fu go back to report to the first emperor? That's right. Fang Ming nodded.
The order of the first emperor was for Su Fu to find the elixir of life, but although Su Fu found Penglai, it was already an empty mountain, with only the legacy but no elixir.
Does Su Fu have to learn how to make the elixir himself, find the ingredients, and then go back to the first emperor after he has made it?
By then, the first emperor would have already died, and Su Fu would probably be buried with him.
Besides, is there really a pill for immortality in the world? If there really was one, would the immortals of ancient times have disappeared?
According to his speculation, immortals were just people with supernormal abilities in ancient times.
Could those supernormal people live forever? Obviously not.
Therefore, Su Fu of course did not dare to go back, and having received the inheritance of the ancient immortals, he began to practice.
But there is another problem. How did you practice? Fang Ming asked. The spiritual energy tides appeared only in the last 6 months, so how did you practice before that? Moreover, the strongest person in Penglai is actually a level 5 evolved.
Because we have a fairy tree, and by training under the tree, we can absorb the spirit energy. Zhao Chuanbing said.
Immortal tree? Fang Ming couldn't help but look at Zhao Yenyun, and suddenly he understood why this woman wanted to fight him for the willow branch. Could it be that after the aura of the world has receded, one can rely on spiritual plants to cultivate?
Zhao Yenyun gave him a look of contempt. You think too highly of yourself.
Hey, you know what I was thinking? Fang Ming asked.
Of course. Zhao Yenyun said disdainfully, after the tide of the world's spiritual energy recedes, even the spirit plants will become ordinary and will not be able to help others cultivate.
Fang Ming was surprised. What about this Penglai?
Zhao Yenyun thought for a moment and said, it may be the method of the ancient immortals, who used great means to bind the aura before it completely disappeared.
Is that possible? Fang Ming thought for a moment and said, if the aura can be retained, then how can such a force disappear?
According to Zhao Chuanbing, when Su Fu arrived in Penglai, it was already completely deserted.
So, where did the immortals of Penglai go? Did they die?
In any case, the inheritance of Penglai did break off for a period of time.
Zhao Yenyun glared at him. Do you think I can trace back time?
I only made a guess after reading some ancient books, and I can't possibly know the whole truth.
Okay. How dare you use the art of seduction on me, you impudent demon? I'll cut you down.
At this point, Zhao Chuanbing roared again.
Well, he's recovered again.
Then, the next moment, his eyes became blank again.
Fang Ming frowned and said, it's a pity that Penglai has a level 5 superpower, otherwise I could go and explore.
He can barely reach level 5 combat power with the Spear of Longinus, but is there no treasure in the Grand Penglai Mountain? Therefore, he must have gone to Penglai to deliver a treasure.
The Imperial Seal? It can make all living things equal.
I can directly make your magic weapon useless, but my own magic weapon is also useless.
That is to say, it is a matter of sheer strength. A level 4 can't beat a level 5. He is completely defeated. Therefore, he can only wait until he reaches level 5 before considering a trip to Penglai.
Zhao Yenyun was also tempted, but she restrained herself.
What should he do? Fang Ming was a bit worried. With his temper, since you came to my door, I will definitely kill you. However, Zhao Chuanbing is visiting his family, so if he doesn't go back, will his teachers, seniors, and juniors come looking for him? But who else do I need to be afraid of besides a level 5 mutant? Zhao Chuanbing has been overdue. Will that 5th level evolved person come looking for him? Of course not. That person should be the top level strongman of Penglai. How could he go looking for a disciple who is overdue? Therefore, it would take several waves of people to come out without a trace before the entire Penglai would be alerted. By then, will Fang Ming still be a level 4? I'm sure I'll be level 5 too. Even though he is also a level 5, Fang Ming is almost at full capacity. Who does he need to be afraid of? Even if you are a level 5, I'm not afraid.
The bold demon Zhao Chuanbing recovered for the 4th time, and just as he let out a roar, a look of confusion appeared on his face. This scene seems somewhat familiar.
Strange, why? What kind of power do I have? How could I possibly feel this way?
Fang Ming smiled and pressed his hand toward him. Zhao Chuanbing was about to speak, but his face changed. He felt a terrible force pressing down on him, a force so terrifying that he was completely unable to fight it.
How is that possible? How could Fang Ming be so strong?
You have to know that he has been training since childhood, and the only people who are stronger than him are the senior brothers and sisters in Penglai.
So, what makes Fang Ming have such powerful strength?
He wanted to speak, but his entire head was directly deformed by the pressure.
Boom, it exploded.
Fang Ming didn't even look at Zhao Chuanbing's corpse, and casually grabbed Zhao Chuanbing's flying sword, smiling, now I have a flying sword too.
Zhao Yenyun snorted, that's just the most ordinary flying sword.
It's slow, it can't be used in battle, and it doesn't have the effect of gathering spiritual energy.
Look at you, so smug.
Fang Ming silently took out the Spear of Longinus.
I have this for fighting.
He then took out the 8-foot jade hook.
I have this when I practice.
Of course, my most powerful weapon is the Imperial Seal, but I won't take it out, lest you get angry.
This is a silent counterattack. Although Zhao Yenyun was extremely unhappy, he could not say anything, and could only grunt. The woman who came with Zhao Chuanbing? Fong Ming also killed her casually. This is called better to miss than to let go.
Now only a very small number of people know that Zhao Chuanbing is dead here. Even if Penglai comes out to look for him at the first opportunity, it will take some time to find him.
Fong Ming is short on time. As long as he has enough time to become strong, does he need to fear anyone? Chapter 217, I am Feng Zijin, from Penglai.
Fong Ming put the Penglai Fairy Island aside for the time being. For the time being, even if he wanted to hurry, he couldn't do anything.
Strength is the king of the road. However, improving one's strength is a step-by-step process.
Unless one has a special opportunity, such as obtaining a suitable level of spirit fruit, one cannot become rich overnight.
In fact, Fong Ming's opportunity is already great enough.
The combination of the Jinwu Liangyi divine art and a super-large spirit stone ensured that his level would not increase more slowly than if he had used the corpse pearl. And he had absorbed the Book of Love, giving him the ability to increase his level with a snap, which was like adding wings to a tiger.
A level 5 superpower user in Penglai?
Fong Ming estimated his experience bar and guessed that he would be able to break through to level 5 in about 50 days.
What day is it today? December 20th, just over a month before the new year.
Therefore, even if Zhao Chuanbing did not return after the new year, the Penglai gang would not react for at least 30 more days.
By the time they found Fong Ming would almost be level 5. Even if the 5th level strongman is dispatched at the first opportunity, does Fong Ming need to be afraid?
Fong Ming settled down and spent his days with his women, helping them improve their cultivation, and occasionally going to little days to have a good time. After all, the services of Fujita Nicole and the others were excellent, and could even be described as humble and lowly. At little days, Fong Ming felt like a king.
As time passed, Fong Ming's strength and level were also rapidly improving.
With each improvement, he felt more confident and more in control. Oh, he also cultivated his relationship with Lu Ji every day, and even buried the jade pendant he had previously obtained under the willow branch. He still couldn't bear to part with the large piece of spirit jade.
Fong Ming only hoped to obtain a powerful existence like a Bodhi tree, but what is his real strength? Himself. In the blink of an eye, it was January 25th.
This is not a very important day in the world, but it is a big day for the Chinese.
New Year's Eve. It's the new year. This is the first new year after the disaster, and everyone is very excited.
Humans were not defeated by natural disasters and zombies, but instead, they were inspired to fight with tenacity and resilience. Every settlement was decorated with lanterns and fireworks. Those with firecrackers had them ready, and those without had machine guns and cannons ready. They had to make a ruckus in the middle of the night to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. This is the biggest festival for the Chinese people, especially in such difficult times. It is urgent to have a big celebration to boost morale in people's hearts. That night, the Fong family sat in the hotel restaurant, enjoying a sumptuous meal and smiling. Meng Jining was already more than 3 months pregnant, and her small belly had a slight bulge that could be seen. Lu Yuqi, Gu Yairenba, and Mu Qincheng were also pregnant, but it was still too early to see the signs of pregnancy.
But of course, Zhao Yenyun couldn't be fooled.
This arrogant woman looked at Fong Ming, and her mouth curled up in contempt.
"Oh, are you cursing me in your heart again?" Fong Ming asked.
Zhao Yenyun chuckled, "Do I need to hide it in my heart to scold you?"
She, Zhao Yenyun, never curses in private. Fong Ming looked at her. "When will you be able to break through to level 5?
You guess."
Zhao Yenyun didn't tell him.
The only one who can keep up with his level of improvement here is Zhao Yenyun. The key is that this woman always has designs on his treasures, and it is really impossible to guard against it.
Turn her into his woman? But this woman is so arrogant and difficult to deal with. I'm almost level 5, and once I reach level 5, I plan to go find Penglai. If you can keep up with my level, I can consider taking you with me. Otherwise, you're not going to get any spoils of war.
Zhao Yenyun looked at him, as if to determine the authenticity of his words, and after a while, she said, "I won't be slower than you."
Is that true?
I have the true martial arts of the 2 Yangs and a large piece of spirit stone, and I can get another upgrade by having sex.
What do you have? On the contrary, if you and I continue to improve together, won't you surpass me? Zhao Yenyun couldn't help but shiver, her eyebrows standing on end, her authority fully displayed. What are you thinking about again? No, don't misunderstand. Fang Ming laughed and said, "Don't accuse me of something I didn't do." Zhao Yenyun just gave him a cold stare.
She was very sensitive to malicious intent.
"When I can win you for sure, you'll be my courtier."
The two of them were harboring their own ulterior motives, and both of them were smiling falsely at each other. Mu Qingcheng found it interesting and came over to say, "Husband, Miss Zhao, how long are you two going to be stubborn?
Why don't you take advantage of the new year and get married early?" "Him?" Zhao Yanyan sneered, "Not to mention him, which man is worthy of my highness?" "Yes, you are very noble, so you can be a spinster for the rest of your life." Fang Ming ended the argument.
Every time he argued with Zhao Yenyun, it would end in a stalemate, so there was really no point. "When I have the strength to crush her, I will settle her directly."
"Humph, delusional."
Zhao Yenyun felt the malicious intent again, gave him a cold stare, and turned and left. Fang Ming also ignored her and celebrated the first spring festival after the disaster with the other women. At 12 o'clock, the firecrackers went off, as did the guns and cannons.
"What's the harm in wasting a little at this time? I can afford it."
The night passed, and China ushered in a new year.
Fang Ming was a little cautious.
Because after the spring festival, Zhao Chuanbing should theoretically return to Penglai, so people from Penglai could appear at any time. It doesn't matter if they are below level 5, but I'm afraid that the level 5 superpower will come out directly, and even before he breaks through level 5. Just 10 more days will do. Fang Ming estimated that he should break through to level 5 in 10 days. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days passed.
However,
"I am Lin Feng Zijian, the immortal of Penglai Mountain.
Please come out and talk to me."
A voice suddenly broke the silence and reverberated throughout the hotel.
"Here they are." Fang Ming walked out and saw 3 figures descending from the sky.
Each of them had a flying sword under their feet.
There were 2 men and 1 woman.
They were all dressed in white, but the men were wearing tuxedos and the woman was wearing a skirt. They all had high-quality looks, and with their plain white clothes, they had a kind of ethereal feeling. When the 3 landed, they all put away their swords and put them on their backs, not knowing how to hang them.
"I am Feng Zijing."
Of the 3, the man standing in the middle bowed to Fang Ming.
"Are you Fang Ming, the Taoist? I wonder which immortal mountain you come from." Fang Ming's heart skipped a beat. He asked this question, meaning that there are other cultivation sects? Well, let's trick him a little. "Which is the most respected of all the great immortal schools?" he asked lightly. "Kunlun." Feng Zijing blurted out, his face full of shock. Chapter 218, The Spirit Sealing Array. Kunlun.
These 2 words not only shocked Feng Zijing and his 2 friends, but also Fang Ming.
Is there really a Kunlun in the world? No, I should say, is there still a school called Koansong?
This is very surprising.
However, if Penglai has not yet been destroyed, why would Kunlun, the king of all mountains, disappear?
Of course, this Kunlun may not be the same as the other Kunlun.
Like Penglai, it may be that later generations discovered its ruins and revived its heritage.
Well, there really is Kunlun, so the focus of the incarnation in the future is to go to Kunlun Mountain to find Kunlun.
Fang Ming smiled lightly and pretended to be profound. Feng Zijing hesitated.
In his opinion, all the supernormal people in the world should be in the ancient sects of Penglai and Kunlun. Therefore, he had reason to suspect that Zhao Chuanbing was
killed by Feng Ming. Then, if he could kill his junior brother, could Feng Ming be an ordinary person?
It makes sense that he is from Kunlun.
"Regardless of whether you are from Kunlun, did you kill my junior brother Zhao Chuanbing?" he asked in a deep voice. "I've never heard of this person," Feng Ming said indifferently. Feng Zijing snorted, "No way. All the evidence shows that he came here to find you." "Oh?" Feng Ming laughed. "What did he come to see me for? This? Can Feng Zijing say it?"
The information he has gathered is that Zhao Chuanbing came here to overthrow Feng Ming and replace him.
Therefore, if he were to reveal this reason, it would be unreasonable.
For example, in ancient times, a martial artist who went to a rival school to challenge them and lost would deserve to die.
Could his friends and family avenge him? It's not justified. To put it bluntly, you are just making things up. If you kill yourself, who can you blame? But, can a disciple of the Penglai sect die in vain?
Besides, the world has changed a lot. Although they are called martial artists, they only cultivate their strength, but their hearts are still in the secular world.
Can they resist the temptation of power?
In the past, even if you were a powerful cultivator, you could not fight against modern weapons.
But now it's different. The strongest weapon may be a cannon, but what is that to a high-level cultivator? The time has come to recreate the ancient glory. From this point of view, the possibility that Fong Ming came from Kunlun is even greater, because if Penglai has ambition, does Kunlun not?
Feng Zijin frowned and said, "You don't need to know how I know, but the fact that my junior brother is here is a fact, and you must give me an explanation." Fong Ming thought to himself, if it weren't for the fact that I was 3 days away from breaking through to level 5, I wouldn't be wasting my time with you.
Now, I have to buy some time.
However, not being able to kill it does not mean that he has to take it lying down.
Besides, isn't he a disciple of Kunlun now? Do I need to show weakness?
For the sake of being fellow cultivators, I will not engage with you.
Go back where you came from. He waved his hand and said goodbye.
The only woman among the 3 people on the other side was unhappy and said sternly, "Big brother, I said that we didn't need to use diplomacy first and then force, but that we should just take them down right away."
Feng Zijian couldn't help but nod slowly.
Of course, he couldn't just back down like that. The girl raised her eyebrows and said to Fong Ming, "If you don't want to die, then stop resisting and let me search your soul. I will find out how my junior brother disappeared and whether you were responsible for it."
Soul search? Fong Ming laughed. Are you being polite?
Although he didn't know the specific operation of soul searching, it definitely wasn't a good thing.
You commoners! The woman's face was full of arrogance. Not to mention searching your souls, even if I wanted to take your lives, shouldn't you hand them over obediently? She looked arrogant. Fong Ming frowned. We are ordinary mortals? Were you born a fairy, high above us? Don't tell me you're just a monk. I ask you, were you chosen from among the multitudes of mortals?
The woman is still extremely proud. Although I was born here, I was taken to Penglai by my master to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and I have long surpassed you mortals in essence.
Look at you being so proud.
It's like a poodle who has just visited the country of ugly people and upon landing exclaims, "The air is so fragrant."
You're so full of yourself. Fong Ming was really angry this time.
He raised his thoughts and enveloped Feng Zijing and the other 2 at the same time.
A mental attack? No, he's using the art of seduction. Quick, guard your spirit and chant with me. Feng Zijing shouted, 3 emperors and 5 emperors, calm my spirit. 3 emperors and 5 emperors, calm my mind. The woman and the other man quickly followed suit.
Strangely, the 3s will seem to be connected, forming a hazy light around them.
8 figures of great majesty could be vaguely seen, blocking Fong Ming's invasion of the past. Are these really the 3 emperors and 5 emperors?
However, Feng Zijing and the other 2's spiritual power was clearly not good, and the 8 figures were all extremely blurred, making it impossible to see their appearance.
Only the majestic aura slowly rose.
The 3 of them, together with the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, actually resisted Fong Ming's mental control.
Fong Ming smiled and took out the 8-foot jade hook. Activated.
Suddenly, Feng Zijing and the other 2 could no longer hold on. Their spiritual power was already far inferior to Fong Ming's, and they were only relying on their numbers and a special defense method to resist.
How could they possibly resist an inferior artifact like the 8-foot jade hook?
Their spiritual power is not even on the same level as Fong Ming's, unless they also have a magic weapon in their hands.
Unfortunately, they didn't.
Suddenly, all 3 of them looked distracted, then became numb.
Fong Ming smiled and asked, do they know what happened here? Yes. Feng Zijian replied. After we came out, we found that the aura had recovered. Even though we are not in the fairy mountain, the aura outside is also very strong, even stronger than the fairy mountain. Fong Ming was impressed. He was right to be the eldest brother. He knew so much. Tell me, how do you have spiritual energy in Penglai? Fong Ming asked. Yes. Feng Zijing replied quickly.
Penglai has an ancient spirit locking array that completely isolates the mountain from the outside world, and the mountain has a small spirit vein buried under the spirit tree. Therefore, the spirit tree relies on the spirit vein to maintain its spiritual intelligence from degenerating, and we can also absorb a trace of spirit energy from under the spirit tree to use for cultivation.
Fong Ming was surprised.
This explained how Penglai was able to cultivate during the ebb tide of spiritual energy. They built airtight box, then put a spiritual vein inside, and the spiritual energy circulates inside, so it can last a long time and wait for the next spiritual energy tide. I have to say that the person who created this spirit locking array is truly a genius.
Chapter 219, The Ancestor, Izumo. This person is definitely not Su Fu.
Su Fu was just taking advantage of a bargain. And look at the figure that Feng Zijing and the others just meditated out. Although it was blurry, the pressure was incredibly strong. They said it was the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, so it really could be possible. The original owner of Penglai Mountain may have witnessed the glory of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, and was able to use them as a template to create such a spiritual defense method. If even the original owner of Penglai Xianshan admired the 3 emperors and 5 emperors so much, then these 8 emperors from the ancient times must not be simple, and they should be the best among the supernormal people.
Damn! Feng Ming couldn't help but think of the legend of Yu the Great's flood control. What if it wasn't just an ordinary flood? But it was also a global flood like the one we have today. Then, it would not be simple for Yu the Great to control the floods, and it would not be something that ordinary people could or should be able to control. In ancient times, there was no high technology, nor were there various engineering equipment, but only people and ordinary tools. So, in the ancient times, there were no powerful superheroes. How did they solve the water disaster?
Throughout the history of all countries, all civilizations have recorded a great flood, and all of them are related to the gods.
For example, in the West, it was Noah's Ark.
However, Westerners are completely lacking in the spirit of collectivism and are instead flightist. Therefore, their mythological stories are all about self-preservation. They built a big boat and escaped with their families. Oh, and there were also pairs of animals.
This is really very Western.
Just like the recent summer wildfires in the United States, the ugly country only rescued 1 cat in the end.
And then there is Atlantis, a continent swallowed up by the sea. If the sea level hadn't risen so much, would a continent have been swallowed up? So, every time the tide rises, the poles melt? How many times has this happened? If it happened before the era of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, were there any earlier supernormal people? Feng Ming asked the questions, but Feng Zijing was completely unable to answer them.
He was just a modern man who had been taken to Penglai since childhood.
How could he possibly know the secrets of the ancients? Feng Ming asked again, when will Penglai send someone over again?
When we arrived here, we found that the sea had flooded many cities, and when we tried to practice and discovered the presence of spiritual energy, we asked Qi to return to the temple to report the matter.
Feng Zijing said with a wooden expression.
I believe that Master and Grand Master have already left the mountain.
Damn, can't you wait a few days? 3 days is enough.
Feng Ming sighed, which meant that the level 5 supernormal ability users from Penglai might appear before him tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. The aura has returned, so why are those people in Penglai still guarding the former fairy mountain?
They could provide them with spiritual energy before, but now? The Great Formation is actually a kind of imprisonment.
So, when they learned that the aura had recovered, they finally got their heads out of the water.
Can they break out immediately? Introduce your master. Feng Ming said.
Feng Zijian said, my master's surname is Mao, and he was given the posthumous name Chu Yun by the previous master. He lived during the Jiaqing period of the Qing dynasty and is now over 200 years old.
Poof. Feng Ming almost spurted out, is it true? Over 200 years old? Feng Zijing said, we practice too.
According to the current definition, level 3 will give you an extra 100 years of life, level 4 will give you 300 years of life, and level 5 will give you 400 years of life. The master is a level 5 superhuman, and the theoretical limit of his lifespan is 400 years. Now the master has only lived for more than 200 years, which is almost equivalent to 50 years for an ordinary person.
Feng Ming was surprised. Can a superhuman live longer if they reach a higher level? If I'm level 4 now, doesn't that mean I can already live 300 years? And I'm not far from level 5. But, the Penglai ancestor lived for more than 200 years and was only a level 5? What does that mean? Does that mean he was not gifted?
No, it should be that the environment in Penglai is like that, and it can only make people reach level 4, but he can stand out and become the only level 5, which instead shows his excellence and outstandingness.
If such a person were placed in today's environment, could he quickly break 6?
This grudge is settled, and the old guy will definitely come to settle the score with me. So, if I don't kill him while he's only level 5, I might have to go into hiding for a long time if he really breaks through to level 6 here. Therefore, first, I must break through level 5 as soon as possible, and second, I must eliminate the old guy before he breaks through level 6.
Is that good enough? It's unlikely that it will be settled.
Fang Ming waved his hand, and Feng Zijian and the other two suddenly stopped breathing.
They were destined to be enemies, so why show mercy?
Especially that woman, she's so poisonous, she even wants to search his soul.
This doesn't sound good, it's extremely vicious. Fang Ming pondered, once the ancestor from Penglai came to kill him, how would he respond?
Zhao Yun, come, I have something to discuss with you.
What for?
Borrow a sword.
Again? Although Zhao Yun was very reluctant, he still lent Fang Ming the flying sword.
Fang Ming did have a flying sword, but it was really as slow as Zhao Yun said, so slow that it was ridiculous.
If he used it to avoid the pursuit of the Penglai patriarch, it would be a joke. I only need 3 days. Fang Ming immediately began to evacuate the women. If he ran away, would Ming Jining and the others be left behind as hostages for the Penglai gang?
He should have 1 or 2 days left. If it's more than 3 days, he won't have to run anymore. Level 5 versus level 5, even though he is still at the beginning of this level, but he has 3 major systems, who was afraid of. Although the women were reluctant to leave, they had no choice but to follow him obediently.
You're not leaving? Fang Ming asked Zhao Yun.
Zhao Yun looked at him with a disdainful look. I have nothing to do with you, why should I run?
The people from Penglai will come and reason with you, and tell you whether you are one of my people or not?
However, Zhao Yun is just arrogant, but not stupid, so she should have other means of survival.
What was her family name again? Is she connected to Penglai? That night, Fang Ming slept alone on his pillow.
He slept very lightly. He would wake up at the slightest sound, and his spiritual wave could now cover a range of 40 meters, so if someone intruded within that range, he would be the first to notice.
However, nothing happened that night. Fang Ming let out a sigh of relief.
Meng Jining and the others should have run to a safe distance by now.
The next morning, Fang Ming was eating breakfast in the empty hotel. Zhao Yun came in a flutter.
The two sat facing each other and ate breakfast, but neither spoke, they just ate in silence. Fang Ming had no interest in chatting, while Zhao Yun was adhering to the ancient saying, do not speak while eating or sleeping.
Boom! Suddenly, a terrible momentum appeared. Chapter 220, The Old Tao. Fang Ming's heart sank. It's here. This momentum is very strong, more than a little bit more than him. He walked out. He saw that there was a little old man in a Taoist robe in the hotel garden, walking around with his hands behind his back, looking at everything with a sense of novelty, as if he were a country bumpkin entering the Grand View Garden. Fang Ming walked over and smiled, Master Taoist, have you never left Penglai since you entered it?
The old Toist Priest smiled and said, I went out of the mountains when I was young to visit my parents, but after they both passed away, I have lived in Penglai and never left. We cultivators act against the will of heaven and earth, forcibly absorbing it in an era without spiritual energy, defying
heaven and changing our fate.
Especially when we get old, this spiritual energy is like a cage. After we leave, with the disappearance of spiritual energy, our physical bodies will also quickly decay, and we will return to dust. Fang Ming suddenly realized why these cultivators, who were obviously powerful in the normal era, were willing to live in loneliness. In fact, it's not a matter of whether they are willing or not, but that once they come out, it's a dead end. The normal lifespan of a human is only about 100 years, but they are often over 100 years old, or even over 200. This is fine in Penglai, where there is spiritual energy, but what happens if they run out? Without the aura, their physical bodies are like spiritual plants that have been covered in dust and obscured, and they will also return to the ordinary. Once they become mortal, can they still have a lifespan of more than 100 years? No. Since they don't have that, once they pass that age, they naturally turn into a pile of rotting flesh and bones. Therefore, the reason they can live for so long is because of the spirit locking formation, but at the same time, they are also trapped inside. Nature is actually very fair. Now that the aura has been revived, these old relics have finally been freed. Has it changed a lot? Fang Ming asked. The old Taoist nodded. It was indeed big, so big that the old Taoist didn't dare to imagine it, although he had heard from his disciples who had gone to visit their relatives in other provinces, but hearing about it and seeing it with your own eyes are two very different things. Then, he finally looked at Fong Ming.
Which sect are you from?
Fong Ming did not say that he was from Kunlun, because it was easy to fool Fong Zijing and the others, but this old man should not be so easily fooled.
He said proudly, "The sun rises in the east, and I am invincible.
I am the holy son of the sun and moon cult." The old Taoist priest was stunned. He had never heard of such a sect. However, Fong Ming is clearly a level 4 supernormal ability user, to use the current terminology. How could he have reached such a high level without the support of a powerful force behind him?
So is there really such a sun and moon cult?
The old Taoist priest felt that he was a bit ignorant. However, even if Fong Ming was a disciple of Kunlun, he would not let him go, let alone the sun and moon cult.
All of the old Taoist's disciples and students must have been killed by you, right? He asked.
Fong Ming nodded. The first one said he wanted to kill me and take my place, and the second batch of 3 said they wanted to search my soul, so I killed them all. The old Taoist priest suddenly laughed heartily. That's right, you're strong, so you can kill them. That's how it is in the world of Taoist priests, the weak are prey to the strong, and there's nothing wrong with that. He suddenly stopped and looked at Fong Ming with a stern expression. However, I am stronger than you now, so you should have no complaints about me killing you, right?
Fong Ming burst out laughing. In theory, there is no problem, but in reality, can you kill me? You are only level 4, why can't I kill you?
The old Taoist priest said, reaching out and grabbing Fong Ming.
Boom, a terrifying aura of power surged forth. Fong Ming let out a light grunt, activating gravity, darkness, and poison, and unleashing a mental shock.
At the same time, he punched the old Taoist priest.
Some talent.
The old Taoist priest was slightly surprised. At such a young age, he has mastered 3 disciplines.
His talent and perseverance are amazing. But you are only level 4, while I am level 5. The gap is huge.
Boom, the gravity ability was completely ineffective after the first blow, and the darkness was also shattered, revealing Fong Ming's true body. The old Taoist priest lightly pressed his palm, and Fong Ming's body began to crack.
Boom, it shattered.
However, instead of spilling blood, it turned into a ball of energy that dispersed back into the sky and earth.
Incarnation.
The old Taoist priest was stunned and also became shocked.
This method of incarnation is really not bad. Is this some kind of martial art or caused by some magical weapon? Either way, this is a great blessing.
At that moment, a figure was seen flying over from afar.
It was Fong Ming. Yes, he wasn't at the hotel at all. He used the Yada mirror to create an avatar. Old Taoist, are you not up to the challenge? Fong Ming laughed.
The old Taoist priest didn't pay any attention to his banter, but asked, "Is this an avatar created by your martial arts or by a magic weapon?"
"Guess." Fong Ming said. Why should he satisfy the old Taoist's curiosity? After I find out who you really are, I'll make you tell me.
The Taoist priest said, his tone already becoming stern. He was already over 200 years old, so what did he care about morality or the law?
Wrong. He doesn't even consider others to be human. He has lived too long to have normal human emotions. As long as it is beneficial to him, what does it matter if he destroys the whole world? Fong Ming laughed and said, "You first find my true body and then talk about it."
After saying that, he launched an attack. However, the difference between level 4 and level 5 was too great, and the old master killed his avatar with just one palm. This time, the old master immediately flew to the place where the avatar had just appeared. After a while, he saw the third Fong Ming emerge from a building.
"I've found you."
Lauda sneered, and without saying a word, he first killed the avatar with a palm strike, then rushed into the building and began searching with his spiritual power.
His spiritual power is not weak. No one? He was stunned. This is impossible. Didn't Fong Ming's avatar just run out of this building? Old Tao, are you looking for me? Fong Ming's voice came from afar.
The old Taoist priest immediately rushed out and saw Fong Ming standing on top of a building in the distance.
Obviously, this could not be the real body.
The old Taoist priest frowned, knowing that he had been fooled by Fong Ming. The opponent had anticipated his anticipation and knew that he would chase after him, so he deliberately let his avatar run out of the building.
So, what's the point of him coming here? He's making a fool of me.
The old Taoist priest was furious, but at the same time, he also felt a strong desire to acquire Fong Ming's method or magic weapon.
If he could do the same. Pop.
He once again chased Fong Ming and killed the avatar with a palm strike. Then, he slapped his chest directly, spitting out a few drops of his own blood, and then made a gesture with his right hand, muttering to himself. Suddenly, he looked into the distance.
I've found you. Chapter 221 Bodhi saves lives. Whoosh! The old Taoist priest immediately flew out.
He used a secret technique that allowed him to find a specific target after paying a certain price. The stronger the target, the greater the price he paid. But it was worth it. In no time, he arrived in front of an unremarkable house.
Fong Ming shook his head.
It seems that I can't use my avatar to fool and play with this old Taoist priest. He is not only a level 5 psychic, but also an old fart who has mastered many ancient secret arts.
Get out of here.
He flew out with his flying sword.
Still want to run?
The old Taoist priest sneered and reached out to grab him. This is obviously a strange skill, because it is impossible for a human hand to become the size of a house.
Fong Ming took out the spear of Longinus and activated it, then stabbed it at the giant hand behind him.
The quality of Longinus' spear was even better than the 3-piece set of small items, so Fong Ming's attack directly broke the 4th level limit and possessed the power of the 5th level.
Boom!
A golden light flashed. The giant hand that Lao Dao had created was shattered, making the attack a complete waste of effort.
Ha!
Lao Dao was shocked and shook his hand. Fong Ming's counterattack had hurt him a little, but it was just a pain in his hand, and it was far from enough to injure him. He was surprised that Fong Ming, who was only level 4, could possibly hurt him. Even if it only hurt him a little.
What kind of magic weapon is this?
He stared at the spear of Longinus, his old face full of surprise.
And greed. What kind of artifact is capable of raising the power of a level 4 user to level 5? The most top-notch. This is in the hands of a little 4th level psychic. Ha, isn't this like giving him a gift? Can you run away? I'm a level 5 psychic, I can drain you to death. Lao Da quickly caught up and blasted him again.
Fong Ming had no choice but to fight back with his spear.
Bang!
The two clashed, and Lao Dao's attack was once again neutralized, but Fong Ming also trembled violently, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. No, even with the spear of Longinus, the gap between him and the old master was still very large, and this blow still caused him to suffer greatly. It seems that Lao Dao is probably a level 5 perfect being.
Ha, how long can you hold out? Lao Dao kept attacking, and didn't even need to use his magic weapon.
He doesn't lack it, but it's pointless to use it. He is already a level 5 perfect, and unless it is a weapon of the same level as the Lance of Longinus, it will not be able to break through to level 6. Otherwise, weapons like the Yasukani no Magatama and the Tensun no Tsurugi will only be able to bring out his level 5 perfect combat power, and at most, his own power consumption will be slightly lower.
It doesn't matter. Under such a fierce bombardment, Fong Ming will soon collapse. How long can he hold out? An hour? Or even half an hour? Catch up with me and then we'll talk.
Fong Ming said as he ran, while turning his head back.
He can only talk tough. Lao Da said coldly.
The two were both incredibly fast, traveling through mountains and rivers, passing through one province after another, until Fong Ming suddenly became shorter and shorter, until he fell to the ground.
Ha! Lao Dao was stunned. Has Fong Ming reached his limit? Normally, that shouldn't be the case. Is there a trick? What kind of trick could there be? Lao Da sneered. My strength absolutely crushes you, so there can't be any accidents.
He didn't hesitate to drop his body and chase Fong Ming. Fong Ming landed at the gate of Shaolin Temple and bowed to the gate first, saying, "Bodhi ancestor, I have come to visit you." The old Taoist naturally heard his voice and his heart tightened slightly.
Is there a stronger cultivator here?
He dared not be careless and used his spiritual power to sweep the area.
Nothing.
Except for one very strange thing, there was not a single zombie in here.
Why is this place the only exception? Could it be a treasure? This kid doesn't know what he's looking at.
He just thinks that some high-level master is sitting here, but he doesn't realize that it's a top-level treasure. It's this treasure that forms a barrier, so that the zombies don't dare to set foot here.
He was extremely confident in his psychic powers. Because he is a level 5 psychic. Even in the Kunlun territory, the strongest person should only be a level 5, which is equivalent to him. At most, there will be a few more, such as 2 or even 3 level 5 supernormal people. So why should he be afraid? Ignorant young man. He snorted and shot without hesitation. Boom!
A hand descended, covering the sky and blotting out the sun, terrifying.
Fong Ming had already stepped into the temple, and he didn't run anymore. He was just taking a gamble. He was betting that the Bodhi tree in the Shaolin temple would make a move. A palm fell, and at that moment, a branch came flying over like lightning. With a crack, the old monk was instantly knocked flying by the branch. Pop!
In midair, the old monk spat out a mouthful of old blood. After falling to the ground, he coughed up more blood and his face was filled with horror.
It was terrifying. He was unable to fight back when a branch was pulled out. Immortal plant. He reacted immediately, because there was also a branch on the Penglai mountain. However, he was certain that the Shaolin temple definitely did not have a spirit-locking formation, so how did this immortal plant survive the extremely long period of low spiritual energy? It can only hide itself and retreat to the ordinary. How dangerous is this? It means that a mortal with an axe can cut it down. But apparently, the Bodhi tree survived, and now that the world's spiritual energy has recovered, the immortal plant has also reached its former height. How could he possibly compete with such a being? Invite the Penglai immortal plant over? Impossible. First, the immortal plant would never listen to him, and at most it would only guard Penglai and prevent foreign invaders from entering.
Second, although the immortal plant has a long lifespan, it also has a fatal flaw, which is that it is difficult to relocate. It can be moved, but the damage would be too great. As far as he knows, the immortal plant on Penglai Island even wraps the entire island in its root system. According to legend, Penglai is not a fixed island somewhere overseas, but can float anywhere, and this is true, because Penglai is a floating island. He had seen it with his own eyes, the roots of the immortal plant were sticking out of the bottom of the island. So, you tell me how to move? Of course, the attack range of the immortal plant is also astonishingly large, covering tens or even hundreds of miles at a time, which is more than enough to protect a territory. The old man dared not pursue any further. The attack had already dealt him a heavy blow. However, he also understood the characteristics of the Xianji, or its weaknesses, so he didn't give up easily. Instead, he retreated 100 miles away, sat down on a mountain peak, and while recovering from his injuries, he kept an eye on Fong Ming. As soon as the kid came out of the temple, he would take him down. Fong Ming has too many good things on him, he will never give up. Chapter 222, Breaking 5. Fong Ming sat under the Bodhi tree. Old master, thank you, he said. The Bodhi tree didn't even pay attention to him. The wind blew past, and the leaves made a sound like a crash, but it was as if they were responding. Fong Ming also stopped talking and waited quietly for time to pass. In another day, he would be able to break through to level 5. Each breakthrough in level will be a qualitative leap. Therefore, once he breaks through to level 5, his strength will reach a whole new level, and he will be able to rival, or even reverse, the old master Penglai. Before long, it grew dark. Fong Ming leaned against the tree, but he couldn't sleep. The global catastrophe was followed by the emergence of zombies, proving that the ancient myths could actually be realized in reality, and that the ancient forces actually had a legacy, with one old antique after another crawling out of their coffins. Alas! If Penglai exists, then Kunlun should exist as well. Penglai is one of the 3 sacred mountains overseas, along with Fangzhong and Yingzhou. Will the other 2 islands also appear? And Kunlun, which is one of the birthplaces of mythology, who knows how amazing the heritage there is. But Fong Ming was confident that as long as he got promoted and had the imperial seal, even if more old relics came, what could they do? They'll all be hammered into submission. He thought viciously, and then fell asleep. The night passed. Fong Ming immediately began to practice the true martial arts of the 2 Yins. His experience bar immediately began to move, but he was still a little short of breaking through to level 5. Because before he could practice with the girls, but now he is missing this one piece of improvement. He still had to wait a day. Okay, it's only one day. Although the Bodhi tree saved his life, This kind of living thing may be a real old monster that has lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, and it is not human. Fang Ming really does not dare to expose the secret that he possesses a different space, lest it be directly exploded by a branch.
It's just another day of hunger. I can endure it. With Fang Ming's current physical fitness, he can definitely hold his breath for half an hour and not eat or drink for 10 days or 2 weeks. The ancients said that they ate the morning mist and drank dew. It seems that as long as his level goes up a few more notches, he will probably be able to go without food. Fang Ming muttered to himself.
Time passed, and another night passed.
Fang Ming continued to practice the jinmu liangyi divine art.
After practicing for only half the time, he reached a critical point.
The shackles in his body immediately shattered. Boom, Fang Ming suddenly experienced an explosive improvement. It was extremely violent. Fang Ming let out a groan and involuntarily rolled around on the ground. It hurts.
Although he had experienced it many times before, he could never get used to it. Every time, he would writhe around in pain, wanting to smash the ground to pieces.
After half an hour, the suffering was over.
Fang Ming felt the power surging through his body, his ability to leap, and his spiritual power, which was like the sea.
The Jinwu Liangyi divine skill can't increase spiritual power, so why is my spiritual power also over 5? Fang Ming was stunned.
Although his spiritual power was close to the 4th level of perfection, it was not yet there. And the Jinwu Liangyi divine art could not increase spiritual power, so he should not have made a breakthrough in spiritual power.
Unless. Fang Ming couldn't help but look at the golden Bodhi tree. Could it be that this ancient tree quietly pushed him? With the high level of the Bodhi tree, it is definitely possible. But to be able to do this without him noticing, how strong must the Bodhi tree be? Fang Ming stood up and bowed respectfully to the Bodhi tree. Thank you, Master Tree.
The breeze gently swayed, and the leaves on the tree rustled, as if in response to him.
I'll go kill that old Toist priest first, and then come back to visit. Fang Ming said, then bowed again, and walked away. Although the Bodhi tree was of an unimaginable level, Fang Ming only felt goodwill from it. The first time it gave him a Bodhi leaf, the second time it drove away the old Taoist, but let him enter the temple, otherwise it would have rejected everyone, and Fang Ming would have been in big trouble. Third, when Fang Ming broke through level 5, it quietly helped him, otherwise Fang Ming would have only been able to break through level 5 in 2 systems. Naturally, Fang Ming was polite and respectful to such a benefactor. After leaving the temple, Fang Ming took a deep breath and then shouted, Penglai old Taoist, dare you fight me? The sound was rolling, like the sky falling and the earth cracking. Humph, you little brat.
The old Toist priest's voice came through.
How could I be afraid of you? But do you dare to come out? Of course he didn't dare to go any further.
That immortal plant was too terrifying. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. The immortal plant was definitely capable of killing him with one blow.
Why hadn't it killed him? He probably just didn't care. It was just a warning. But would he dare to come back? That would be asking for trouble.
Now that the vitality of heaven and earth has been restored, he has the legacy of Penglai, and he can grow to an astonishing height in the future. It is not impossible for him to be on the same level as such a fairy plant. So, is he worth the risk? Fang Ming smiled, his body leapt into the air, and he was gone. The old Taoist was stunned.
Fang Ming actually dared to leave? Could this be a trap?
The old Taoist immediately chased after him, but did not attack at first. Perhaps Xianji's attack range is too large, so it's better to run a little further.
100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, that's far enough.
Lao Dao felt that this distance should be safe, and he no longer hesitated, summoning his magic weapon and hitting Fang Ming with it.
Why did he suddenly use his magic weapon?
Because after being hit by the Bodhi tree, although he didn't die, he was injured, and the injury was not light at all. It would take more than 2 days to heal, so if he didn't use his magic weapon, his combat power would drop by 20%.
And Fang Ming? He has a powerful magic weapon that can increase his combat power to level 5.
Therefore, with the rise of one and the fall of the other, he was afraid that he would not be able to suppress Fang Ming, so he had to use his magic weapon. His magic weapon is the whisk in his hand. With a wave of his hand, thousands of golden rays shot out like arrows at Fang Ming.
It was overwhelming, endless. Fang Ming also felt that the distance was almost right. Let's fight here. He shook off the jade seal and pressed it against the old Taoist. Listen, old man, all magic artifacts are forbidden. Boom! An indescribable pressure swept over, and suddenly, the golden light from the whisk disappeared in an instant. What? The old Taoist said in a trembling voice. He found that the whisk in his hand was lifeless, suppressed by a power he could not understand. Not only was it a magical weapon, but he also seemed to be facing a supreme emperor, wanting to kneel down and worship. He couldn't help but look at the jade seal in Fang Ming's hand. What kind of magic weapon is that? It's too terrifying. Chapter 223, Fighting the Toist Priest. Fang Ming laughed, holding the jade seal in his left hand and his right fist at the old Taoist priest. Have you ever seen a fist as big as a sandbag? The old Taoist priest was naturally not afraid of Fang Ming, and he shot out a palm to meet him. Boom! The two of them slammed into each other, and they were both sent flying. What? The old Taoist priest exclaimed again. The first time was because he and his magic weapon were both suppressed by Fang Ming's magic weapon, and this was the second time. Although he had the upper hand in the clash between the two, it was only a slight advantage, not a crushing one. What did this mean? Fang Ming's level must have broken 5. How is that possible? He broke 5 so quickly? 2 days? The old Taoist priest couldn't believe it. He was a super genius himself, otherwise he wouldn't have become the only level 5 superpower in Penglai, but how old was he, and how many years had he practiced for? And Fang Ming? He's just a kid. But this little brat has already grown to a level where he can fight him. I can't believe it. What kind of strange encounter did you have? The old Taoist priest couldn't help but exclaim. It was too hard for him to accept. Fang Ming smiled. Can't it be because I took the lead role? Ha! The old Taoist priest was dumbfounded. Alas, he is an old antique from the Qing dynasty, and he can't catch his drift. It's boring. Fang Ming came back with a vengeance. The Qing dynasty is already dead, and you still haven't been swept into the corner of history, still dreaming of becoming the protagonist of a new era? Boom! 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 He fought fiercely with the old Taoist priest. Although his overall strength was indeed inferior to that of the old Taoist priest, he was not injured. After receiving a blow, he would take a few breaths to recover. In contrast, the old Taoist priest was injured by the Bodhi tree and has not yet recovered. Every time they collided, it would cause the wound to hurt, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. After dozens of blows, Lauda's old wounds were fully triggered, and he began to vomit blood profusely. If this continues, he will be exhausted to death. Lao Dao felt humiliated. The day before, he could easily crush Fang Ming, like a cat playing with a mouse, but just 2 days later, the situation had reversed. How could such a fall be tolerated by such a veteran? Damn it! If it weren't for that immortal plant helping Fang Ming, he would still be in full swing, and there's no way he could lose to a young man who had just broken through to the 5th level. But now? He gritted his teeth and used his flying sword to escape. How dare you use magic in front of me? Fang Ming laughed loudly, raised the imperial seal high in the air, and said, "Destroy it." Boom, the jade seal glowed, and the flying sword under the old Taoist's feet immediately dimmed and turned into a mortal sword. Damn it! The old man was about to swear, so he quickly turned around and grabbed the flying sword, stuffing it back into the scabbard on his back. The flying sword was unable to be used for at least 2 hours after being hit by the imperial jade seal. Fortunately, he could also fly using his chi, but it was slower than using a flying sword. Fang Ming laughed loudly and chased after him with his wind wings flapping. The old Taoist had no choice but to fight again. He had mastered all kinds of magic, such as wind blades, flame slashes, and freezing techniques. As long as he had enough mana to support it, he could evolve all kinds of magical powers. Fang Ming was different. He had not learned any magic, but he had plundered many supernormal abilities, which were equally mysterious. Whether it was the ability to control gravity or the darkness that enveloped him, they were useless in the face of the old Taoist. Because the gap in strength was too great, no matter how powerful your superpowers were, they would be crushed. One force can break 1,000 methods. This is not just empty talk. But now? Level 5 versus level 5, the old master no longer has the power to crush. So, Fang Ming's many superpowers naturally had a place to be used. When Lao Dao attacked, it was swallowed up by the endless darkness and then counterattacked.
Fong Ming then used his gravity power, and the old master was instantly crushed down by him.
Boom! Fong Ming then used his psychic power to attack. Lao Dao let out a scream and fell straight from the sky. Go!
He chased after him, punching him repeatedly. Lao Dao barely managed to resist, but he could only block 8 out of 10 punches, and still had to take 2 punches, which made him cry out in pain. Boom! He fell from the sky, creating a large hole in the ground. Fong Ming did not go into the pit, but waited.
A few seconds later, boom, Lao Dao broke through the ground. Bastard!
Lao Dao shouted, his white hair flying back as he stared at the sky with eyes that seemed to tear. At this moment, he no longer had any gentle demeanor or refined appearance, but rather looked like a monster possessed, with a hideous expression on his face. He exuded a terrifying aura of blood, as if it had turned into a tangible substance.
Die! He attacked Fong Ming.
At this moment, it seemed that his wounds had healed, and his attack was fierce and domineering.
Fong Ming, however, laughed instead. How could his injuries suddenly heal? Wrong, Lao Dao's injuries will only get worse.
Therefore, Lao Dao may seem to have regained his full fighting power, but he must have used some secret method to temporarily suppress his injuries.
But what are the consequences of this?
First, the secret method can never last for too long, and second, once the effect of the secret method ends, it will be counterproductive. At that time, not only will the old injury recur, it will even double, leaving the old Taoist unable to recover.
Fong Ming's countermeasures are much simpler. He just has to delay.
When the Toist Priest's secret method is over, that will be the moment for him to launch a full-scale counterattack. All he had to do was wait for the old Taoist to use his magic weapon and then strike him with the Imperial Jade Seal. The old Taoist was extremely depressed. His strength is obviously stronger than Fong Ming's, but because he was injured earlier and Fong Ming's magic weapon is suppressing him, he is handicapped and doomed to defeat.
He really didn't want to. The key is that he can't even run if he wants to. How can he run?
He couldn't use his flying sword, because Fong Ming would crush it if he tried to run. So, he had no choice but to fight to the death. He will live if he is in a desperate situation. If he fights to the death, it is still possible to kill Fong Ming, and he will get all the treasures on Fong Ming's body.
Everything is worth it.
He has already used a secret technique that will keep him in full health for half an hour, at the cost of 10 years of his life, and at the same time, he will enter a 3-day period of weakness after the secret technique ends. Therefore, he must kill Fong Ming within half an hour. At the very least, he must drive Fong Ming away, so that he can hide and come back after recovering from his injuries and the weakness period. However, Fong Ming seemed to have guessed his thoughts and understood his current state. He did not fight him head-on, but instead constantly dodged, leaving him with all the strength in the world but no way to use it. Not to mention the fact that the darkness alone reduced his strength by at least 30%.
He wanted to kill Fong Ming in half an hour? Impossible. Lao Dao is also a person who can hold back and let go.
He sighed in his heart and immediately gave up the idea of killing Fong Ming and retreated again.
Chapter 224, Old Tao dies. How could Fong Ming let Lao Dao go? Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Lao Dao's combat power will soon drop to level 5. This is the best opportunity.
Otherwise, when Lao Dao recovers, he might be able to break through to level 6 with the help of the current environment.
Although Fong Ming will definitely break 6, he has just broken 5. How long will it take to break 6? He doesn't want to be suppressed by Lao Dao for so long again. This is a rare opportunity. I'll send you on your way.
He is hot on his heels.
Lao Dao was extremely depressed.
His strength was obviously stronger than Fong Ming's, but now he was being chased and killed by Fong Ming. This naturally made him feel ashamed. The key point was that if he couldn't get away from Fong Ming's pursuit, he would even be killed here.
This is the point.
Although he has already lived for more than 200 years, he is not tired of living at all. He still has more than 200 years to live, and with the recovery of spiritual energy, he will become stronger and live longer, so he naturally does not want to die.
But how can he escape?
The old Taoist was running away with all his might, while racking his brains to think of a solution. But there was no solution.
No matter what magic weapon he used, Fong Ming would simply use the Imperial Seal to suppress it, directly causing the magic weapon to fail. What to do? There is no way.
Fong Ming had an idea and took out the Spear of Longinus. The effect of the Imperial Seal seems to be targeted at a point in time, rather than lasting for an extremely long time in a certain space. Therefore, as long as he puts the magic weapon into a different space before that, it will not be affected by the Imperial Seal.
Let's try.
He took out the Spear of Longinus and stabbed it at the old Taoist. Although the two were about 2 kilometers apart, the Spear of Longinus blasted out with a golden light and quickly caught up with the old Taoist.
Boom!
Although the old Taoist desperately fought back, he was still blown away by the golden light. With the help of the Lance of Longinus, Fong Ming had reached the level 6 beginner level of combat power, so even though the old Taoist was still at the level 5 perfect level of combat power, he was still crushed by Fong Ming.
This is the power of the highest level artifact.
The old Taoist gritted his teeth, steadied his body, and then continued to flee.
He knew he couldn't match Fong Ming.
After this kid broke through level 5, he was able to suppress him with that strange artifact on his body.
Hard? He will die for sure. But if he can't shake Fong Ming, he's still going to die.
The old Taoist could not help but feel anxious. He was extremely talented, and although he was born in a time of war, he had a smooth life. During the most tragic times in China, he was safely cultivating in the mountains of the overseas fairy realm. After all, as long as he had the fairy plants to protect him, he had nothing to worry about the fairy realm being breached. Therefore, he has never experienced any desperate situation in his life. Now that he is only anxious, but he can't think of any countermeasures. What should he do? What should he do? But Fong Ming didn't give him a chance to think properly, and the Spear of Longinus struck again.
Swish, 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 golden light dancing.
He had already used all his old magic weapons, so he had no new ones to use and could only keep on fighting.
Eureka!
His expression changed.
Go to Kunlun.
Kunlun is the king of all mountains, and there are 2 major immortal cultivation forces in Kunlun, and there are no shortage of masters who can break through level 5.
So, if he can just get to Kunlun, will the other cultivators there not help him? Even if he has to lose face. But what's the big deal about being embarrassed?
As long as he can survive this, he can focus on his training and not leave the house until he breaks through to level 6. With that, he set off in the direction of Kunlun. No matter what, he is now a level 5 master. Since his flying sword is no longer working, he will run on the ground with his 2 legs.
The speed is actually not much slower.
The greatest significance of the flying sword is not to accelerate, but to be able to ignore the terrain. One ran, the other chased, and they were both incredibly fast.
Gradually, they entered the northwest region of Guangmao.
As the mountains became more numerous and the snow more white, Fong Ming couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart.
The old man wouldn't be thinking of running to Kunlun for help, would he? It's very possible.
Because the clone often came here to look for the Kunlun realm, but this area was just too large, and he had never found anything, but he was definitely very familiar with it.
Boom!
Fong Ming swung his spear and hit him again. Although the old Taoist tried his best to defend himself, he had already been hit too many times, and the cumulative effect had exceeded his critical point. He looked exhausted, his face as pale as paper. The duration of the secret method is almost over. The old Taoist was shocked and immediately used his magic power to call out, "I am a Taoist from Penglai, and I am in trouble.
Fellow Taoists from Kunlun, please lend me a hand."
His voice rolled out in all directions, and he used his magical power to push the sound, as if he could push it to places it should not have reached. Fong Ming held the Spear of Longinus and just kept on blasting.
It would be best if the old Taoist died. If he didn't, there would be more trouble. Boom!
The old Taoist was hit by Fong Ming's attack, and he flew into the air and then fell heavily to the ground. He only twitched a few times, but he was unable to stand up again. He wasn't dead, but he was almost. Fong Ming was about to deliver the final blow, but he suddenly felt several powerful auras surging out and locking him in place.
"Little monk, you should forgive people and stop fighting, okay?" A voice came over. Hearing this voice, the Taoist was overjoyed and said, "Tiangfang Taoist friend, save me." Fong Ming snorted coldly, "No." He fell to the ground and punched the old Taoist. "Little monk, you've gone too far."
A figure flashed out to stop Fong Ming. However, Fong Ming's body suddenly split, and another him appeared, hitting the figure that had attacked.
Ha! Ha!
Amidst the cries of surprise, the clone Fong Ming had already clashed with the oncoming figure. Although the clone was blown away, the oncoming figure was also stopped, and Fong Ming had already attacked and with a bang, punched out. The terrifying power crushed him, and he was instantly blown to pieces, dead beyond death. This scene made several people who had just come out frown. Hey, this is... The aura has revived. No wonder the old Taoist from Shiyun has run to our Kunlun territory. Ha, we have finally waited for this day. The group of people who just appeared were not angry, but were first excited, and each one was happy. To them, the old Taoist priest was just a fellow practitioner, not a fellow disciple. So, if he dies, he dies. Do they have to mourn in silence? They were even more excited about the revival of spiritual energy, which would not only allow them to release it, but also transcend their current realm and advance to a higher level. This means greater strength and longer life. Can they not be overjoyed? Then, they all looked at Fong Ming. Their expressions were not good. The little monk has a strong murderous intent. The person who just attacked said that he only seemed to be very old, with white eyebrows and white beard, but he was tall and had a white robe, giving him a feeling of a sage. But now, he looked at Fong Ming with eyes full of pressure, as if he was going to fight if he didn't agree. Chapter 225, Kunlun Mountain. Fong Ming looked at the white-browed old man. This old man should also be a level 5 master, and the aura he exudes is similar to that of the old Taoist in Penglai. Fong Ming smiled lightly. It's just a personal grudge, why are you taking it so seriously? The white-browed old man looked at Fong Ming with a stern expression. Little monk, don't forget, this is my Kunlun territory. Fong Ming laughed. Under heaven, all is the king's land. Sir, it's been many years since the land reform, and all land belongs to the state. Why are you still claiming the land as your own? The old man with white eyebrows raised his eyebrows. We have lived in Kunlun for generations, and this is our territory. What do you mean by land reform? Fong Ming shook his head. You are a nail household and should not be tolerated. The old man wanted to explain, but suddenly froze. Why am I telling you all this? I'm investigating your evil deeds, and now I'm questioning the ownership of my own home? Little monk, don't change the subject. He said calmly, I already told you to stop. Why did you have to go and commit murder? Fong Ming shook his head. You killed the man, why are you talking to me? He had already lost his patience. The old man with white eyebrows was stunned at first, then furious. Little monk, don't forget that this is the Kunlun realm. Kunlun realm? Is Kunlun that great? Fong Ming looked at these old guys calmly. Each of them was a powerful being with a strength of over 5. But the closest thing to a natural disaster was a distant invasion by a foreign power. But what did Penglai or Kunlun do about it? Nothing. So, they only care about themselves. What good is such a powerful force? Selfish. Fong Ming looked coldly at the old guys. If you say that you will die if you leave Kunlun, then that's fine, but what about the younger generation? Will they just practice their cultivation until the aura recovers, then come out to bully people? If you like being a coward so much, why did you come out? Fong Ming said indifferently, holding the spear of Longinus. He now had a level 6 early combat power. Who doesn't agree? Just stab them with a spear. Seeing Fong Ming humiliate them like this, the old guys were furious. Heh, we've been in the Kunlun realm for so long that the world seems to have forgotten our existence. Well, now that the world's spiritual energy has recovered, we can come out into the world and take this kid as a target. This brat, who has only been practicing for a few years, actually dares to speak so arrogantly in front of us. Kill him. The white-browed old man came back to kill again. He had just knocked the clone of Fong Ming flying with one blow, so he naturally thought that Fong Ming was nothing special. Fong Ming smiled, swung his spear of Longinus and swept it over. A golden light flashed. What? The white-browed old man was shocked and quickly retreated. Boom! It was too late. He still took a hit from the golden light, and his face changed in shock. Fong Ming's strength is still above him. How is that possible? What kind of magic weapon is this? The old guys were all shocked. Humph, you're not the only one with magic artifacts. The old man with white eyebrows took out a mirror and shone it at Fong Ming. A beam of light shot out. Fong Ming was moving all the time, so the old man moved the mirror, and the beam of light followed Fong Ming. Boom! Fang Ming parried with the spear of Longinus, and the two beams of light collided and annihilated each other.
Fang Ming raised his eyebrows. After the old man activated the mirror, he actually reached the power of a level 6 beginner. It is no wonder that Kunlun is so powerful.
A simple old man and a simple magical weapon can be comparable to the spear of Longinus. He was feeling moved, but the old men in the Kunlun realm were also shocked. You have to know that this mirror is one of the 5 treasures of the Kunlun realm, and it can increase the user's strength by 1 level, but it can only fight Fang Ming in a draw.
This is too exaggerated.
First of all, the spear of Longinus is also a magic weapon of this level.
Secondly, Fang Ming's level is the same as theirs. How is that possible? He's only a little older. The recovery of spiritual energy will give birth to a wave of powerful cultivators in the world. This is a great opportunity.
An old man said excitedly, "This kid has received this great opportunity from heaven and earth."
We knew too late.
No, he is far from reaching the top. If we kill him, this great opportunity will fall on our heads.
Yes, killing him is good.
These old men all had murderous expressions and could not hide their greed. They took out their magic weapons one after another.
You are just one person, how can you fight against so many of us?
Fang Ming smiled, first putting away the spear of Longinus, and then taking out the imperial seal.
Who can use magic in front of me?
He shouted, holding the imperial jade seal high in the air.
Boom!
A mighty aura swept over, and the magical weapons in the hands of the white-browed elder and the others immediately dimmed. The imperial seal is the king of all artifacts.
Fang Ming quickly put away the imperial seal and then took out the lance of Longinus, attacking directly. He was still at level 6, but what about the white eyebrows?
They have dropped to level 5. A level 6 fighter fighting a level 5 fighter is like a father fighting his son.
No good.
The faces of the white eyebrows all changed. Faced with the attack of
the spear of Longinus, they dared not take it on, and they all turned and ran.
They were already in the Kunlun realm, so they disappeared as soon as they turned around.
Fang Ming did not pursue them. Penglai has a magic plant, so what about Kunlun? There must be one, and maybe more than one. Why would he risk it?
I'll stab you to death when I get out.
Fang Ming snorted, searched the old Toist priest's body for any magical artifacts, and then turned back to the mountain city. He contacted Meng Jining and the others, and asked them to return.
In the hotel, he was lying on a deck chair by the pool, eating grapes, and feeling very comfortable. Zhao Yenyun came over and looked at him with contempt as he lay there lazily.
The crisis is over? Yes. Fang Ming nodded. Since I've broken through to level 5, what can the Penglai Taoist do to match me? Zhao Yenyun was very puzzled. What if you break through level 5?
That Taoist should be level 5 perfect, and Penglai should not lack magical weapons, so you can only barely keep your life. How dare you come back so casually? Hey, I didn't just come back with a swagger, I chased the old Taoist all the way to Kunlun. Not only did I kill the old Taoist, I also forced the Kunlun disciples who came to rescue him to retreat.
Fang Ming laughed.
Zhao Yenyun didn't believe him, and just gave him a dirty look.
Isn't this a fairy tale? The power of the Kunlun realm is definitely above that of Penglai. It is the true king of all mountains, the source of all the myths in the world. Can you suppress the entire Kunlun realm by yourself?
Unless you've broken the 6th level.
Fang Ming didn't argue. If you don't believe it, that's fine. I don't need you to believe it. I said, is there anyone else in your sect besides you?
He started probing Zhao Yenyun's background again.
Chapter 226, Temporary Peace. What sect am I from? Zhao Yenyun thought for a moment.
She had just made up a name for the sect before, but fortunately, she had a strong spiritual power and a good memory, so she quickly remembered. She shook her head slowly. Our sect is small, and besides me, there is only my master. It is a single-line lineage, and my master likes to be quiet. Even if the spiritual energy recovers, she will only practice in the mountains and will not come out.
Okay.
Fang Ming thought that if he could get Zhao Yenyun's master to come out, he could add a master to his side. But it turned out that she was so indifferent to fame and fortune. Fang Ming looked at Zhao Yenyun with a suspicious look, always feeling that the woman was not being completely honest.
Zhao Yenyun spread her hands. My master is just one person. Okay. Fang Ming waited for 2 days, and Meng Jining and the others returned. The family was reunited and everyone was happy.
To be honest, the Penglai crisis was the biggest crisis they had ever faced, but it had only been a few days since Fong Ming had resolved it. Naturally, everyone was very surprised, but it was a happy surprise. Of course, after the Penglai crisis was resolved, there was another Kunlun realm, and there were many more masters in Kunlun than in Penglai. After being scared by me, the people of Kunlun realm will not dare to come out for a short time. Moreover, they didn't know my identity for the time being, so they didn't come to the door to kill me. I am not afraid of a head-on confrontation, but I am afraid that these people will not follow the rules of martial arts and steal from the family.
This is why Fong Ming wanted to invite Master Zhao Yenyun out of retirement.
Also, those old guys will definitely come out one by one when they know that the aura has recovered. They are all level 5 or close to it, so it won't take long for them to break through to level 6.
By then, they will definitely make a comeback.
Fong Ming is not too afraid of this, because the Imperial Seal can make all magical weapons ineffective, but his can still be used, so he can use the Spear of Longinus to reach level 6 combat power. The old guys have just broken through level 6, so everyone's strength is about the same. Therefore, Fong Ming is most afraid of being robbed.
When will you break level 5? Fong Ming asked Zhao Yenyun.
Zhao Yenyun looked at him and was a little tired. Her promotion speed was already fast enough, but compared to Fong Ming, she was still inferior, which made her speechless. Fong Ming didn't know, but she herself didn't know how talented she was, and she also had an amazing Ice Phoenix constitution. Her cultivation level could only be described as terrifying, but she was still unable to catch up with Fong Ming. Now there are no level 4 zombies, so neither she nor Fong Ming can obtain level 4 corpse pearls.
Fong Ming's terrifying progress really makes her unable to accept it.
It will take another month or so,
she said. So slow? Fong Ming muttered subconsciously. Zhao Yenyun almost wanted to fight. Your arrogant look is really annoying.
But then she thought of Fong Ming's level, which had already reached 5, and she silently withdrew her hand from the hilt of the sword.
I'll hold back. The next few days were uneventful.
Fong Ming returned to his previous pace of life, basically spending time with the girls, practicing, and then talking to Lu Xiao to improve their relationship.
You are the one I brought back from overseas, you must never betray me. The willow branch grew quickly. In just a few days, it grew to a person's height.
It was no longer just one branch, but had 2 more branches that had forked off.
Fong Ming was overjoyed, but it also made Zhao Yenyun come more often, which was obviously not a good sign.
Fong Ming warned her that if she dared to take advantage of the willow branch, he would deal with her. You are my woman, so you can share the willow branch.
However, this actually made Zhao Yenyun hesitate for a moment. There are actually many benefits to becoming a Taoist couple with Fong Ming. First, you can practice together. Just look at Meng Jining and the others.
They may not be exceptionally talented or have a special constitution, but they have improved their level of cultivation by no less than she has, which is truly amazing.
So, if she and Fong Ming cultivate together, what kind of rapid improvement in strength can she expect? What kind of rapid progress in strength can be achieved? Second, Fong Ming has so many treasures.
The 3-piece set from Zyarizi and the Western gun are either top-notch or second best, which makes her very tempted.
But she is of such a high status, how could she share a man with another woman?
Besides, even if she eventually got married, it would be her husband who married her, not the other way around. After thinking it over, she suppressed this tempting thought. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Fong Ming maintained his rapid progress, and even without the help of the Lingguo and the Corpse Pearl, he was able to make rapid progress in his experience bar thanks to the dual cultivation of the Jinwu Liang Yi Divine Skill and the Kama Sutra. According to his estimate, in 200 days at most, he would be able to break through to level 6. In other words, in about 180 days, he will be able to break through to the next level.
This is an astonishingly fast pace.
Look at those old guys, they've already reached level 5, but now, which one of them has broken through to level 6?
There are definitely none.
If they had broken through to level 6, they would have killed their way out of the Kunlun realm. They would have already killed their way out.
Fong Ming asked Zhao Yenyun that in fact, it is extremely difficult to break through each level.
The cultivation world calls it a barrier level. The lower level barriers are okay, but it is normal for the higher level barriers to block you for a year or two. Think about it, breaking level 5 gives you a theoretical lifespan of 400 years, so what if you get stuck for a year or two?
Is that a long time?
Therefore, even if the old guys in Kunlun realm have actually reached level 5 and have also obtained the conditions for continued evolution, breaking through to level 6 is no easy task. Zhao Yinyun speculated that it would take at least half a year for the old gang to complete the breakthrough.
This is already the fastest calculation. Fong Ming was relieved. 6 months? Then I'm not afraid of anything.
Half a year is 180 days, and I've already broken 6 in that long time. Everyone is at level 6, so the situation is actually the same as it is now. I used the Imperial Seal to suppress your magic weapons, and then used the Spear of Longinus to have a level of combat power that is 1 level higher.
Isn't it like me fighting my own son? It would be easy. However, just a few days later, the 4th large-scale wave of corpses broke out. Level 4 corpse tide. Fong Ming nodded.
Although the level 4 corpse pearls had no effect on him, they were extremely helpful to Meng Jining and the others, allowing them to
quickly advance to level 5.
It seemed that the special mechanism of heaven allowed those who came after to quickly catch up.
He used his clones to kill high-level zombies all over the country.
First, it helped humans to lighten their burden, and second, it also allowed them to harvest some corpse pearls. Fong Ming hoped that everyone could quickly break 5, or even 6, so that he would have no worries about facing the Kunlun realm.
Chapter 227, Level 4 Zombie Tide. Fong Ming summoned a copy using the Yatagarbha mirror.
The main body and the copy went to different places to suppress the wave of corpses. He left the demon subduing staff to Meng Jining, and the 8-foot jade dagger, the sword of the clouds, and other items were also distributed. All that was left in his hands were the Imperial Seal and the Spear of Longinus, and these 2 artifacts were now the strongest.
Where is the most important place now? Of course, it's the Taiwu base. This is the center of weapon production for the entire China.
After Zhou Zicheng awakened his metal superpower, it was like adding wings to a tiger when it came to making weapons.
Therefore, Fong Ming's true body went to the Taiwu base. After several months of development, Taiwu base has been completely transformed.
It has become a small city, named Taiwu City, with the Taiwu base at its core. It is a small city built entirely on the Gobi Desert.
Fong Ming has completely tilted the resources here, so Taiwu base has a large amount of supplies. Now, where there is food, isn't that heaven? Besides, Taiwu base is a weapons manufacturer, so there is no need to worry about security. With these factors, Taiwu base has also rapidly developed into Taiwu City. Building on the Gobi Desert is difficult? Are you kidding? With the combined power of the earth, water and metal types, what conditions can't be overcome? And the power-type superheroes worked as laborers, so how efficient were they?
An incredible miracle was accomplished.
Fong Ming was also slightly surprised when he arrived.
The last time he came here was more than half a year ago, and since then he has only used the phone to direct and remotely control the allocation of resources from all sides. When the status of the Taiwu base was established, there was actually nothing for him to do.
Now Zhou Zicheng's reputation in the major bases and settlements definitely exceeds Fong Ming's.
Because Fong Ming is too low-key, he is not a leader, and he is either at home with his women or going abroad to shop for treasures. His eyes have long since jumped out of China and are looking at the whole world. Of course, the heads of the various powers all know of the existence of Fong Ming, and they are even more in awe of him. This big guy is the number 1 person on the Chinese combat power list. Oh, once upon a time, when the rankings were being made for the second time, the person who made the rankings took Fong Ming off the list. Because Boss Fong was too low-key, he didn't want such a false reputation at all. Who is number 1 on the leaderboard now? Meng Jining, suspected level 4, has a record of destroying countless level 3 corpse nests, defeating the Poison King, Thunder King, and others, and becoming the undisputed number 1. Under Meng Jining is Xie Jun, the new Hercules.
Fong Ming went outside the city and saw a large number of zombies attacking the city.
On the city walls, mechanical dogs were carrying machine guns and spraying bullets. Ordinary zombies were blown to pieces after being hit once, and even level 2 zombies felt the pain after being hit once. If they were hit in the head, level 2 zombies could also be killed in seconds. However, this kind of firepower is completely ineffective against level 3 zombies. The Force-sensitive type can eat them directly. The bullets, which are not much thinner than a forearm, are immediately bounced back when they hit them. The spellcasting type has thin skin, so they can't eat them so hard, but as long as they use their superpowers, they can easily block and destroy the bullets. Fortunately, after half a year of development, the Taiwu base has also developed new weapons.
New robot dogs have appeared, and instead of machine guns, they carry thermobaric bombs.
Zombies don't need to breathe, so they don't die from suffocation, but thermobaric bombs don't just burn oxygen and create a near vacuum, they also have high temperatures, high pressure, and high impact, so the damage is terrible. So, when a thermobaric bomb falls, all the zombies within 10 meters will either be burned to death or crushed to pieces by the impact.
Even level 3 zombies will be seriously injured. Unfortunately, this time it was a level 4 zombie tide.
Even though the zombies fell in waves, more and more zombies kept coming, as if they were going to use the zombie sea tactic to destroy this human weapons production base.
What's even more terrifying is that level 4 zombies have appeared. Not just one, but dozens.
So this is not a wave of zombies, but dozens of waves of zombies that have merged together. If Fong Ming hadn't appeared here, it is estimated that the Taiwu base would have suffered a heavy blow today. It would not have been completely destroyed, but there would definitely be experts who could break out of the siege. However, the destruction of the entire city would have been inevitable.
But Fong Ming came, and it was completely different.
He rushed into the zombie horde, using only his poison ability. His wings spread out, and he flew through the sky.
With the existence of the 5th rank, how terrifying is the poison he releases? Everywhere he went, the zombies fell in droves.
He circled around Taiwu City, and formed a ring with his toxin.
Any zombies that entered the area of this ring would immediately rot into slag.
Of course, there were exceptions.
For example, some zombies jumped over, and some flew over, but the number of such zombies was very small. Fong Ming just rushed over and punched them, and the terrifying punching power formed a shockwave, easily blasting the zombies that rushed over.
When the human forces in the city had dealt with all the zombies in the inner ring, Fong Ming had also killed all the zombies in the outer ring, and the number of zombies he had killed alone was more than the total number killed in Taiwu City, showing just how terrifying his strength was. However, Fong Ming was exhausted, and the power of the 3 major systems was basically exhausted.
He had to enter Taiwu City and rest. The city was also in a mess.
Everyone was too tired to walk, sitting on the ground with their backs bent, sweating profusely.
Not many people could still stand up. This shows the terror of Fong Ming.
He alone killed half of the corpse tide.
A level 5 psychic, how terrifying. Fong Ming? Fong Ming.
Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out.
Ha! Fong Ming was taken aback and turned to look.
He saw that the man who was calling to him was a man in his 20s, over 180 centimeters tall, and very handsome.
Ma Wei. Fong Ming smiled and responded with a loud shout.
This was his college classmate. Their relationship was not good, but it was not bad either.
It was just an ordinary classmate relationship.
After graduating from university, the two went their separate ways, and they only kept in touch through the internet. After the natural disaster, all communication was cut off, so it was naturally impossible for Fong Ming to think of any of his college classmates, and it was estimated that more than 90% of them had died. But Ma Wei was not only alive, she had even met him.
How did you end up here? Ma Wei asked first. Fong Ming smiled. Didn't there happen to be a zombie outbreak?
I was killing zombies outside the city and I was so exhausted that I came into the city to rest.
Ma Wei looked at him and suddenly burst into laughter, patting Fong Ming on the shoulder. Fong Ming, how come I didn't realize you were so humorous when we were in college? Chapter 228 Green Tea. How could Ma Wei believe it? There are zombies everywhere.
Even if Fong Ming were here, or even if Meng Jining, the number 1 player on the leaderboard, were here, there would only be an explanation.
Therefore, Fong Ming was naturally joking. Fong Ming smiled. Really? Really? Ma Wei patted Fong Ming on the shoulder, still smiling. Okay. Fong Ming did not argue.
He was too lazy to hide it from his old classmate, but if Ma Wei did not believe him, he did not need to explain it forcibly.
If you think I'm joking, then I'm joking. Fong Ming, how many years have we not seen each other?
Ma Wei said with some emotion. I never thought that our reunion after graduation would be under such circumstances.
Fong Ming also nodded and patted Ma Wei's shoulder, quite emotional.
It's been less than 300 days since the end of the world, but it feels like it's been years.
Where do you live? Ma Wei asked. Fong Ming shrugged. I don't have a place to live here.
Oh, you just came here. Ma Wei misunderstood, so go to my place for a few days, and move out when you find a place to live.
As classmates, I'm sure I'll help you out. He was very enthusiastic. Fong Ming was moved. Since Ma Wei had not forgotten the friendship of their school days, should he not help him out as well?
He was not a person who did not cherish old friendships.
Thank you very much. He smiled. Let's go. Ma Wei led the way. You really just got here today? Yes. Fong Ming nodded.
Okay, I'll give you a tour of the area. Ma Wei really took Fong Ming as a novice and started talking nonstop. He introduced the situation of Taiwu City, and finally said, I only awakened my superpowers a month ago, and I've just broken through to level 1.
I'm just a nobody. Otherwise, even if I were level 2, I could help you rent a room. Right now, housing in Taiwu City is very tight. Not to mention buying a house, there are even restrictions on renting a room.
For someone like Ma Wei, who is only a level 1 psychic, he has almost no privileges at all. But if he were to be promoted to level 2, his authority would increase significantly, because level 2 psychics are currently the mainstay of the community.
Level 3?
Many leaders of bases and settlements are only at this level, and level 4 is even rarer, with only a small group of the most talented reaching this level. Ma Wei kept talking all the way, and finally arrived at where he lived. A 6-story simple building with many single rooms. Although the room is small, the monthly rent is as high as 5 level 1 corpse pearls. Ma Wei said with a sigh, I spend most of my income on this.
Now, corpse pearls are the universal currency of the world. Fong Ming nodded, his thoughts connecting to the vast alien space. How many level 1 corpse pearls do I have?
Oh, not much, just a few tens of thousands, but there are millions of level 2 corpse pearls, and millions of level 3 corpse pearls.
After verification, I should be the richest person in the world.
Not to mention the fact that he just wiped out dozens of corpse tides outside the city.
How much did he make? It can only be described as amazing. Fong Ming smiled and said, after today's wave of corpses, you should have made a lot of gains as well, right?
Ma Wei couldn't hide her happiness and said, the upper level will distribute the rewards according to everyone's contribution. However, for low-level superpowered people like us, as long as we participated in the battle and didn't run away halfway, we will actually be rewarded according to the same contribution.
Only the big bosses will have drones to record and count the results.
However, this wave of corpses was so terrifying that I estimate it won't be difficult to get 10 level 1 corpse pearls.
It's a lot of money for a day's work. Fong Ming couldn't help but sigh again.
He could easily blow up a wave of corpses with a single blow, and the corpse pearls of all levels added up to hundreds or even thousands. But for Ma Wei, 10 level 1 corpse pearls were the result of a month's hard work.
This person is really infuriating. Ma Wei. Ma Wei.
At this moment, someone called out from outside the door. Ma Wei immediately showed a look of surprise and said to Fong Ming, my girlfriend is here, let me introduce you.
He had already walked to the door. Lei, this is Fong Ming, my college classmate. Ma Wei soon walked in with a woman.
The woman was about 24 or 25 years old, quite pretty, with fair skin, a petite figure, long flowing hair, and a snow-white dress that gave her a light and airy feel.
Fong Ming, this is my girlfriend, Zhang Lei. Fong Ming nodded first, hello.
Zhang Lei nodded to Fong Ming in a reserved manner, and then asked Ma Wei, brother, how many corpse pearls can you get this time? Ma Wei thought for a moment, this wave of corpses is so terrifying, 10 should not be out of the question.
Zhang Lei immediately said, wow, that's a lot.
Seeing her look at him with adoration, Ma Wei couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment, and nodded, this time, all level 1 superhumans should be able to get this much. Unfortunately, she hasn't yet broken through to level 1, and can't fight alongside her brother.
Zhang Lei's eyes suddenly grew dim.
Ma Wei thought for a moment, I'll give you all the corpse pearls. He regretted it as soon as the words came out.
What about the rent? And his own promotion? But Zhang Lei didn't give him a chance to regret it. She immediately smiled sweetly and said excitedly, really? Then thank you so much, brother.
Hearing this, Ma Wei could only smile and say, you don't have to be polite to me. You're my girlfriend.
When you break through to level 1, we can fight together. Yes, I can definitely help my brother.
Zhang Lei nodded vigorously, her pure appearance like a white moonlight, dazzling Ma Wei.
Fong Ming, however, bit his teeth.
Ma Wei had met a green tea with a high level of skill, and he was playing around with her. You see, she just had to say one thing and Ma Wei handed over all her gains.
What did she give in return? A thank you?
Yeah, has something to tell me, so I'll go find her first. I'll come back tomorrow to see my brother. Zhang Lei said, without giving Ma Wei a chance to stop her, and turned and left. Ma Wei watched her back disappear, then turned her gaze away, still with a silly smile on her face.
When did this old classmate become so stupid?
Fang Ming didn't want to get involved, but Ma Wei was so enthusiastic, inviting him to stay even though he only had a single room. He was afraid that Fang Ming would be left on the street, so Fang Ming of course appreciated this kindness.
After the end of the world, this may be the only one of my classmates left. Fang Ming smiled and asked, "Won't you be disturbing your happy moments by taking me in?" Chapter 229, Help.
Ma Wei was stunned at first, then blushed and waved her hands repeatedly. Lei is a very traditional person. I promised her that I would wait until after we got married. Fang Ming sighed in his heart.
Are there still women who value chastity so highly these days? Besides, aren't you two boyfriend and girlfriend? You're not adulterers. These days, it's all about living for the moment. Ma Wei has already given her everything he has, and yet Zhang Lei is still so attached to him? Ha! Besides, it's been many days since the end of the world, and Zhang Lei obviously only started evolving recently. So, how did she survive for at least 9 months? An ordinary person. So, the answer is obvious. What else could she do besides selling her body?
But now she's packaged herself as a chaste maiden, not even allowing Ma Wei to touch her. She's really playing both sides.
Fang Ming looked at Ma Wei, who was still smiling innocently.
If Fang Ming told him at this time that Zhang Lei was actually a green tea, Ma Wei would probably turn his back on him.
He's in love. Fang Ming thought for a moment, and instead of directly exposing Zhang Lei's true colors, he asked, "How did you and Zhang Lei meet?"
Ma Wei revealed a look of reminiscence. Actually, I've only known her for a little over a month. I suffered a lot and used 5 corpse pearls to finally evolve successfully and become a psychic. Just over a month ago, I passed by a settlement and stopped to restock supplies, and that's when I met Lei.
We met by chance on the road and hit it off right away. Naturally, we became a couple, and at Lei's suggestion, we came all the way to Taiwu City. Moreover, Lei is very talented. She used only 2 corpse pearls to successfully evolve. I gave her half of the corpse pearls I earned, so that she can reach level 1 as soon as possible and we can fight together," he said with a look of longing. Well, the appraisal is complete. This is a lapdog.
Fang Ming shook his head in his heart.
Old schoolmate, can't you think about it a little? What does an ordinary woman need to survive in the settlement? She's living well. Why did she encourage Ma Wei to come here? In fact, it's not necessarily to go to Taiwu City, but to leave the settlement.
Because everyone there knows what she does, and now a chicken is pretending to be a good family, so it will be exposed.
Ma Wei is just in love, not a fool. She has been told by many people over and over again, so how can she not believe it? Therefore, Zhang Lei must make Ma Wei leave.
In a new place, she will naturally be a pure and virtuous woman.
After all, the chances of meeting her former clients here are close to 0.
Fang Ming could analyze all of this with just a little thought, but Ma Wei was not willing to think about it at all.
There is no way. Men in love have 0 IQ.
In fact, if Zhang Lei had followed Ma Wei properly, Fang Ming would have been too lazy to meddle in other people's business. After all, almost every woman who has survived to this day has had sex with hundreds or thousands of men unless she awakened her superpowers early on or married a powerful man.
Therefore, chastity is not that important. But Zhang Lei clearly treated Ma Wei as a cash machine.
Fang Ming and Ma Wei laughed and talked about some interesting things that happened in college. After a while, Fang Ming said, "I'm going to go out and enjoy the scenery of this steel city."
"Okay, I'm going to go to work, too."
Ma Wei said, "Come over tonight, I'll take you out to dinner."
Okay. Fang Ming walked out of the building and strolled through the busy streets.
After a period of rest, many people had recovered and were celebrating in the streets.
They have beaten back the zombie tide once again.
This means that for a long time, they will be safe. Moreover, the appearance of more powerful zombies means that there will be more and more low-level zombies, and the low-level zombie pearls on the market will also become more and more numerous and cheaper. Then, the speed at which the low-level supernaturals climb up will become faster and faster.
The era of supernormal abilities for all people is not too far away. Fong Ming seemed to be walking around at random, but his mental waves were constantly radiating out, searching for Zhang Lei.
He is now level 5, and his mental wave has expanded to 50 meters. Therefore, after he crosses one street, he can actually see clearly the two streets nearby. Taiwu City is only a small city that has just been established.
How big can it be?
He soon found Zhang Lei.
Ha!
His eyes flashed with coldness, because Zhang Lei was not alone, and contrary to what she had said, she had not gone to find a girl named Ye, but a man. In the building in front of him, an auction was being held for the recently killed zombies and high-level zombies. The corpse pearls were of course taken away, but many of the zombies were actually full of treasures. For example, some of the zombies that had become exoskeletons had their bones turned into extremely sharp spears, which could be used to make weapons that could easily pierce the torsos of level 1, 2, or 3 zombies, depending on the level of the bone blade.
Zhang Lei was sitting shoulder to shoulder with a young man.
She was smiling, and every now and then she would touch the man with her elbow or knee, then act coy and shy, making the man's eyes burn with desire, as if he couldn't wait to throw himself at her. This green tea is indeed very skilled at tea techniques.
Fong Ming thought for a moment, smiled, and walked into the auction hall.
There is no capital verification here, but you have to pay immediately after you bid.
If you deliberately cause trouble, someone will come and teach you a lesson. So, who would dare to mess around without money?
In order not to expose the secret of the different space, he deliberately carried a large sack on his back.
Fong Ming entered the auction hall, but there were no seats left. Many people were standing.
However, the people standing there were basically just onlookers, and the rich would of course arrange for a seat. Therefore, by looking at who is standing and who is sitting, you can easily judge their status. Zhang Lei glanced at Fong Ming and her face changed.
Oh no! Lei, what's wrong?
The man next to her asked, looking concerned.
Zhang Lei quickly said, nothing, I just suddenly got a chill. Oh. The man didn't suspect anything.
At this time, the auctioneer lifted up the corpse of a level 2 zombie.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a level 2 zombie, with fire attributes.
According to our research, the essence of this zombie is in its heart. You can see that it has turned into a red crystal, but it is red hot and boiling. We have tested it with a fire attribute user, and it can increase his combat effectiveness by 50%. He is a level 2 power user, so for a level 1 power user, the increase in power will be even greater. Starting bid, 5 level 1 corpse pearls.
Chapter 230, Green Tea's Performance. 5. 6.
Everyone immediately bid, but the competition for this zombie heart was naturally between those with fire-based supernatural powers, so it wasn't particularly fierce. 10 pieces, level 2 corpse pearls. Fong Ming smiled and raised his hand.
What?
Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to him, but most of them were confused.
Are you here to cause trouble? The auctioneer was stunned. Although the second level corpse bead was only one level higher than the first level, how much did the price difference amount to?
A level 2 corpse pearl means that a level 2 power user can reach level 3.
Level 3? What a concept! Sold. The auctioneer didn't care if anyone else was bidding, he just went ahead and sold it.
The corpse parts of a level 2 zombie can actually be exchanged for 10 level 2 corpse pearls.
This sounds like a dream.
Hurry up, before this idiot regrets it.
This is a spot transaction.
Fong Ming smiled and opened the sack, throwing out 10 level 2 corpse pearls. Why are they level 2 corpse pearls? Although he has no shortage of level 1 corpse pearls, the space in the sack is limited.
How many can it hold? Level 2 is different.
There are still hundreds of them, but their value has increased by at least 100 times. The auctioneer quickly had the pearls appraised. It was actually very simple. The higher the grade of the pearls, the darker the color.
So the auctioneer immediately confirmed that the 10 pearls were genuine. Boss, please take your seat. The auctioneer quickly cleared out the front row. Someone is sitting there? Get out of here.
Who can compare with the big boss who can casually pull out 10 level 2 corpse pearls?
Look at that sack, How many more corpse pearls are there? Hundreds. What does that mean?
That sack of corpse pearls can create several level 3 superpowers.
You know, the current number 1 on the leaderboard is only suspected to be a level 4. A level 3 psychic isn't powerful enough? What a big shot!
Everyone looked at Fong Ming, but this time it wasn't out of curiosity, but out of awe and envy.
Zhang Lei was even more surprised.
Because she recognized Fong Ming.
Isn't this Ma Wei's college classmate? How can he be so rich?
No, being able to take out 10 level 2 corpse pearls without a frown, and having more in the sack, this is not just about being rich, but also about having terrifying strength. At that moment, she really wanted to kick the man next to her away and immediately go back to find Ma Wei. If she could just get close to Fong Ming, wouldn't she be able to rise to great heights in the future? No, wait.
She immediately changed her mind, because how much benefit could she get by following Ma Wei? After all, Ma Wei is just one person. But what if she could hook Fong Ming? No middleman to make a profit. Fong Ming's is hers. Ha! She couldn't help but be moved by the idea, and once it came to her, she couldn't suppress it. Why would Fong Ming take the bait? He knew that he was Ma Wei's boyfriend. Therefore, he had to create an opportunity. Zhang Lei racked her brains and soon had an idea. Green tea is for this. She had an idea, so she focused on the auction. Fong Ming made a series of bids, spending money like water, and everyone was amazed. Where did this big shot come from? He doesn't even think of the corpse pearls as money. He's inhuman. Zhang Lei's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. In her opinion, all of this was of course hers. She could be so successful too if she took down Fong Ming. An hour later, the auction finally ended. Zhang Lei calculated for Fong Ming that he had spent at least 240 corpse pearls, all of which were level 2. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. The head of the auction house came out to chat with Fong Ming, but Fong Ming was too low-key and the head of the auction house was not very high-ranking, so he didn't recognize Fong Ming, but that didn't stop him from flattering him. If there were more big customers like this, the auction house would have an easier time. However, although the auction house made a lot of money today, the proceeds did not go into his pocket. All the income goes to Taiwu City, and which department can allocate how much corpse pearls is up to Zhou Zicheng to decide. Accompanied by the person in charge, Fong Ming slowly walked out. Zhang Lei took the opportunity and immediately slapped the man next to her. This man was not the rich second generation from before, who she had already found a reason to send away, so this man was an innocent passerby. After being slapped, he was first confused, then furious. "Bitch, are you tired of living?" he said viciously. These days, everyone is very angry, and it is normal to kill people at the slightest provocation. Zhang Lei naturally hoped that this person would get angry, the angrier the better, so that she could show off her weakness and helplessness. She first took a few steps back, pretending to be frightened, and then said in a pitiful tone, "You just touched my ass." "Damn it, did I touch you?" The man laughed in a condescending manner. "You should take a look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are. Do I need to touch your ass? These days, even if you're a superstar, if you're not a superhuman, you'll have to lie down and sell your pussy." Although he has just broken through to level 1, he has already played with several former third-tier starlets. "So, do I touch your ass? Are you worthy?" Zhang Lei, while backing away in fear, said in a tone of grievance, which girl would joke about her own innocence and wrongfully accuse someone? She retreated all the way to Fong Ming's side. At this point, the man came up in a single bound and reached out to grab Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei let out a scream and turned around to pounce. She had calculated it very cleverly, and she should have just fallen into Fong Ming's arms. Which man doesn't like a hero saving a beauty? This can greatly stimulate a man's desire to protect, and when the time comes, she will use the excuse that she sprained her ankle, and Fong Ming will naturally send her back. Since she is unable to walk, will Fong Ming have to help her? Hey, a man in the prime of life, she just needs to tease him a little, and she doesn't believe Fong Ming can resist. After the deed is done, she just needs to cry and say that the deed is done, that she is a very conservative person, and that she can only follow Fong Ming from now on. Will Fong Ming not accept her? She believes that with her own methods, she can definitely defeat all of Fong Ming's women and succeed in becoming the top. So, the first step is to become Fong Ming's woman.
However, although she rushed over, she was stopped by a ruthless hand. Pop! The man behind her slapped her, knocking her dizzy and almost knocking her unconscious. The man was furious and gave Zhang Lei a violent beating. Damn it, all the women who can survive now, except for the top ones, are prostitutes.
The man kept beating her, telling me she was innocent? Are you a saint? I'm really impressed. Chapter 231, Against the Wall. Zhang Lei was beaten black and blue.
However, no one spoke, let alone tried to intervene.
As the man said, do women still have a reputation for being innocent?
If you were Meng Jining, who was ranked first on the list, then anyone would believe your words.
Such a strong woman, why does she need a man? You? Bah! Zhang Lei finally couldn't take it anymore and had to ask Fong Ming for help. Fong Ming, it's Zhang Lei, help me. Fong Ming pretended to recognize Zhang Lei and said, oh, what are you doing here?
Seeing Fong Ming talking to Zhang Lei, the man's face naturally changed.
Who is Fong Ming?
He's a local tyrant who casually takes out a bunch of level 2 corpse pearls.
What level is he then? At least level 3. How could he possibly provoke such a big shot?
Just as he was about to bow and apologize, he saw Fong Ming wave at him, clearly telling him to leave. He was stunned, took a few steps, and looked back at Fong Ming to confirm, but when he saw Fong Ming just smiling lightly, he quickly slipped away. Zhang Lei looked up and took a look at Fong Ming, but the man who had just hit her was gone. She didn't know what had happened, but she was racking her brains to think of how to answer Fong Ming's question.
In her opinion, since Fong Ming had saved her, how could he ask such a question? The point is that the beauty was bullied.
Zhang Lei thought for a while before saying, I came with my friends to broaden my horizons.
Oh. Fong Ming didn't say anything.
He said goodbye to the person in charge of the auction house and was about to leave.
You're just leaving like that?
Zhang Lei was in a panic and quickly let out a cry of pain, sitting down on the ground with a thud and crying out in pain, my ankle is sprained, it hurts so much. She had no choice but to create her own opportunity.
Fong Ming saw this and smiled to himself, saying, can't you walk?
Zhang Lei shook her head and looked pitiful, I can't go.
Okay, I'll call Ma Wei over for you. Fong Ming said. Ha? Ha? Zhang Lei was taken aback. What kind of straight man are you? I twisted my ankle. Shouldn't you just help me up? You have to call Ma Wei? But how can she have the standing and the qualifications to question Fong Ming? She quickly said, I'm fine. My foot doesn't hurt anymore. Fong Ming didn't expose her either.
He just smiled and said, go tell Ma Wei that I'll be there tonight. He paused and asked the person in charge of the auction house, which hotel here is the most luxurious?
Fong Yuan Hotel.
The head of the auction house quickly replied. Fong Ming nodded and turned to Zhang Lei, I'll invite him to dinner at the Fong Yuan Hotel tonight.
You come with him. Okay. Zhang Lei could only nod. Who is Fong Ming?
Just from the financial strength he has shown so far, you can guess how powerful he is.
Who would dare to contradict such a big shot?
Zhang Lei had no choice but to give up her plan and go back to find Ma Wei.
There was no other way.
Since Fong Ming was a straight man, she had to cling to Ma Wei's leg.
With Fong Ming's help, this guy would definitely become rich and powerful.
Although it is not as good as following Fong Ming directly, following Ma Wei is still a great fortune.
Fong Ming sneered and left in a big stride to find Zhou Zicheng. Brother Fong. The little girl came over and happily threw herself into Fong Ming's arms. Fong Ming picked up the little girl and walked inside. Where's your dad? He's doing research.
The little girl sighed, her father is too busy to have time to play with me.
Fong Ming couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Zicheng is an inventor, especially in this world.
If he can develop more powerful weapons, then humans will have a better chance of winning against the zombies and fewer casualties.
This is also where Fong Ming admires Zhou Zicheng. He can't do it. You go tell your dad that I need to talk to him. Fong Ming smiled. Okay. The little girl obediently came down and ran over to find Zhou Zicheng. After a while, Zhou Zicheng came out and smiled. How long has it been since you've been here?
My daughter nags me every day, asking when you're coming over, and it's driving me crazy.
Fong Ming laughed and said, I'm here, aren't I? You must have come for a reason. What is it? Asked Zhou Zicheng. I have a college classmate. Fong Ming began to talk.
After listening to him, Zhou Zicheng couldn't help but shake his head. Sometimes you really have a lot of free time.
Can't you just solve this kind of thing? For example, you can make people disappear. I believe you definitely have the ability to do that. Fong Ming smiled and said nothing.
Of course he has the ability, but he wants to make Ma Weiqi completely awaken, so he has to let Ma Weiqi see Zhang Lei's true face. Just do as I say, he said with a smile.
Okay, no problem, as long as you're happy. Zhou Zicheng shook his head, speechless. He really doesn't understand Fong Ming. If you're so idle, why don't you do something important, like ruling the world? Isn't that better than helping a college classmate expose the true face of a green tea?
If Fong Ming is idle, he has at least contributed 90% of the effort to the restoration of the weapons factory. If Fong Ming is busy, he even has to take care of such trivial matters.
It really makes him speechless. Brother, I want to go out and play with you.
The little girl suddenly said. Fong Ming looked at Zhou Zicheng. If your father is willing to let you go, I will take you out for a walk and bring you back before you go to bed.
Dad,
the little girl looked at Zhou Zicheng with a pleading expression on her face. Zhou Zicheng had no choice but to say, you must listen to Fong Ming and be good.
I know.
The little girl promised with a smile and jumped about.
Fong Ming smiled and took the little girl out of the house.
He began to make arrangements. He had asked Zhou Zicheng for permission to access the surveillance cameras in every corner of Taiwu City, so he quickly found the man who was with Zhang Lei.
It only took him less than a minute to make a phone call and get the man's information.
This person is called Wu Min, his father is called Wu Dong, and he is a level 2 superhuman, almost reaching level 3. Naturally, Wu Min is a standard second-generation rich kid, and thanks to his father's influence, he has also become a level 1 superhuman. Wu Dong is in charge of the defense team in Taiwu City. His monthly income is 5 level 2 corpse pearls, which is equivalent to 500 level 1 corpse pearls.
Look at Ma Weiqi, he is a level 1 superhuman. How much does he earn a month? It's only 10 level 1 corpse pearls, so how big is the difference between the two? It's like heaven and earth. Fong Ming called Wu Dong, using Zhou Zicheng's name, and invited the family to dinner at the Fengyuan Hotel that night.
Wu Dong was naturally overjoyed.
This is a sign that Boss Zhou has taken a fancy to him. He was going to be rich. He was going to be rich.
He immediately agreed, and seeing that there wasn't much time left, he immediately went to get his son and wife, because the person who invited them specifically emphasized that they wanted to invite the whole family.
Chapter 232, the three parties are all present.
The Wu family arrived at the hotel early to wait for the arrival of the big boss.
However, Ma Weiqi was not there so early. What, you mean Fong Ming is inviting us to dinner at the Fengyuan Hotel? Ma Weiqi said in disbelief. Of course he knew what the Fengyuan Hotel represented. It is the highest-end hotel in Taibai City.
There, not only are there chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep, and beef, but there are even seafood that were only available before the disaster. Of course, they are frozen.
Isn't it enough that you can eat it?
Now the fish and shrimp in the sea, rivers and streams have all turned into zombie species, so being able to eat seafood, even if it's frozen, is such a happy thing.
As a result, how high will the prices at the Fengyuan Hotel be?
It is said that even the cheapest dish costs 1 level 1 zombie pearl.
A treat at that restaurant?
A meal would cost at least 5 corpse pearls.
Although Fong Ming was treating, Ma Weiqi instinctively didn't want her old classmate to spend so much money. Besides, where did her old classmate get so many corpse pearls? He couldn't afford to be a show-off.
He shook his head and refused to go.
How could Zhang Lei let Ma Weiqi miss the opportunity to curry favor with Fong Ming?
Brother, you don't know Fong Ming very well. She said, I went to the auction house with Yeye to watch the fun, and guess what I saw? Without waiting for Ma Weiqi to speak, she started talking directly.
Even if Ma Weiqi's imagination is as big as a mountain, she can't possibly guess. Fong Ming spent at least 200 corpse pearls there, and they were all level 2.
What? Ma Weiqi jumped up, her face full of disbelief.
Zhang Lei nodded, you're a lucky fellow. Ma Weiqi still couldn't believe it. Oh, you should go see for yourself tonight. Just ask your old classmates and you'll know.
Zhang Lei said impatiently. After she hooked up with Wu Min, she had already planned to dump Ma Weiqi, but then the corpse tide broke out, so she decided to take advantage of Ma Weiqi again. She never expected that Ma Wei would run into an old classmate who was super rich, completely disrupting her plan. Fortunately, she didn't mention breaking up with Ma Wei, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to hold on to this big fat leg. Even if it was Wu Min, would he be willing to treat her to a meal at the Fengyuan Hotel? His father makes a lot of money, but how much pocket money does he give him every month? Besides, 5 level 2 corpse pearls may seem like a lot of money, but it's relative. Doesn't Wu Dong need to improve himself? He is a level 2 supernormal, and he needs level 2 corpse pearls. Theoretically, he needs 1 corpse pearl a day, so he doesn't even have enough for himself, and he can only save 1 corpse pearl for household use, which is equivalent to 100 level 1 corpse pearls. Of course, it is 10 times better than Ma Wei, but he is so stingy with his own money, not to mention making his son a big spender. But Fong Ming? He doesn't even think of level 2 corpse pearls as money, and he uses them like water. Ma Wei thought about it for a long time before deciding to go to the Fengyuan Hotel, but not to eat, but to persuade Fong Ming not to spend money recklessly. Even if Fong Ming has money, why eat at Fengyuan Hotel? Why not just buy some ingredients and cook it yourself? Isn't it better to save money and spend it on the essentials? Looking at the sky, it was almost time to leave, so the two of them changed into new clothes and went to the Fengyuan Hotel. Fong Ming and the Zhou girl arrived a little early. He saw Wu Min at a glance and walked over to her. "You are." Wu Dong saw Fong Ming walking straight over to him and guessed that he was coming for him, but Fong Ming looked so unfamiliar that he hesitated and was curious. However, when he looked again and saw the little Zhou girl, he immediately stood up. Not everyone in Taiwu City knew Zhou Zicheng's daughter, but as a squad leader, how could he not know the little princess of Taiwu City? He looked at Fong Ming again and saw that Fong Ming was holding the little girl's hand, looking like an elder. What does this mean? Fong Ming must have a very close relationship with the Zhou family, otherwise he wouldn't be playing with the little princess of the Zhou family. My name is Fong Ming. I invited you this time. Fong Ming smiled. Wu Min naturally recognized Fong Ming as a wealthy guest and blurted out, "It's you. Do you know this Mr. Fong?" Wu Dong hurriedly asked his son. He really had no relationship with Fong Ming, but Fong Ming suddenly invited his family to dinner, and even used Zhou Zicheng's name, which made him completely confused. But now that his son seemed to know Fong Ming, it suddenly made him guess what was going on. Wu Min told Wu Dong about Fong Ming's feat at the auction house, and Wu Dong was stunned. What a tyrant! Fong Ming sat down, picked up the menu and looked at it, frowning involuntarily. It was all ordinary food. Forget it, I'm not really here to eat anyway. He gave the menu to the little Zhou girl. Can you read? Humph, who do you think you are looking down on? The little girl looked angry. Then you order. Fong Ming laughed. I'll order what I want. The little girl didn't mince her words and started scanning the menu. Seeing Fong Ming's casual manner of speaking to the little princess of the Zhou family, Wu Dong couldn't help but be shocked again. What exactly is Fong Ming's identity? Mr. Fong, Wu Dong said, his tone already full of respect and a hint of fear. Fong Ming smiled. It's nothing, just a meal. How could that be? Who would invite a stranger to dinner for no reason? But Wu Dong really couldn't think of a reason. However, Fong Ming also brought along the Zhou family's little princess, which made him feel a little more at ease. He believed that Fong Ming really had no malicious intent, otherwise who would bring a little girl to a banquet? Wu Dong accompanied Fong Ming in a nonchalant manner, trying to ask him something, but Fong Ming talked about all kinds of things, so Wu Dong couldn't get a hint from him. After a while, Fong Ming glanced and saw Ma Wei and Zhang Lei walk in. He remained calm and pretended not to see them. Ma Wei is a waiter who asks directly whether a Mr. Fong has made a reservation. The waiter has already been told, and immediately comes over with Ma Wei and Zhang Lei. When they arrived at Fong Ming's table, Zhang Lei suddenly changed her expression and tried to drag Ma Wei away. Unfortunately, it was too late. Wu Min suddenly stood up and shouted at Zhang Lei, Lei, who is he and why are you holding his hand? Lei? Ma Wei was stunned, first looked at Wu Min, then frowned, and then looked at Zhang Lei. Why did he call you Lei? For a moment, Zhang Lei was really embarrassed. Even if she is a senior green tea, she doesn't know how to deal with this situation. A good green tea must be a master of time management. How could she let each spare tire bump into each other? But today, she was helpless. She couldn't help but look at Fong Ming, trembling. This must have been arranged by Fong Ming.
Chapter 233, The True Face of Green Tea. But even if Zhang Lei guessed what was going on, what then? Would she dare to turn her back on Fong Ming? Besides, she is the one who was keeping two lovers at the same time, so how can she accuse others? Does she have a position? Zhang Lei pretended to be dumb because she didn't know how to answer, but the two men weren't dumb. They looked at each other and saw anger in each other's faces. Who are you? Wu Min asked first. Ma Wei snorted and said, I'm Lei Lei's boyfriend. Who are you and why are you calling her so affectionately? He's just licking, he's not stupid, and he's definitely not a bull-headed person. Wu Min laughed, I'm Lei Lei's boyfriend. You've got some nerve, pretending to be someone else's boyfriend. You're the one with a thick skin, talking nonsense. Ma Wei was furious. Are you looking for death? Wu Minson said calmly. He had also survived the apocalypse and seen a lot of killing, so he was not afraid of killing at all. In this day and age, human life is the cheapest thing there is. Fong Ming coughed and said with a smile, old classmate, sit. When Fong Ming spoke, Wu Dong couldn't help but change his expression. He finally understood the whole story. Why would Fong Ming invite them to dinner? It turned out that his son and Fong Ming's classmate liked the same woman. Who is Fong Ming helping? Needless to say, he had to stop his son from going on, or else the whole family would be in trouble. Someone who can casually throw out more than 200 level 2 corpse pearls and make the little princess of the Zhou family follow the person next to her. It's terrifying, and he can't afford to mess with it. However, before he could say anything, a voice rang in his head, sit back and enjoy the show. I have no interest in your son or your family, I just want my old schoolmate to see the true face of a green tea bitch and stop causing trouble for me. He was shocked and looked at Fong Ming, but Fong Ming looked back at him with a smile. Oh my god, what kind of power is this? It must be a psychic power. But being able to send your consciousness directly into someone else's mind is terrifying. He had heard of the horrors of mind control, there was one in Taiwu City, but it was only level 2, but it was treated like a level 3, and that alone said it all. These people are rare, but they are extremely powerful, and their methods are even more bizarre and terrifying. He sat quietly, not saying a word, but in his heart he was full of emotion. In order to let his old classmate see the true face of a green tea, Fong Ming actually went to such great lengths, even bringing out the little princess of the Zhou family. This person is too sentimental. Are there still such good people these days? Ma Wei is really a lucky dog. Fong Ming, what's going on? Ma Wei looked at Fong Ming, because Fong Ming said he would invite him here, and now he has invited Wu Min over, so he must have arranged it. Fong Ming smiled and said, your girlfriend should explain this. In the afternoon, I went to the auction house and unexpectedly saw your girlfriend and this handsome guy Wu acting intimately. I thought it was strange, so I invited you both to come over and sit down and talk it over. Ma Wei was full of surprise and asked Zhang Lei, didn't you say you were going with Ye? How could you be with him? Wu Min also realized what was going on. He must have met the legendary green tea, and he had become one of Zhang Lei's spare tires. He was furious and said, Zhang Lei, you have to give me an explanation. Zhang Lei's face turned pale, she bit her lip, and looked like she was about to cry. She said to Ma Wei, brother, I'm a victim too. When we first arrived here, we were unfamiliar with the place and very weak, so of course we were bullied. He had a crush on me and forced me to be his girlfriend, or else he would kill us and make us disappear quietly. I had to pretend to be his girlfriend. Brother, you have to believe me. I have always kept myself for you. I didn't let him get away with it. Wu Min was furious. When did he force her? He and Zhang Lei met by chance, but found that this girl was pure as a white lotus, which made him feel excited. After chasing her a few times, the white lotus reluctantly agreed to be his girlfriend because she was too pure and shy. But now he knows that she is not pure, but a skilled flirt who has been playing him for a fool. Bitch, you dare to slander me? He was full of murderous intent. Ma Wei could not help but take a step forward, protecting Zhang Lei behind her, and glared at Wu Min, do you still want to be violent? He already believed most of it. Hey, old classmates are too gullible. Fong Ming shook his head and sent a message to Wu Dong with his mind. Wu Dong smiled coldly and said, what are you two fighting about? That, you say my son coerced you? Ha, you really dare to flatter yourself. You don't even look at what kind of person you are.
Although my son Wudong is not the top young master in Taiwu City, he is not that bad either.
What kind of beauty can't find, and why look for someone like you?
You should know that Taiwu City has a master of spiritual power. In front of such a master, no one can lie. For the sake of my son's innocence, I don't mind spending some corpse pearls to invite this master to come and test you separately for lying.
Little girl, do you dare? Slandering a supernatural being, and my son Wudong, can you afford the consequences? The old is still the best. After hearing him say this, Zhang Lei couldn't help but turn pale and didn't dare to respond. Because once she is hypnotized and tells the truth, she will reveal her true colors. Now, psychics are the mainstay of the city's defense, and you dare to slander them?
At the very least, she would be expelled from Taiwu City, and at worst, her head would be chopped off.
Of course she wouldn't dare. Ma Wei naturally saw it and couldn't help but be hit hard. Lei, is what he said true? He asked in a trembling voice. No. Zhang Lei shook her head vigorously.
Brother, I am such a conservative and pure person.
Don't you know that?
Ma Wei was a little shaken. Indeed, he had been with Zhang Lei for more than a month, and the closest they had ever come to intimacy was holding hands.
How could such a pure and innocent girl do such a thing? Wudong couldn't help but laugh. This is so funny, so funny. I'd like to ask you, it's been 10 months since the end of the world, how has a weak woman like you survived this long? Zhang Lei's face turned pale again. Ma Wei was stunned, and he looked thoughtful.
This was indeed a question he had never considered.
Wudong continued, Hey, in such a chaotic world, how can a woman without ability support herself? She can only sell her body. How can she survive without selling her body to one man after another? Son, don't you have a brain? Can't you even understand this?
He seemed to be scolding his son, but he was also scolding Ma Wei at the same time.
Ma Wei's face changed dramatically. Chapter 234, Envy. Who is stupid enough to survive in the end times? No. The stupid ones have already died.
Ma Wei is just a little simple and has fallen in love, so when Wudong points this out to him, coupled with the fact that he has 2 boyfriends, how could he not understand? He couldn't help but sit down, pour himself a glass of wine, and drink it down in one gulp. He poured himself another glass and drank it down again. After a few more glasses, his face was not only not flushed, but was instead pale and frightening.
His brother Zhang Lei tried to save him. Get out! Ma Wei shouted coldly. He had already completely figured it out.
Fang Ming snapped his fingers and called over the hotel waiter, pointing at Zhang Lei and saying, This is not our guest. The waiter had already received the hotel manager's attention and knew that this person's words must be listened to as if they were imperial edicts. He quickly nodded and called a few burly waiters to carry Zhang Lei out. Zhang Lei was still begging, but Ma Wei turned a deaf ear to her.
It was over.
Ma Wei was going to rise to great heights, but none of this had anything to do with her.
In fact, she might even be liquidated.
She was so angry, so anxious, and so scared that she fainted. But no one paid any attention.
Ma Wei drank a few more cups and smiled bitterly at Fang Ming. Did you know about this?
Fang Ming nodded. I was afraid that you would be deceived too deeply and would not believe me, so I had to invite everyone who was supposed to come over to make the woman unable to argue.
Thank you. Ma Wei nodded. Does Fang Ming need to be so nosy? Look at Wudong.
Although he didn't know this person, he recognized the badge hanging from the other person's chest.
That was the squad leader of the Taiwu City Guard, and at least a second-level psychic.
Fang Ming can invite him over with just a word, and he is also very cooperative.
What kind of status is this? Of course, status is determined by strength.
He couldn't help but think of something, and said, You said that you killed a large number of zombies outside the city, were you joking?
No. Fang Ming smiled. Ha! Ma Wei's teeth were chattering. This old classmate is really strong. Fang Ming handed over a bag. There are enough corpse pearls here to get you to level 3. Take it.
Also, this girl is Zhou Zicheng's daughter.
Go find her tomorrow and let her arrange a job for you. Poof. Ma Wei spat out directly, looking at the little Zhou girl in disbelief.
She had no idea that such a little girl was actually the little princess of Taiwu City.
The little Zhou girl just laughed. Wudong was secretly amazed and also extremely envious. Why didn't he have such a powerful old classmate? Look, you've paved your way straight to the heavens. A level 3 psychic is within reach, and he has also directly caught the attention of the Zhou family. What heights can he reach in the future? However, to be able to achieve such a level, how awesome is Fang Ming himself? Wait. He suddenly remembered that when the first ranking list was released, the first place was called Fang Ming, right? However, the first list was not very widely circulated, and the second list was released soon after, so Fang Ming's name was not on it. So many people did not know about such a big shot. It's not that he disappeared due to an accident, but that he was too low-key and didn't want to be on the list at all. At this time, the dishes were finally served. Let's eat. Fang Ming smiled and invited everyone to sit down and eat. Wu Dong guessed Fang Ming's identity, so he naturally tried to curry favor with Fang Ming in every way possible. Fang Ming didn't say anything, but since the little princess of the Zhou family was here, if Wu Dong could make the little princess happy, it would be like holding onto the Zhou family's leg, and for him, it would naturally be a great opportunity. After dinner, Fang Ming said goodbye to Ma Wei. He still had a lot of work to do. Thank you, old friend. Ma Wei said again. Fang Ming smiled, bent his knees slightly, and then, with a bang, he shot straight up into the sky and disappeared in an instant. Wu Dong was shocked. What kind of terrifying physical fitness is this? And what's even more terrifying? Fang Ming is also a master of spiritual power. It's terrifying. He looked at Ma Wei and whispered to his son, get on good terms with him. If you can hold on to his leg, I won't have to worry about you anymore. Wu Min was a bit reluctant. After all, the two were still rivals, but he knew even better how valuable Ma Wei was. I understand. He nodded. Fang Ming left Taiwu City, and the three forces had almost recovered. He rushed to the next city, summoned a new clone with the Yada mirror, and once again began to kill zombies on a large scale. After a busy night, he was exhausted. He returned to the mountain city and sent the copy to kill the zombies the next day. He was so tired that he didn't even have time to make out with Meng Jining and the others. In the following days, Fang Ming had the clones travel around the country, eliminating one wave of zombies after another, reducing the number of casualties. When this wave of zombies was completely repelled, Meng Jining and the other women also broke through level 5. With the help of the Corpse Pearl, the true martial arts of the Tuyin and Yang, and the Kama Sutra, they were able to catch up with Fang Ming very quickly. After controlling this wave of corpses, Fang Ming sent the clones back to the Kunlun realm to keep watch. Sure enough, Kunlun realm opened up. It was as if there was an invisible cover that had shrouded Kunlun realm, but now that the cover had been opened, Kunlun realm had reappeared in the world. Fang Ming saw that there was a huge tree in the Kunlun realm. This tree is very strange. It has only one main trunk, which is hundreds of meters high, and then the crown spreads out at the top. The leaves are huge, each one like a house, shaped like a sword, and when you look at it from a distance, it actually feels like your eyes are being cut. Another immortal plant. Fang Ming believed that this tree would not be lower in rank than the Bodhi tree. But unlike the low-key Bodhi tree, this immortal plant is extremely sharp. Fang Ming couldn't help but frown. With the protection of the immortal plant, as long as the people of Kunlun didn't leave the area protected by the immortal plant, he couldn't do anything to them. Unless he is strong enough to fight against the level of the immortal plant. When will the willow tree in my home grow up? Fang Ming sighed. While other people have the protection of a fairy plant, which can ensure their safety, he also has to keep up. Otherwise, he will only be at the receiving end of others' attacks. For the time being, the people of Kunlun are all practicing there and have no intention of leaving. Obviously, they are also afraid of being beaten by Fang Ming after they go out, and they have decided to first reach level 6 before coming out to bully others. Okay. This is also an opportunity. Lead the snakes out of their holes and then catch them all in one go. Fang Ming nodded, so let's see who can break through level 6 first. Chapter 235, The Holy See mobilizes. After the level 4 zombie tide, it seemed that peace had returned to the world. Although there are still a large number of zombies that have not been eliminated, it gives humans a chance to catch their breath. The appearance of level 4 zombies means that the number of level 3 zombies has reached a new high, and humans have also obtained a large number of level 3 zombie pearls. Fang Ming's life has also calmed down. There was no way. The old gang in Kunlun realm had not broken through level 6 and did not dare to come out. Fang Ming also feared the immortal plant and did not dare to kill it. He could only wait for them to come out.
Therefore, they did not interfere with each other. In a flash, more than 10 days had passed. Fang Ming suddenly received a notice from Taiwu City saying that a Western army had completed its assembly and was setting out from the Holy See, heading east. Taiwu City is now the center of technology and military affairs in the entire country of China. It has already regained control of its satellites, and it was Taiwu City that detected the Holy See's movement through satellite surveillance.
Fang Ming was somewhat surprised, and sent the clone to Taiwu City to find out more.
Sure enough, the satellite photos showed that the Holy See had sent an army, which was coming in a mighty procession. Originally, the Holy See sent out an army, and it's none of Fang Ming's business. However, not long ago, he had caused a big commotion in the Holy See and obtained the Imperial Seal and the Spear of Longinus. The Imperial Seal is fine, the Holy See probably doesn't know its value.
But the Spear of Longinus is different.
It is the most advanced magical weapon, and can increase the user's strength by 1 level. So, Fang Ming immediately thought that the Holy See was so eager to mobilize its troops, it couldn't be for the purpose of finding him to take back the Spear of Longinus, could it?
Whether or not, we will find out soon. Fang Ming had the clone face the army.
Because this army was very large, and they were not moving too fast, Fang Ming found this army directly in the territory of the Great Harry. There were quite a lot of people, about 1,000. No wonder they weren't moving too fast, but the quality of the entire army was not low. The worst were level 2 supernormal ability users, so even though they were traveling on foot, they still managed to get from the Holy See to Damao. At this rate, they will enter China in 2 days at the most. That's pretty fast. Fang Ming did not appear at first, but instead observed.
He saw an old acquaintance. Scarlet.
She had lost the Spear of Longinus and the Armor of Shame, and was dressed more normally, just a little, because she was still wearing armor, but this time it was no longer exposed, but wrapped her tightly, and even glittered gold, like a female warrior god. Oh, she's also changed her weapon. She's wearing a long broadsword at her waist, and if she weren't on a horse, the tip of the sword would probably be dragging on the ground. This armor and sword must also be magic weapons.
Well, let's take them back.
Fang Ming couldn't help but think of the alluring image of Scarlet being stripped naked, with her breasts and buttocks jutting out. To be fair, Western women are indeed blessed with a figure that is much sexier and hotter than that of Eastern women. Scarlet is even more blessed by the heavens, with big breasts, a thin waist, and a round butt. The proportions are exaggerated, but it is only sexy.
It doesn't make people feel weird. Some European and American women have buttocks that are so big that they look weird, and that's not sexy at all.
Hey, since you've come to me of your own accord this time, I'd be doing God a disservice if I didn't take advantage of you.
Fang Ming looked away and looked for the Pope.
But after looking for a while, he couldn't find him.
Did he not come? No.
Fang Ming suddenly saw a man wearing a papal robe, but he was not the previous Pope, but a white man in his 30s, very tall, over 2 meters tall, standing there like a steel tower. A man like this, with his bear-like physique, wearing a papal robe and a crown of thorns, always gives the impression of being out of place, like a roughneck trying to pass himself off as a scholarly intellectual. However, when Fang Ming saw this bear, the tall man also immediately looked over at Fang Ming, his eyes flashing with a brilliant light, like a solar flare. The next moment, the tall man suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Fang Ming.
Who?
He roared, and punched first. Fang Ming was not afraid of him, and he also jumped up and rushed towards this person.
Boom!
The two exchanged blows, and Fang Ming was immediately sent flying back, while the tall man remained completely still. Scarlet also jumped over, and when she saw Fang Ming's face, she exclaimed, "It's you."
Whom?
The tall man looked at Scarlet.
Scarlet quickly said, "God's messenger, this man is the Oriental who stole my armor and the Spear of Longinus."
The tall man raised his eyebrows and immediately chased Fang Ming, saying, "How dare you steal the holy weapon of my church?" He smashed another punch, but this time he used the magic weapon on his body. The Pope's robe fluttered and danced, and the crown of thorns he wore also glowed, emitting billions of rays of light that attacked with him.
Fang Ming frowned and dodged sideways.
This tall man is a level 5 perfect being, and his combat power is already above Fang Ming's. With the help of his magic weapon, the power of this blow has exceeded 6, so Fang Ming's decision to take the blow head-on was extremely irrational.
However, a level 5 psionic being trying to dodge a level 6 attack? It's hard.
Although Fong Ming had tried his best to dodge, he was still grazed by a hint of the edge, and his skin was immediately ripped open. However, when he was a level 4, he was killed by a single blow when he faced the level 5 perfect Penglai Dao. Now he is only injured, and the gap in combat power has been greatly reduced.
Damn, I'm a clone, and I don't have any magic weapons.
Otherwise, with the Imperial Seal and the Spear of Longinus, I would have beaten you to the point where you would have been begging for mercy.
Fong Ming understood. No wonder the Vatican dared to send so many people out.
It turned out that there was such a powerful presence sitting there. He decided to gather more information, so he dodged while asking, "Where did you come from, you bumpkin?" Although the two sides could not understand each other's language, their spiritual fluctuations allowed them to understand each other's meaning with incredible precision.
The tall man was furious. "I am a messenger from heaven, and you dare to call me a bumpkin?"
He punched him repeatedly, and Fong Ming was injured frequently. Fong Ming suddenly realized that the heaven the other person was talking about must be a place similar to the Kunlun realm, which is why it could produce a level 5 perfect being. Therefore, this person may be a 300-year-old monster, even though he looks in his 30s.
Fong Ming smiled.
He had the information he needed, so he would fight him in his true form. From a distance, the real Bodhi used the Yada mirror to look at himself, summoning a new copy, which immediately disappeared into thin air.
Chapter 236, The Whole Family Goes Out. Fong Ming's true body is mobilized.
If the battlefield is in your own home, then there will be some damage, but if it is in someone else's home, then it will be fine.
This time, all the women followed.
Now they are all level 5 superpowered individuals.
Level 5, each one is a big boss among big bosses.
Moreover, Fong Ming can only drive 2 artifacts at the same time, and even then, he can only use them one at a time, and cannot achieve a greater effect.
But when there are more people, it's different. It's equivalent to having many more level 5 perfect existences on his side. Even in a place like Kunlun, how many level 5 monsters are there? At most, there are 2. So, how powerful is Fong Ming's goddess army?
On the other hand, Fong Ming also transferred the goddess army of the Asen family back. Fatima and the others had a good foundation, and they never stopped training with high-level corpse pearls. They just couldn't train with Fong Ming every day to further improve their strength, but they were only a little bit short of level 5. When they return, and after they all break through to level 5, Fong Ming's goddess army will be even more powerful.
What about the little days? Forget about it, it's only good for fun.
Fong Ming distributed the magic weapons, and then the family set off in a grand procession.
"Hey, why are you here too?" Fong Ming looked at Zhao Yenyun.
Zhao Yenyun snorted, "The Western Church seems to have many treasures, how can you swallow them all?"
"Fine."
Fong Ming didn't care what her reason was for going out, as long as she could be of help, that was good. Moreover, Zhao Yenyun seemed to have just broken through to level 5, but this woman had a mysterious background, and Fong Ming suspected that she had an amazing trump card that she had just not used. Perhaps the trump card can only be used a limited number of times, or the cost is too high, or something like that. The group entered the territory of the Great Harry, and Fong Ming let the clone explore the way as the vanguard to find the current location of the group of people from the Holy See. Haha, these people seemed to be extremely confident. Even though they were attacked by Fong Ming halfway through the journey, they continued to follow the original route without any intention of concealing it. So, 2 hours later, the two sides met.
Ha!
Among the troops of the Holy See, the tall white man who had replaced the Pope jumped out and looked in the direction of Fong Ming and the others. In fact, the distance between the two sides was still more than 10 kilometers, and it was impossible for ordinary people to see so far, but he seemed to see Fong Ming and the others. The papal robe on his body moved automatically in the wind, and the crown of thorns on his head was draped with streams of light. He roared and punched out with a loud bang. Boom! The power of the fist was blessed by the artifact, turning into a huge white light that rushed towards Fong Ming and the others. The power of a level 6 beginner. Fong Ming snorted and used the Spear of Longinus to fight back. Boom! He also punched out a golden light, which just happened to hit the white light. In the loud noise, it was as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped here, and a mushroom-shaped cloud rose into the sky. The man with the bear-like brows frowned, because in this blow, Fong Ming's combat power was not inferior to his own. The Spear of Longinus. He reacted immediately, realizing that this was the Holy See's greatest weapon, which could increase the user's combat power by 1 level.
He was so eager to go on the crusade because he wanted to get back this treasure. However, Fong Ming used the Lance of Longinus against him, which completely cancelled out his small advantage in level. He was a level 5 perfection, but using the 2 artifacts on his body only reached a level 6 early combat power, which was comparable to Fong Ming using the Lance of Longinus. This is like using my money to buy bullets to shoot me. It hurts. The violent bear man roared and charged toward Fong Ming. Fong Ming laughed and drew his spear to meet him. He took out the imperial seal and struck the violent bear man. Suddenly, an overwhelming momentum swept over, as if the 3 emperors and 5 emperors had appeared in the world, their power overwhelming. The violent bear man immediately felt his heart being grabbed hard, almost bursting, and the magic weapon on his body was directly misfired. His combat power instantly dropped from the early stage of level 6 to the perfect level of level 5. It may seem like only a slight difference, but in reality, this difference is 10 times the distance. Fong Ming took out the spear of Longinus again and stabbed it at the violent bear man. Now, he had gone from level 6 to level 5, just like Fong Ming had done to the old Toist. How to block? The only advantage the bear man had was that he had not been injured before, and his combat power was intact. Unlike the old Toist of Penglai, who had been hit by the Bodhi tree and almost died on the spot, the bear man could hold out for a lot longer. Under the piercing of the spear, the violent bear man could only dodge in a flustered manner, and was unable to fight him head-on. At this time, Scarlet also flew over. Her battle armor could actually evolve into 2 wings of light, which brought her over at a very fast speed. But as soon as she arrived, she saw a scene that took her by surprise. That was the divine messenger, and he was being beaten by this Oriental. It was unbelievable. She couldn't help but think of the previous scene where she was captured by Fong Ming and forcibly stripped of her battle armor. A strong sense of fear and domination enveloped her mind, making her tremble and her fighting spirit diminish like the ebbing tide. Escape! This was her first thought, and the only one. Hu, Meng Jining and the other women flew over and surrounded her. They are truly Western girls, with such a figure, wow. Yuchi, although you have big breasts and a nice butt, you still pale in comparison to this foreign girl. There's nothing we can do about it. Western women are naturally sexy, but the advantage of Eastern women is that our skin is more delicate, not as coarse as Western women's, and our facial features are more exquisite and more attractive. Moreover, Western women are only low-level sexy. When we wear cheongsams, how many times have we made Ming Fong's eyes pop out? The women were all talking about Scarlet, commenting on her looks. Fong Ming had designated Scarlet as his prize because he suspected that she was a direct descendant of the ancient Western superpower, and she was therefore of great value. However, Scarlet is so beautiful that she will probably be taken into Fong Ming's harem. Since they are sisters who compete in bed, they naturally have to comment on it. Scarlet, who understood Chinese, was furious. This was a battlefield, and you were discussing my figure and comparing the differences between Eastern and Western women? She immediately attacked the women. However, she had just broken through to level 4, and her combat power had reached the level 4 perfection with the magic weapon on her body. This was indeed not weak, and they all had the strength to pierce a level 4 corpse nest with their own strength. However, all the women were level 5. Even without their magic weapons, they could easily defeat Scarlet with a wave of their hands. So the ladies laughed and showed off their special abilities. Boom! 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 Scarlet retreated in a flurry, but fortunately her battle armor was powerful enough to offset most of the damage, leaving her with only some shock injuries. Even so, she was horrified. Chapter 237, both of them win. How is this possible? Scarlet couldn't believe what she was seeing. Everyone is better than her. And they didn't even use magic weapons. Oh my god, that means they're all level 5. The 4th level undead tide has just broken out, how can they already be at level 5? This is so unreasonable. You see, she didn't just use the corpse pearls, she also used an external device. It was her bloodline that allowed her to use the Holy Grail, which could produce a cup of spirit liquid every day, which could be taken to increase the level of evolution. However, only she can use the Holy Grail because she is the descendant of the saint, which also establishes her unique position in the church. But she has already opened up so much, and her evolution speed is actually not as fast as these women? Not just one, but a group. How can she believe it? How can she accept it? The problem is, it's the truth.
She looked so funny with her blank expression.
Hey, white girl, say sister for me. Meng Jining giggled.
This was of course a great humiliation for Scarlet.
What was her status?
The descendant of a saint.
What do you mean by asking me to call you sister? Be a concubine to Fong Ming? What a humiliation.
She was so angry that her armor glowed, and she launched another attack. However, she was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and she was overestimating her own abilities.
Boom! Meng Jining's casual blow sent her flying backwards.
Although Scarlet has a rare ability to emit light, and her holy light is incredibly destructive, in the face of a level difference, no matter how powerful her ability is, it is useless. The key point is that the women did not follow the rules of martial arts, and they all attacked her together, so they easily defeated her in a matter of minutes. Seeing that she was still struggling, Mu Qingqing slapped her on the butt with all her might. This foreign girl's butt is really big and round.
Hey, there's a butt wave.
Shu Jing exclaimed in surprise, reached out and pinched a handful, and said with emotion, "It's really tight and firm, feels good, the master must like it." Now, all the women were interested, and they all became connoisseurs. They all touched her and slapped her, making Scarlet feel ashamed and angry.
She is the descendant of a saint.
On the other side, the violent bear man was also completely no match for Fong Ming. In terms of evolutionary level, he is indeed higher than Fong Ming, but one can use magic weapons, and the other cannot. Moreover, the one who can use magic weapons can also increase his combat power by 1 level, which is like cheating.
The violent bear man is only beaten.
The difference in combat power is 10 times.
He was dumbfounded. Why could Fong Ming's magic weapon invalidate his magic weapon?
Although it was temporary, it was at least a ban of about an hour, which was enough time to decide whether he lived or died.
If he fights any longer, he will die. The violent bear man dared not fight again and turned and ran.
A flash of light from a sword cut him off. It was Zhao Yenyun who had struck. With the help of her magic weapon, her combat power had also reached level 5, so she was naturally not inferior to the violent bear man. So, the violent bear man had to parry. He could only stop after blocking. Fong Ming had already charged with his spear, and he shot straight at him. The bear man dodged, but was still grazed, and blood spurted out. Zhao Yenyun withdrew her sword and stood proudly. She basically never had to use her sword, but every time she did, it forced the violent bear man to stop when he wanted to escape. This kind of vision and overall perspective is something Fong Ming could never match, even if he tried.
Because this is the experience of countless battles. The violent bear man, despite his level 5 strength, was toyed with by Fong Ming and Zhao Yenyun. After half an hour, he was covered in blood and his breath was falling. He was at the end of his strength and was about to collapse. Fong Ming was full of admiration.
He was able to hold out for so long, and the strength of the violent bear man was truly extraordinary.
There was no way.
Although he had level 6 combat power, it was not his true strength, but rather the power of the artifacts he had borrowed.
This borrowed power was not as good as his own power.
Otherwise, if he had broken through to level 6, he would not have needed artifacts, and he could have killed the bear boy with a few punches.
This is the difference.
However, the violent bear man had also reached his limit. After taking one more hit, he fell from the air and fell heavily to the ground, motionless. Fong Ming stepped forward and took the opportunity to use his spiritual power, combined with the 8-foot jade, to control the man's mind. Otherwise, he would have used his level 5 early-stage spiritual power to control a level 5 perfect being, and even with the help of the 8-foot jadeite dagger, he might not have succeeded.
But now, the violent bear man was at his weakest, so what resistance did he have? After a while, the eyes of the violent bear man became blank, and he got up from the ground and respectfully said to Fong Ming, "Master."
Fong Ming smiled faintly. "Where is heaven?" "Heaven is heaven, a sacred place opened up by the saints. Even if the world becomes dark, there is still a ray of light there," the violent bear man said.
Fong Ming was speechless.
A charlatan is a charlatan. Even if he is controlled, the words he speaks are still mumbo-jumbo. He changed the question and asked the violent bear man to describe his experience from childhood to entering heaven.
This time, the matter was very clear. The violent bear man's name is Victor Trey, and he was born more than 200 years ago. Like the old Taoist, he was also chosen by the people of heaven and entered it to begin his training. The so-called heaven is the same as Kunlun and Penglai, both of which have a fairy plant and a formation.
The formation confines the overflow of spiritual energy, and the fairy plant absorbs the spiritual energy and feeds it back, allowing people to practice. However, this method can only make people reach level 5 at most. Now that the vitality of heaven and earth has been revived, the people of heaven also sent young people to look for them because they wanted to select a new batch of successors. As a result, they made an unexpected discovery, and thus, the heaven was born. However, heaven is no match for Kunlun, with only 2 level 5 perfect beings. Apart from Victor, there is only one other female psychic, Elizabeth King. She is much younger than Victor, only in her 100s, and now sits in the Holy See, working hard to reach level 6.
Fong Ming's heart tightened slightly. Level 6.
Even if he can use the Imperial Seal to invalidate the opponent's magic weapon, and then use Longinus' spear to give himself a level 6 combat power, one is a level 6 in his own right, while the other is boosted by magic weapons. However, none of the old guys in the Kunlun realm have successfully broken through to level 6, so why should a foreign woman be the first to do so? It is highly unlikely that she will succeed in a short time.
Fong Ming also consulted Zhao Yenyun, who said decisively that level 6 was a threshold, and even if the conditions were met, it could not be achieved overnight. Then I'm not afraid. Let's see who can break through level 6 first. Fong Ming's eyes flashed, and he slashed with his sword, decapitating Victor.
The 8-foot jade pendant can only control the opponent for a short time, and he has no patience to control it again and again. It's better to kill him, so as to avoid trouble.
Chapter 238, You're the Thief.
Victor was killed, Scarlet was captured, and the entire East expedition operation naturally collapsed immediately.
Fong Ming casually killed a few people, and only allowed a few dozen people to escape back to the Holy See. Fong Ming deliberately let them go back, of course. To intimidate them. Does that old foreign girl Elizabeth still dare to come over and kill?
She must have been trying her best to reach level 6, and she wouldn't have dared to come out if she hadn't reached level 6.
Fong Ming also returned to the mountain city. After some interrogation, Scarlet also confessed everything.
She was actually the descendant of the saint and had the ability to use the Holy Grail.
Unfortunately, the Holy Grail is in the Vatican.
Zhao Yenyun felt it was a great pity and urged Fong Ming to let Scarlet go back to the Vatican to steal the Holy Grail. With the 8-foot jade scepter to brainwash her, Scarlet would naturally obey.
Fong Ming did not agree.
Not to mention the original Pope in the Vatican, who was a crafty old fox, and now there is an old foreign girl who has lived for over 100 years. The depth of her guile is probably beyond the Pope's ability to match.
So, sending Scarlet back? That would be a real loss.
You see, the Holy See has a magic plant, and like the Bodhi tree, it only regained its glory after the spirit was revived.
Fong Ming believes that this kind of immortal plant that has survived death should be even more powerful.
Unfortunately, there is no way to fight a battle to compare them.
People move and live, trees move and die. Can the immortal plant be an exception? Fong Ming took Scarlet into his service.
This is the only person with the blood of a saint who can use the Holy Grail. Fong Ming still hopes to steal the Holy Grail from the Vatican, so of course he can't let her go. After a few back and forths between crying, making a scene, and hanging herself, Scarlet slowly gave in. After Fong Ming subdued her for the first time, she had Fong Ming in her heart.
All women have a heart for the strong.
Now that Victor has been killed by Fong Ming and she has been captured again, her heart has been hit again, and she already has a strong sense of awe for Fong Ming. Combined with the effect of the Kama Sutra, she naturally surrendered to Fong Ming in both body and mind. The taste of a foreign girl is really good. Although the goddesses in the Asan family can also be considered foreign girls, they are completely different from Scarlet, and Fong Ming was very satisfied for a long time. Now Scarlet also knew why the girls could improve so quickly. Fucking Fong Ming can actually accelerate evolution. With the supply of a large number of corpse pearls, she might only need 50 days to break through to level 5, which shocked her.
That's too fast.
Fong Ming asked the Taiwu city to monitor the situation of the Holy See with satellites, but this can only detect the movements of large groups. If a level 5 psychic breaks out, the speed is so fast that it is impossible for satellites to capture it. Forget it, water covers the earth, the key is that Elizabeth should not know who she is or where she lives.
Fong Ming's life returned to normal. Practice, 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 Fatima and the others have all come over, and Fong Ming's workload has naturally skyrocketed. He has been working all night, but seeing the rapid increase in the evolution levels of the girls, he still feels a great sense of accomplishment.
Of course, it was also extremely satisfying. In the indoor heated pool, the women were either lying in the sun or swimming as mermaids. Some were wearing swimsuits, while others were naked, which made Fong Ming unable to contain himself. These little devils are so bad, they want him to be with them in bed every moment of the day. Alas, how can a person be so decadent? Just as he was feeling this way, he suddenly received a satellite phone call from Taiwu City. A crack in the earth had opened up, and a huge fire was spewing out. What's going on? Fong Ming first asked the clone to check the situation. This is not in China, but in Africa. However, even if it is across a continent, it is not a difficult task for Fong Ming now. With full speed, he arrived in just over an hour. This was originally a canyon, but now it has split further apart, and the terrifying geothermal fire is spewing out from within. The temperature is so high that even from several kilometers away, there is a strong burning sensation, and it is impossible to get close. Fong Ming, relying on the fact that he is a clone, has no pain and rushed straight through. He spread out the darkness to protect himself, but the closer he got to the canyon, the more compressed the darkness became. By the time he reached the top of the canyon, the darkness could barely cover his body. From here, he could barely see a bright ball of fire deep in the canyon, but it was unclear what it was. In the mountain city, Fong Ming's real body immediately set out to Africa, but just happened to bump into Zhao Yenyun. "Where are you going?" Zhao Yan asked. Fong Ming had made several successful expeditions in the past, so she didn't want to miss this one. Fong Ming thought about it and told her about the discovery of the clone. Zhao Yenyun couldn't help but look at her expression and said, "There may be a treasure of extreme hardness and extreme yang. Hurry up and go." She took the lead and said to Fong Ming, "What are you still doing here?" Fong Ming laughed and headed toward the destination, while Zhao Yenyun flew on her sword and followed him closely. Once they entered Africa, they quickly arrived at the Grand Canyon. Now Fong Ming didn't have to lead the way, and the fire rising into the sky could be seen clearly even in broad daylight. However, Zhao Yenyun did not dare to get too close, and could only fly high above to look down. Then she came to meet Fong Ming. "I am sure it is a treasure of extreme yang and extreme heat." She was very excited, but unfortunately, I am an ice phoenix with extreme yin and extreme cold, so I cannot absorb it directly. Otherwise, I might be able to reach the heavens in one step. She looked at Fong Ming, showing hesitation and appearing extremely conflicted. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Fong Ming was a little confused. Zhao Yenyun gritted her teeth, "You are a man, even if you are not the most young body, you can still refine that treasure. At that time, I will practice with you, your yang and my yin can maximize our power and make us the strongest." She is of course disgusted at the idea of having to practice double cultivation with Fong Ming. This guy doesn't know how many women he has, but she can only choose this guy. "Do you know how much advantage you have?" Fong Ming chuckled. "What do you mean by dual cultivation?" Zhao Yenyun gave him a dirty look. "It's what you think. This brat, getting the advantage and still acting like a goody-goody." Fong Ming looked at her up and down, and said, "If you're willing, I'm not." "What, you dare to look down on me?" Zhao Yenyun was annoyed. Fong Ming laughed. "I was just joking, don't take it seriously. But, let's not talk about the double cultivation. With the flames so fierce, it's impossible for us to go down there. How can we get the treasure?" Zhao Yenyun also suddenly lost her enthusiasm and sighed, "Unless there is something extremely cold and dark that can protect us from going down." Unfortunately, her 9-ghost spirit liquid was stolen by someone, otherwise it could have come in handy. Fong Ming's heart stirred, and he took out a ball of liquid. "Is this okay?" Zhao Yenyun looked at it, first stunned, then furious. "So you're the little thief." She slashed at him with a sword. Chapter 239, The Nine Young Divine Body. "Huh, how can you just start fighting?" Fong Ming was very puzzled. "And how did I become a thief?" He obtained these extremely cold liquids in an ancient tomb, so they are naturally unowned. How can he be called a thief? If you insist, then these extremely cold liquids should also belong to the owner of the tomb. Wait. Fong Ming suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Zhao Yenyun in disbelief. Many things that were previously unreasonable popped out. Zhao Yenyun was like an ancient person, completely disconnected from the modern world. Even if she lived in the mountains, she shouldn't be so out of touch with the modern world. Moreover, she was familiar with ancient magical artifacts.
The key point was that if she really lived in the mountains, how did she know about them if she had no access to the internet?
She explained that she had seen pictures of the artifacts and heard descriptions, and she had been fooled at the time.
But now,
Fang Ming felt that this was not the case.
"You're not a 1,000-year-old corpse, are you?" Boom! 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 He dodged Zhao Yenyun's attack several times, then began to fight back, saying, "You can't be the old corpse in that ancient tomb, can you? Pa, when I buried myself, I was just over 20 years old. How dare you call me old?"
Zhao Yenyun was even more furious, and her swordplay became even more frantic. Women, it's always a taboo to say that she's old.
Fang Ming was speechless.
Have you got the wrong end of
the stick? What era are you from?
Even the old Taoist from Penglai lived for only 200 years, but you are already buried in a coffin.
He didn't even feel a hint of life before, so what era did this woman come from?
Zhao Yenyun stopped, and it was pointless to continue fighting, because both sides were level 5, and Fang Ming had the Spear of Longinus in his hand. Although she could also exert a level 6 combat power in a short period of time, the impact and damage to her were still great.
It's not worth it. I couldn't help but fight just now, because I was so angry. This matter has been bothering her for too long.
She has been wondering who stole her treasure.
Now she suddenly finds out, can she not be angry? Fang Ming didn't move again either. He had too many questions. Zhao Yenyun looked at Fang Ming proudly and said, "I am the eldest princess of the Song dynasty." "Oh, from the Song dynasty? Then you must be 1,000 years old."
"Huh, super old."
"You're over 1,000 years old, and you're still trying to eat young grass?" Fang Ming gritted his teeth.
Zhao Yenyun almost slapped him. "I have been in a state of apparent death, absorbing the essence of the 9 ghost spirit essence. I planned to use 10,000 years to absorb it all and become a god, but you little thief stole the essence, forcing me to wake up early." Her body functions did not change while she was in a state of suspended animation, so although it seemed like 1,000 years had passed, in reality she was still the same age as when she was buried alive, just a little bit older.
Okay. Fang Ming waved his hands repeatedly. "How do we collect the things underneath now?" Zhao Yenyun also calmed down and said, "With the 9 ghost spirit liquid, it's simple. We just need to go down. When we encounter the flames, the 9 ghost spirit liquid will activate and counteract the heat wave. After obtaining the treasure, you must return the 9 ghost spirit liquid to me." I know. Fang Ming nodded.
The two of them went down together.
Fang Ming did not dare to completely trust Zhao Yenyun. What if the 9 ghost liquid could not withstand such high temperatures?
Of course, he had to hold Zhao Yenyun's hand.
Fortunately, Zhao Yenyun was not lying.
As they descended, the heatwave became more and more terrifying, but the 9 ghost liquid spontaneously activated, forming a shield that enveloped the two of them in a cool breeze. However, the 9 ghost liquid, which could kill with just a drop, was evaporating at a rate visible to the naked eye.
"Hurry, if the 9 ghost liquid evaporates, we'll be burned alive." Zhao Yenyun's expression tightened. Fang Ming also hurriedly accelerated downwards.
Closer. He could see clearly that the treasure that was emitting endless light was actually a scarlet fruit. An indescribable temptation arose in his heart, making him desperately want to eat the fruit. He couldn't resist, reached out and plucked the fruit from the flames, and swallowed it in one gulp. Suddenly, the fire in the entire canyon went out.
But Fang Ming was unlucky.
He felt a ball of flame burning inside him, and it was about to turn him to ashes in an instant. He couldn't help but scream, and his clothes were instantly burned to ashes.
Seeing Fang Ming in such a miserable state, Zhao Yenyun couldn't help but hesitate. After a few seconds, she gritted her teeth and said, "You're lucky."
She poured all of the 9 ghost spirit liquid onto Fang Ming's chest, which had turned a bright red. The Yin in cold spirit liquid actually evaporated quickly, and Fang Ming's chest returned to normal. However, just a few seconds later, his chest turned red again, and his skin became transparent, revealing a heart that had turned into a ball of flame, beating and flickering.
"The 9 yang divine body."
Zhao Yenyun exclaimed, but his cultivation base was too low to withstand such extreme yang, and he would only be burned alive.
She hesitated again.
"If I practice with him now, I can get a lot of yang energy to help me improve my cultivation. However, if my ice phoenix body still cannot calm the power of yang in his body, then I will be burned to ashes as well."
Should I take the risk?
The key is that this is not only about her life and death, but also about her pure body. After much hesitation, she slowly undid her clothes, and a palace dress fell to the ground.
You little brat, if you dare not listen to me in the future, I won't let you off lightly.
She whispered softly, and then melted into Fong Ming's embrace. Fong Ming had a dream. In the dream, he was having sex with a goddess, and it was so good that he didn't want it to end. But suddenly, the goddess turned into Zhao Yanyan's face, and he was so scared that he woke up abruptly.
What the hell is going on?
He looked at the beautiful woman in his arms. Although her eyes were closed and she was naked, she still exuded a domineering air, as if she were a female emperor.
He actually had sex with Zhao Yanyun?
He took a quick peek and saw a beautiful plum blossom, bright and dazzling.
Huh, 1,000-year-old virgin. But what exactly happened?
He tried to remember, although he was a little delirious from the burning, but he was still conscious and slowly remembered.
This woman actually saved me? So kind? Fong Ming found this incredible. Huh, in your opinion, should I add insult to injury and wait for you to die to pick up your treasures? Zhao Yanyun's voice sounded faintly. Fong Ming was embarrassed. He really thought that way. You shameless thief! Zhao Yanyun scolded.
Fong Ming was so angry that he immediately pounced on her. How dare you talk about your man like that?
Chapter 240, Level 5 complete.
Before, I was confused and it seemed like I was dreaming, so now that I'm awake, I naturally want to experience it. However, when the two of them completed the fusion, Fong Ming suddenly realized that an indescribable force had surged into the other person's body, and similarly, Zhao Yanyan's body also had a force of yin that was being fed back.
The difference is that he has to pay much more.
However, the power he gave was not his own, but burst out from his heart, and was only a drop in the bucket. The power that was fed back from Zhao Yanyan's body was truly his own, comprehensively enhancing his three powers. The rate of increase was visible to the naked eye.
It was too fast.
In comparison, the efficiency of cultivating with the Jinmu Liangyi divine technique or the previous dual cultivation with the women was far less.
What's going on? He exclaimed. Pay more attention.
Zhao Yanyun gritted her teeth. Distracting oneself at such a time is a great disrespect to her.
Fong Ming came back to his senses and looked at the beautiful woman beneath him, Yan Ruyu, as delicate as a flower, and couldn't help but feel excited. Indulge in pleasure. After the storm, Fong Ming suddenly realized that his experience bar had increased by at least 10%. That's too exaggerated. The fruit you ate has given you the body of a nine-yang god.
Zhao Yanyun said, every time the aura recovers, the world will give birth to some treasures, and the nine-yang god fruit should be the most precious. In ancient times, the Yan Emperor took the nine-yang divine fruit and unified China, earning him the name Yan Emperor.
Holy cow, that's awesome. However, you are too impatient.
A mere level 5 psychic is not qualified to absorb the nine-yang divine fruit, and will only be burned alive by it.
Zhao Yanyun continued, it's just that you were lucky to have the 9 ghost spirit essence on hand to help suppress more than 90% of the harm caused by the divine fruit. Even so, you would still have been burned to death. It was me who sacrificed myself to save you. I am the Ice Phoenix, the most cold and yin of all, and I have cultivated with you, which has calmed the last danger of the nine-yang divine body. Moreover, I have risked my own life to save you. You can only repay this favor by giving your life. Fong Ming glanced at her and laughed. Who would take the initiative to please a woman? Yes, you helped me, and I naturally appreciate your kindness, but what is our relationship now? Do we still need to be so concerned? You're a man, and you're already trying to back out of it? Zhao Yanyun said angrily. No. Fong Ming smiled and quickly coaxed her. This woman is just a stuck-up brat.
Moreover, Fong Ming could clearly feel that she had also gained a great deal from the exchange. Therefore, her saving herself was not as simple and great as she said, but rather a mutually beneficial mentality. But the fact is that she saved my life, and I ate her. So I just had to coax her a little bit. The more I coaxed the proud girl, the more she was satisfied psychologically, and everything was fine. Sure enough, after he coaxed her for a while, Zhao Yanyun soon revealed a proud smile.
Can we maintain this rate of progress every day in the future? Fong Ming asked in surprise. Naturally. Zhao Yanyun nodded. How many levels are there? Fong Ming asked again.
Zhao Yanyan shook his head slowly. I don't know either. The road to immortality is long, and even the strongest people in ancient times did not truly become immortals, and all perished in the torrent of history. As far as I know, the strongest people at the time should have reached level 9. I'm currently level 5, so it doesn't seem like there's much of a difference. Fong Ming thought. Zhao Yanyan snorted. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to advance to the next level, and the greater the gap in strength between the two. A level 9 superhuman can fly and walk on the ground, and they are capable of anything, so it is not an exaggeration to call them immortals. Unfortunately, they can't beat the passage of time. Fong Ming sighed. Zhao Yanyan looked at him angrily. She was talking about how powerful those people in ancient times were, but you came along and said that they all died, as if it was nothing. However, she was also very emotional. Yes, the strongest force in the world is the power of time, and no one can match it. Wait, that's not right. Fong Ming suddenly froze. He had been reborn. Whatever the reason, what did it mean? His rebirth has reversed time. In other words, there must be a force more powerful than time. He couldn't help but feel a surge of longing. What power can mess with and play with time? What are you thinking about? Zhao Yanyan said with some dissatisfaction. We're talking, and you dare to daydream? I was thinking of you. Fong Ming said with a smile. Hey, since we can level up by making out, why not keep going? Before Zhao Yanyan could object, he had already started. Zhao Yanyan only made a few token protests before giving in. First, she also wanted to quickly improve her strength. Second, she was enjoying it. The exchange between Yang and Yin was so powerful that it reached deep into her soul. Even she couldn't stop, and she was completely addicted. After 9 orgasms, the two finally called it quits. As the number of times increased, the efficiency of the promotion went straight down, otherwise they could have reached level 6 in one day. As the saying goes, excess is as bad as deficiency. They needed to take a break and come back tomorrow. The two returned to the mountain city. Seeing the two of them holding hands, the other women all gasped in surprise, not at all surprised. As expected, Zhao Yanyan did not escape Fong Ming's clutches. They had already expected this, and it was only a matter of time. That night, Fong Ming, for the first time, did not have sex with the women. There was no way around it. He had used up all his energy on Zhao Yanyan, leaving the other women jealous. He really had forgotten the old ones for the new ones. The next day, he continued to practice with Zhao Yanyan. However, after only 4 exchanges, Fong Ming reached level 5 perfection first. You see, earlier yesterday he was only at the beginning of level 5, and it would have taken him about 5 months to reach perfection. What an amazing speed! Although the early stages of the recovery of spiritual energy are very dangerous, they also have the greatest opportunities. In a few years, when the zombies have been completely eradicated by humans, will humans be able to maintain such a rapid rate of evolution? Obviously not. This is just one of the opportunities, like the 9 young divine fruit, which only appears in the early stages of the recovery of spiritual energy and will disappear in the future. Therefore, this is an era full of opportunities. However, this time Fong Ming did not make a breakthrough so quickly. Level 6 is indeed a threshold, very difficult to cross. So, Fong Ming helped the girls to improve. He is now a Jiuyang Shanti, with an abundance of yang energy in his body. Anyone who communicates with him will receive great benefits, but unlike Zhao Yanyan, who has the most benefits because she is an ice phoenix with the most yin and cold energy, the benefits are not as great. After more than 10 days, all the women had reached level 5, even Scarlet, who had joined the group at the end. Now, it's a matter of who will break through to level 6 first. Chapter 241, Breaking Through Again and Again. Now everyone has reached level 5 at about the same time. With a half-year time limit to break through to level 6, a difference of a dozen days or so has no effect at all. Therefore, whoever breaks through to level 6 first is definitely the one with the best talent. So, all the women were determined to be the first to break through to level 6. Whoever breaks through first will naturally be the most worthy leader of the harem and the eldest sister. Fong Ming was also holding back his strength. He has always been the fastest to evolve, and if he falls behind this time, he will be very embarrassed. You see, he is still a 9 young divine body, and in ancient times, the Yen Emperor became a god with this, becoming one of the ancestors of the Yen Huang race. Now that he has also become a 9 young divine body, if he still lags behind others?
He would be embarrassed.
In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed.
Fong Ming was stunned, then revealed a look of joy. He disappeared in a flash. He's broken through. He's going to break through. It's only been a dozen days. He is truly worthy of me. Fong Ming went into the wilderness, but he let go of the suppression of the powerful force within his body.
Suddenly, the violent power boiled within his body, and a familiar feeling came over him. The three forces broke through the shackles at the same time.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
No one outside could hear it, but it was as if the heavens and the earth were being split apart within Fong Ming's body, as one after another shackle was broken, and his level of life also underwent a qualitative leap.
It hurts.
Fong Ming rolled on the ground, punching the ground with each fist, and every time he punched, a huge hole appeared in the ground. After half a day, he finally stopped.
Phew! Fong Ming exhaled, his whole body covered in sweat, looking extremely disheveled.
But his face was full of smiles.
Ha,
Zhao Yenyun said it would take at least half a year to break through to level 6.
Look at him, it only took him a dozen days.
Of course, in the past, breakthroughs were achieved in a flash, but this time it took more than 10 days, which really shows how difficult it is to break through to level 6. But 10 days in half a year, the difference is still too big.
I'm a genius. Fong Ming couldn't help but feel proud.
He tidied himself up and returned to the hotel.
Honey! Fong Ming!
The women all came out to greet him, looking at him with expectant eyes.
Fong Ming nodded, not bad, I've broken through level 6. The women all cheered.
Although they were all secretly determined to be the first to break through level 6, there was no one to compare with Fong Ming.
What's the point of competing with their own men?
They just want to outdo the other women and compete for the position of queen of the harem.
Only Zhao Yenyun was incredulous and unconvinced. How could you break through level 6 so quickly? This doesn't make sense.
She was the princess of the Song dynasty, and had read countless historical records. There were also scattered immortal cultivation sects at the time, but they had already declined, but the heritage was still there, and records of the ancient cultivators were also there. It takes at least half a year to break through to level 6, at least a year to reach level 7, and even longer to reach levels 8 and 9.
So, breaking through to level 6 in just a dozen days? It's unbelievable. Fong Ming laughed and pinched her chin, saying, "What, are you still not convinced?" Zhao Yenyun frowned and was still thinking hard. Could there really be a son of destiny?
No, this guy is a lecher. How could he be the one who carries the luck? Hearing her complain and criticize herself like this, Fong Ming couldn't help but turn pale. I can hear you. Zhao Yenyun didn't care at all, just chuckling. However, Fong Ming's breakthrough did not bring about much change. Because he was already invincible, breaking through first still made him invincible, so there was no difference.
But, going to the Kunlun realm and the Vatican? That's not possible, they have immortal plants.
Therefore, even though Fong Ming had broken through to level 6, he still stayed in the hotel, spending his days practicing double cultivation with the women. But he broke through level 6, but the girls did not, and the gap opened up immediately. Because he can still maintain a daily improvement of nearly 10%, but all the women are stuck at level 5, and Zhao Yenyun is no exception. This makes her admit that Fong Ming is truly different. Fong Ming guessed that this might have something to do with his rebirth. No matter what power or method allowed him to be reborn, it must have involved a power that transcends the passage of time. With such power behind him, it is no surprise that he surpassed all the geniuses of the past and reached level 6 in just over 10 days. Because Fong Ming had a large amount of medicinal power in his body from the 9 yang divine fruit, he maintained a rapid pace of progress. After another 10 days, he encountered a bottleneck again.
Level 6 was complete. Then continue to hold it in.
Zhao Yenyun suddenly felt a lot of pressure because she was stuck at the 5th level of perfection, but Fong Ming had already reached the 6th level of perfection. If he broke through to the 7th level first, she felt so embarrassed. But her worries came true. After only 20 days, Fong Ming once again broke through the shackles and reached level 7.
Level 7. What a concept.
He was at the beginning of level 5 2 months ago, and now he's reached level 7.
Would anyone believe it?
At least, the old guys in Kunlun realm must be shocked to the point of losing their eyes.
Fong Ming suddenly looked forward to them breaking through to level 6.
He thought he was so awesome that he could go anywhere, but then he was slapped to death by him.
That must have been extremely interesting. However, he still dared not provoke the immortal plants.
Jia Yenyun said that these immortal plants should have survived from ancient times, at least level 8, and level 9 is not impossible.
Plants are different from humans. They have too many limitations. For example, even if they are level 8 or 9, they can only be confined to one place and cannot move. However, plants have an advantage that humans cannot have. They live a long time. Is it rare for a tree to live 1,000 years? Not at all. So, humans can live 400 or 500 years at level 5 or 6. But what about plants, which already have a lifespan of 1,000 years or more? After reaching level 8 or 9, how long can they live?
So, they have survived since ancient times, weathered the entire tide of spiritual energy, and finally, they have been able to regain their former glory, emerging as almost full-level masters. Fang Ming decided that after he broke through to level 8, he would use a clone to go to Penglai Mountain to see what level the immortal plants there were.
How long will it take? About 2 more months. He estimated. After a month of increasing his experience bar every day, Fang Ming once again encountered a bottleneck. Level 7 complete.
This time, it took him a whole month to break through the shackles and successfully advance to level 8.
Let's go.
He immediately used the Yada mirror to make a copy of himself, but he discovered that the energy of the Yada mirror was directly depleted after the clone appeared.
He was only at the beginning of level 8, and this exhausted the power of the Yada mirror? What if he reaches the 8th level?
It is impossible for the Yada mirror to replicate an exact copy of him, and after a copy is made, the mirror needs to slowly absorb energy to recover. It is currently unknown how long this will take, but it is estimated that it will not be too long.
As expected, Zyarizi's 3-piece set can only be considered a sub-top level artifact. It's confirmed. Chapter 242, Capturing the Immortal Plant. Fang Ming's clone was flying over the sea.
He was looking for the Penglai mountain. The sea is vast, but fortunately, Fang Ming's speed is now approaching an astonishing level, and coupled with his keen eyesight, he can see dozens of kilometers away at a glance. This is because the earth is round, otherwise he could see even further. However, Penglai Xianshan must be a long way above sea level, so if he were really close, he should have seen it from over 100 kilometers away. Even so, the first attempt was a failure. The time limit had expired and the clone had disappeared. Fang Ming looked at the Yada mirror again and found that it had only recovered a little energy. It would take about 3 days for it to recover completely. It's really slow. Fang Ming decided to go on his own, and once he found Penglai Mountain, he would let the clone take action.
Why choose Penglai first?
Because he thought that among the many secret realms, Penglai should be the weakest. The real Bodhi went out to continue searching at sea.
1 day, 2 days.
On the 3rd day, Fang Ming finally found a floating island.
The island was actually floating? It really was.
Fang Ming had already known about the magic of Penglai Island, but seeing it with his own eyes still shocked him.
How could such a large mountain float on the sea? What kind of material was it made of?
Fang Ming was amazed, and he could see clearly that there was a large tree on the mountain, with a canopy that spread out to cover almost the entire island, which was incredibly large.
This is the immortal plant of Penglai.
Fang Ming compared it to the one in Kunlun, and found that the one in Penglai was shorter, but the crown was much larger. This was from the appearance, and comparing the feelings given by the two, the one in Kunlun was stronger. It was like a divine weapon that had been unsheathed, and just looking at it with the naked eye was full of a tingling sensation.
The Penglai tree is much softer. But just because it looks gentle doesn't mean it isn't strong.
Think of the Bodhi tree at Shaolin Temple, which is so inconspicuous that it looks like an ordinary tree.
The old monk from Penglai almost died after being struck. It's unfathomable.
To be on the safe side, Fang Ming waited for a long time, and when the energy of the Yada mirror had recovered, he summoned a clone and sent it off.
Fang Ming quickly headed towards the Xianshan.
When he entered the area of the fairy mountain, he could clearly sense the realm of the fairy plant.
Level 8.
However, it should be level 8, complete, just a little bit short of reaching level 9. This is not a cause for alarm. When it sensed Fang Ming's presence, it seemed to realize Fang Ming's power, and the immortal plant immediately sent out a branch to hit Fang Ming.
Boom, it was terrifying. Fang Ming did not take the blow head-on.
He was only at the beginning of level 8, and he had no magic weapon in his hand.
What was the point of fighting?
However, his true body had already arrived. Fang Ming held the Spear of Longinus in his hand and stabbed it at the immortal plant. However, even if the Spear of Longinus was a top-level magic weapon, it could not push Fang Ming's combat power to level 9, but rather to level 8. After all, the stronger his strength, the smaller the increase in power from the magic weapon.
Boom! A battle between a man and a tree.
Fang Ming, with the help of the Spear of Longinus, was already more than a match for Xianji, and with the help of a copy, Xianji couldn't stand it for long.
The problem was that it couldn't move.
It sent a message to Fang Ming, asking him to make peace.
Fang Ming laughed, "If you don't want to fight, what can you offer as a tribute?"
Xianji was helpless and said, "I can bear 2 peaches with spiritual power every year.
I'm willing to give them all to you. You want to give it to me, not me forcing you to." Fang Ming said.
Yes, yes, yes. Xianji replied, probably cursing in his heart.
Fang Ming took the 2 spirit peaches and discovered that the immortal plant was actually a peach tree. "Well, I'll have peaches to eat in the future." "Only 2 a year? Who would believe this guy? He'll come over once a month, and you won't get past him without giving him a few caddies." Fang Ming returned to the mainland and went to Shaolin Temple to take a look.
He didn't dare to go in, but took a quick look from the outside. However, the Bodhi tree was still there. It was still the size of an ordinary tree.
If it weren't for the golden leaves, who would have noticed its magic? Fang Ming felt that this Bodhi tree should be level 9. Otherwise, he would be level 8 now, so how could he not have noticed anything unusual?
However, the Bodhi tree had helped him several times, so of course he didn't want to take advantage of it, he was just curious about its level.
He went to Kunlun realm again.
At first glance, he still felt a sharp pain in his eyes as if they were being cut open.
This is something. This immortal plant should be level 9. It's so strong. Fang Ming did not act rashly, decisively left, and went to the Vatican again. What was a few thousand kilometers away to him now? It's just a matter of minutes.
From a distance, Fang Ming could see a huge tree in the Vatican, so tall that it actually bore a few fruits.
Are those apples?
Yes, it is an apple, but some of the apples are golden and some are silver, which is very strange. But this divine plant is also a level 9.
Fang Ming sighed and turned away.
Otherwise, he would have taken the Holy Grail today.
Level 9? Goodbye. Fang Ming turned and left, very dashing. Does he need to be in a hurry? How long does it take to reach level 9? At most 3 months. Back in the mountain city, Fang Ming
continued his reclusive life. However, this time it took him 2 months to reach level 8. Now he had to reach level 9. Facing such a monster, Zhao Yun had completely given up the idea of competing with him. Of course, one can only compete with other people. Even if Fang Ming broke through again before her, she would be so numb that she would be used to it. However, this scene never happened.
After half a month, Zhao Yun became the second person to break through level 6. So the whole family celebrated.
After half a year, the old guys in Kunlun should be ready to break through at any time, so the day they come knocking on the door is not far off. However, when they arrive at the door, they will find that Fang Ming is already level 8 or even level 9.
I wonder what kind of expression they will have. It must be very funny. Everyone is looking forward to it.
Unfortunately, they have no way of inviting the people of Kunlun realm out, so they can only wait for them to come out on their own.
What a pity.
In the blink of an eye, another 11 days passed, and Fang Ming still hadn't broken through to level 9. However, news came from Taiwu City. A group of people dressed in strange clothes had arrived there, occupied the entire city with their powerful forces, and were asking about Fang Ming's whereabouts. Fang Ming immediately realized that the old goods in the Kunlun realm had come out.
They've broken through level 6?
Very well, I'll play with you.
Let's go together. Fang Ming smiled and set off for Taiwu City with Meng Jining and the other women. He wrapped the women in his spiritual power and easily transported them to Taiwu City. Chapter 243, Invincible. Fang Ming directly vibrated his wind wings and stood proudly above Taiwu City. No need to speak, who wouldn't be able to see this? If the person is still relatively small, the wings that are spread out are not small.
Each piece is 100 meters long, and he has dyed them in darkness, as if 2 strange clouds have appeared in the sky.
It was extremely eye-catching.
Suddenly, everyone in the city looked up at him.
Fong Ming stood there with his arms folded, completely calm.
He is now powerful enough that he doesn't even need to hide.
Even if he uses the space-time continuum in front of the whole world, is he afraid of being coveted?
He is not afraid of anything.
Humph, the brat has actually come?
Good, it saves us the trouble of searching.
Ha!
A figure flew into the sky, followed by another, and another. There were 9 in total, all of them level 6. The powerful ones in the Kunlun realm should have come out in full force.
How do you want to die, brat?
A white-haired old man asked sternly. Fong Ming was told to stop, but he didn't listen and killed the old Taoist.
How could they not be angry?
You have to understand that they have had extraordinary power for a long time, and naturally they look down on outsiders. Now they have been publicly humiliated by a junior, and it is like a thorn in their side, keeping them up at night. Now, they can finally treat Fong Ming like a grandson and beat him up.
The daughter-in-law Fong Ming turned his head and cried out.
Zhao Yenyun arrived on her sword, and gave him a disdainful look. You must call me your majesty. Even though her strength is far inferior, her arrogant temperament cannot be reduced by half. Then, she coldly swept the 9 level 6 masters in the Kunlun realm, and said lightly, who wants to come and die?
What a big mouth.
However, the 9 masters of Kunlun are not all old men and women. There are still a few younger ones, but they are 100 years old. Their worldly desires have not diminished at all. Looking at Zhao Yenyun's peerless appearance, all 4 of them could not help but show a look of amazement.
However, the next moment. Pop!
Zhao Yenyun waved her hand, and her magical power turned into a huge palm, which then shot towards the 4 people.
How dare you have evil thoughts about me?
The 4 of them were shocked and immediately fought back with all their strength.
Boom!
The 4 were all blown away by the blow. Although Zhao Yenyun had only broken through to level 6 a few days ago, she had been practicing with Fong Ming every day, and her Ice Phoenix body had been replenished by the extremely masculine and yang-oriented 9 Yang Divine body. The benefits she had gained were incomparable to those of the other women, so she had already reached level 6 perfection. A level 6 master fighting a level 6 beginner is not much different from a father fighting his son.
Zhao Yenyun stood proudly. Everyone was shocked. This woman is so strong.
The 4 people who had been knocked into the air flew back. They were only a little worse off in terms of level experience, and there were 4 of them, so it was naturally impossible for them to be injured by Zhao Yan's blow. The 9 of them stood in a row, all with slightly furrowed brows, not daring to be the least bit careless. While they were shocked, they were also very puzzled.
Where did this woman come from?
And Fong Ming's luck is too good, he can find such a powerful Taoist partner. And she is so beautiful and has such a noble temperament.
Who are you? An old man asked. Who are you to ask my name?
Zhao Yenyun said sternly, and then slapped him again.
What a temper! He's quick to strike. 9 people joined forces to block him. Boom!
The magical power in the sky collided, producing a stunning flash of light. The old man from the sky, the one who first fought Fong Ming, frowned and said, "You're not a supernatural being, you're just a cultivator like us. The rising stars of today have awakened and gained supernormal abilities, and then become powerful by refining corpse pearls. But those who have inherited the ancient methods have not awakened any supernormal abilities, but instead absorbed the essence of heaven and earth through their cultivation methods and refine it into mana. Therefore, the supernormal ability users use their supernormal abilities, and their abilities are single. If you are a fire-type supernatural being, then you can only use fire-type abilities, but they are different.
Mana can be transformed into fire, lightning, or ice arrows.
This is the biggest difference. And Zhao Yenyun's attack just now was definitely a means for cultivators to fight each other, using mana.
So, this is strange.
Zhao Yenyun didn't care about him, and slapped him again.
You're not worthy of asking me. Die. The old man Tianfang and the others quickly took out their magic weapons and surrounded Zhao Yenyun. Without magic weapons, they really couldn't beat him. Fong Ming smiled, 9 against 1 and you still need to use magic weapons, aren't you ashamed?
He took out the Imperial Jade Seal and shone it in the sky.
An indescribable aura swept over, and all the magic weapons became useless.
Suddenly, even flying swords could no longer be used. Fortunately, a level 6 being can fly in the air with magical power, but the speed will be much slower.
Zhao Yanyun snorted and took the initiative to attack, blasting the sky toward the Tianfang elders.
She was fighting 9 opponents at once, and she was not losing at all, but she could not win in a short time.
Fang Ming pulled out his ear and said, "Daughter-in-law, do you need help?" "Humph, still not going to help?" Zhao Yanyun said arrogantly. This made the Tianfang elders and others explode with anger. "We are the most powerful beings in the world, and you dare to look down on us like this, as if we were a dish that you can manipulate at will?"
But the next moment, they all turned pale.
Because Fang Ming had already taken action.
He appeared in front of one of them in a flash, and simply punched him, and boom, the man exploded into a bloody rain.
What the fuck?
The 8 elderly men from Tianfang were dumbfounded, and then a chill ran up their legs and spread throughout their bodies.
Killing someone with a single punch? What kind of strength is this?
You, the old man's voice was trembling.
Fang Ming smiled. "I'm not pretending anymore, it's time to show my hand. I'm now level 8. What do you think?"
The old man from the sky and the others couldn't believe it.
Level 8? And complete? How is that possible? But the problem is, Fang Ming's killing a level 6 cultivator with a single punch is no joke. Ha! What kind of monster is this?
Fang Ming strolled around as if he were taking a leisurely stroll, and then swung his fist again.
Boom! The second person was blown up by him. He killed 2 people with ease. Now, the old man and the others were all panicked and quickly turned and ran. Back to the Kunlun realm. There are immortal plants there to protect them.
At worst, they can practice for a few hundred years and come out again when they reach level 9.
But, can they run away? Fang Ming chased after them and punched them one by one. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boring. Fang Ming shook his head. It's not good to be too strong.
There's no one to fight, and he kills them with one punch.
Alas. He returned with Zhao Yenyun and the other girls. Level 8 is still not enough to directly attack the Yellow Dragon and enter the Kunlun realm. You need to reach level 9. Then wait a few more days. Another month passed, and Fang Ming successfully broke through to level 9. Chapter 244, The End. Level 9. Fang Ming did not act immediately, but continued to practice. He had already waited for so many days, so he might as well rush to level 9 and be done with it. It wouldn't take him more than a few days anyway. So, after waiting for a month, Fang Ming finally set off for Kunlun. He went straight in. A copy? No need, because the Yada mirror can only copy up to level 8 supernormal abilities, and only at the initial stage. As soon as he entered, he was immediately attacked by the immortal plant. So, 2 level 9 beings fought. This immortal plant has lived for tens of thousands of years, and has already reached the level of a perfect 9th level being after 2 spiritual tides. Naturally, it is extremely powerful. However, the immortal plant had one major weakness. It cannot move. Therefore, it can only be beaten passively. After fighting for a day, the immortal plant had to surrender to Fang Ming. Fang Ming did not kill it, since it was a domestic immortal plant, so as long as it was willing to surrender, it would be fine. At this point, he realized that the plant was called jinmu, the mythical home of the Shanghuang. I wonder if it will have a magical effect with Zhao Yenyun. Fang Ming thought. He went to the Vatican without stopping. At this time, the Vatican was actually celebrating. Fang Ming suppressed his aura and entered the ancient city. Although Xianji was a level 9, it was impossible for him to discover a peer-level master who deliberately suppressed his aura. After entering, Fang Ming soon realized. It turned out that everyone was celebrating the breakthrough of the divine messenger. Oh, that old foreign girl finally broke through. It's slower than the old guys in Kunlun. Sure enough, foreigners are no good. Fang Ming went straight to the apple tree. According to legend, Adam and Eve ate the apple of paradise and then felt shame, which is why they were expelled from paradise. So, is this apple tree in the Vatican the original model for this myth? As he walked along, the guards couldn't help but notice him.
His spiritual power is too strong now, and he doesn't want to be seen.
Even a level 8 psychic would completely ignore him.
When he got close, the fairy plant was finally alerted. The leaves on the tree rustled and rattled, as if metal were clashing.
It finally discovered the abnormality of this human. So strong.
It is not weaker than him. Suddenly, a figure appeared. It was a beautiful woman in her 30s with blonde hair and blue eyes. She had a curvy figure that was enough to make anyone drool.
Level 6. Fong Ming thought for a moment and realized that this beautiful MILF must be Elizabeth. Boom!
Xianji had already rushed towards Fong Ming.
A 9th level existence, this blow can split the sky and cleave the earth. Before Fong Ming was only level 4, how many times had he been crushed by this immortal plant? Old grudges and old hatreds, let's settle them all together.
Fong Ming reached out and easily grabbed the branch that the immortal plant had thrown at him.
Ha, I'm not the same person I was 6 months ago. Pop.
Seeing this, the old foreign girl directly spewed out, her eyes staring more prominently than her chest.
How is that possible? How is that possible? In her opinion, Xianji was the most powerful being in the world, but Fong Ming could actually catch Xianji's attack? She couldn't believe it.
Fong Ming pulled with all his might, and a terrible force erupted, stretching the branch of the immortal plant straight and making a clanging sound, as if it were a metal chain.
Pull it up!
He roared, ready to pull the plant out of the ground. The plant struggled to resist, and its powerful root system dug deeper into the ground. If the plant was pulled out of the ground, it would be at the mercy of others.
Fong Ming snorted and unleashed a series of supernatural powers.
The fairy plant resisted, but Fong Ming, who had mastered 3 systems, was completely superior. It was slowly pulled out by Fong Ming.
Boom!
In the end, a tree with roots larger than the city was uprooted and floated in the air.
Fong Ming laughed heartily, releasing a raging flame from his body.
After becoming the 9-yang divine body, his strongest attack has also become flames.
When the divine fire is released, what can't be destroyed?
Fong Ming has great respect for the Bodhi tree, and even though he is now more powerful, he will not look down on it. As for the immortal plants in Kunlun and Penglai, because they are domestic, even if they were once hostile, as long as they are willing to surrender, he will show mercy.
But foreigners? That's fine.
Not to mention that Fong Ming's clone was killed by this immortal plant many times.
Goodbye. Boom!
The flames of the god's flame were so fierce that the Western immortal plant could not resist and was burned to ashes. However, Fong Ming still picked a few apples off it before it was burned to ashes. First, he could taste it, and second, the seeds could be planted, and in the future, it might grow back into a fairy plant, but it would be a native Chinese fairy plant. The old foreign girl shivered and quickly knelt down to Fong Ming, expressing her willingness to absolutely submit. Fong Ming thought about it and decided to let her live for the time being, and let her take charge of the Holy See to see if she would be obedient in the future. If she obeys, she can stay. If she dares to disobey even a little, she will be killed. After doing all this, he returned to his country. Now he had nothing to do. Level 9, this is the limit recognized by ancient superpowered people, and there is no way to surpass it. Fong Ming found that this was also the case. He no longer felt the shackles. If there is a shackle, then it can be broken and breakthroughs can be made.
What if there is none? Does that mean he has reached the limit? Wait.
Fong Ming suddenly realized that he had forgotten something.
The other dimension.
To be precise, it was the passage in the other space. Fong Ming entered the alternate space and was surprised to find that the light in the tunnel had dimmed considerably and had changed a lot.
Strange.
He walked towards the tunnel, and a powerful force surged from his body, and the tunnel could no longer hinder him.
He walked forward. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. Fong Ming continued to walk forward.
When he had walked for almost 1,000 meters, suddenly, the view in front of him suddenly opened up.
He had actually entered another world.
In the sky, a red sun shone, and the aura was so strong that it seemed tangible.
How much stronger was the aura than on Earth?
Looking back, the passage had disappeared. However, Fong Ming discovered that his consciousness was connected to a different space, and he could re-enter it.
What does this mean?
After he passed through the passage, he had actually left the other world without realizing it.
This is really another world.
He re-entered the alternate space and walked through the passage, but then appeared in the hotel.
My alternate space is actually the connection point between two worlds? No matter which world you enter, you will pass through a tunnel and enter another world. So, the secret of my rebirth is in another world? The quality of the spiritual energy there is far superior to that on Earth, which means that I can break the level 9 restriction and reach level 10 there?
Fong Ming thought about it for a while and buried this discovery deep in his heart.
Don't think about it.
Meng Jining is about to give birth, and Lu Yushi and the other women are also close to it. For the time being, he will not venture into that world. He would only go to another world to take risks when his children had grown up and he was too bored.
Honey, Jean Ning is about to give birth.
At this moment, Lu Yushi's voice suddenly came.
Fong Ming was overjoyed and quickly ran out. He put everything aside and was about to become a father. End of book.